I said this doesn't, well, it just feels like I have a bit less power, so we went back on it, then all good.
Great job this weekend. Well done. Thank you.
Well, Jolyon Palmer was listening to that, and I think you're a little bit incredulous with Jack Nicholls saying that there's still hope for this championship battle yet. Remember, we're only 6 rounds in to an as yet unknown calendar, Jolyon.
Yeah, no, Hamilton's won it. The only rival he's got is coronavirus. That's it. That's the only rival. Bottas won't beat him in the same car. The gap's already big between the two. What is it? 43 points now, my quick math says. And Verstappen's now 37 points behind in a car that's just too slow, fundamentally. The Red Bull qualified more than 7/10 away from Hamilton in Barcelona. It was a second away last time out at Silverstone. They won in the 70th anniversary Grand Prix because Pirelli bought very soft tyres. But I did feel like this Grand Prix was back to the status quo of 2020, and Hamilton won it with a pit stop in hand. The title's his, so long as he remains fit and healthy to compete in all races.
Look, I can't argue with that. I can't deny any of those things that Jolyon is saying, but Verstappen has something about him where he can pull results out of the bag, and it's a question of how many of those results he can pull out of the bag. Maybe it'll be 1 or 2 throughout the remainder of the season, but maybe it'll be 10 in a crazy world.
Verstappen will win more races. Yeah. He will pull more results out the bag. But Hamilton does these routinely. The race that we saw today from Hamilton was no surprise. It was no shock. It was a normal Hamilton performance. And he crushes the opposition by 24 seconds. That's the problem. When Verstappen won last weekend, it was an amazing result from Red Bull. They turned it around. How did they do it? What a drive. You know, Hamilton's knocked it out of the park today, and it's just routine. And that's the difference. At the start of the season, actually before the 70th anniversary Grand Prix, I would have said Mercedes can win every race this year. Without that tyre difference in at Silverstone, I still would think they have, because based on today's performance, they were just better in all departments than Red Bull. Hamilton, anyway. Bottas obviously got a poor start and actually was again struggled to make any impact on Verstappen. I don't think Mercedes did the perfect strategy to help him out. I think they could have tried a one-stop and made Verstappen try and pass Bottas for second place, but it's neither here nor there. Hamilton's the man they've both got to beat, and he was scampering away unchallenged to win the race.
Yeah, he certainly seems to be in a rich form at the moment, and once again. Now it's half-time in the Scottish Premiership with Livingston versus Rangers. Roddy Forsyth.
Livingston nil, Rangers nil. Rangers bidding to go clear at the top, but they're getting frustrated. They've had 80% of possession, but that has yielded 0 efforts on target. And how's this for a stat? Livy haven't touched the ball in the Rangers box in the first half. Livy nil, Rangers nil.
OK, thanks very much. So, whilst Verstappen is trying his hardest to hunt down Hamilton, Bottas in the other Mercedes is having a rough old ride of it. 6 races in, he needs this time to go away and regroup. Jolyon, how damaging has this weekend been for him, do you think?
Not that damaging. It's kind of been OK. Started second, finished third. He's the loser of those 3 that are in the contention at the front of the race. But honestly, he won't win the championship. So it's his own battle with Max Verstappen. He's lost a couple of points. He did get fastest lap at the end of the race, but it all came down to that poor start for Valtteri Bottas. He dropped down to 5th momentarily as Perez passed him as well as Stroll, then passed Perez back, and it took a few laps to pass Stroll, and then just was unable to put any sort of pressure on Verstappen, which was surprising given Hamilton's sheer dominance out front. That Bottas wasn't a bit more racy with Max today. But again, how damaging is it? Before the race, he wasn't going to win the championship. He's still not going to win it after the race. So it's a bit like, you know, is another podium for him. He started second. In his dream world, he would have taken the lead off the line, and then we would have seen a very different race. But when he starts second, he doesn't often win.
It's his 50th podium, which isn't too shabby, is it? But I just started watching him, his body language as he walked away with his girlfriend trying to console him. He just looked a little bit broken, Jack. I feel, I've said this before, and I'll probably end up saying it again, but psychologically, I think this was quite a bad blow for Bottas.
I wouldn't say much more so than the rest of the season, really. I think, yeah, I don't think today was anything particularly special or unspecial for Bottas. I do agree that I would say his general demeanour has sort of dipped. He is a bit shorter in his answers. He is a little bit more down in that kind of thing. But I really don't think today was anything overtly disastrous for Bottas.
Last weekend, I think, would have been worse, where he did qualify on pole.
Yeah.
Not only was he beaten by Verstappen for the win, but then Hamilton comes through with a few laps to go, and he's gone from pole to third.
And he led the first, he held the lead at the start of the race and everything.
Yeah.
That should have been a win, job done.
There, the win was in his grasp, but this time it was never there. The championship, maybe in his wildest dreams, he still thinks he can win it, but races like this just sort of show that he won't. And I think maybe with Bottas, we heard the radio message basically where he was saying these black overalls are so hot and uncomfortable, and whilst he was saying that, Hamilton was just driving away in the distance, and there is a sort of feeling that this is more and more Hamilton's team, and with Black Lives Matter and everything that Mercedes particularly have done to sort of back up Hamilton's claims and on his racism stance, Bottas has gone with Mercedes and Hamilton on that, and that's all great stuff. But maybe he is just starting to feel subconsciously like this is the Lewis Hamilton show, and as he's watching Hamilton disappear into the distance, maybe there's a sort of subconscious feeling that this is not all right now.
Okay, so you look at Bottas, he's a teammate of Lewis Hamilton, possibly the greatest driver of all time. We'll say that once he's retired. And then you look at Max Verstappen and his teammate, Alex Albon, the British Thai driver. And Alex is having a pretty tough time of things as well at the start of this season. He's desperately trying to get a good result and still struggling. Jack, today, it wasn't a awful day for him, but the team didn't seem to be there to support him.
It was an awful day for Albon.
Oh, okay, fine.
Not necessarily from him himself entirely, but he was a long way off Verstappen in qualifying, but he managed to get clear and of the main midfield pack. He started in 6th behind the 2 Racing Points, was running in 6th behind the 2 Racing Points, but then, as you say, Red Bull brought him in, put him on the hard tyres, and it was, so on paper, fine. Give that a go, put him on the hard tyres, see if he can get to the end of the Grand Prix on a one-stop strategy. Don't particularly have any issue with giving that one a whirl, but the time they did it meant that he was guaranteed to come out behind all the midfield runners on a slower tyre, so he wouldn't be able to overtake them, and so then he'd just have to sit behind them, losing a load of time. As soon as they pitted him for hard tyres, his race was done, and it was such a... I don't see the upside. I think that's what I can't quite understand. I don't see the thinking. I don't see the, oh yeah, we were going to do that, but it didn't quite work out.
The whole race was baffling for that side of the garage. Verstappen had a solid effort, but Albon's the man that's under pressure. It started 6th, but, let's not kid ourselves. He was still 3/4 of a second off Verstappen in qualifying. He was 6th by the skin of his teeth ahead of the rest of the midfield. But it should have given him a chance to be ahead of the midfield this race, because he started ahead of them, apart from the Racing Points, who were sort of the bridge at the upper end of the midfield. But Red Bull, the strategists, it's inexplicable what they did. Pitting him, the first of anyone to pit, to go onto the hard tyres, which, by the way, are useless around this circuit.
He was the only driver to put the hard tyres on at any point.
Everyone knew they were useless. We knew it. The amount of times on Friday that people were with radio saying it's like driving on ice, there's no grip, they're awful. In comes Albon, straight to the awful tyre. And you're thinking, wow, what are they doing here? Then he comes out the pits, right behind Magnussen, Raikkonen, Ocon, who are on medium tyres, Raikkonen and Ocon, and they're going to be going for the next 30 laps. He couldn't overtake them for a very long time. He's straight into traffic, and this was out of 6th place. It wasn't out of 12th, where he's got nothing to lose. He was ticking along okay behind the Racing Points. He was putting pressure on Perez early on. I thought there must have been a puncture on his softs or something when he pitted, because you think, why on earth is he doing that? The last Grand Prix at Silverstone, the 70th anniversary Grand Prix, I think he was running 7th or 8th. Again, Red Bull pitted him so early, chucked him into a load of traffic in the midfield, and he just got mired down there for so long. It's baffling once again. They're using Albon like a guinea pig for the team. There's no way they're pitting Verstappen onto a hard tyre at that point. It had to be Albon that gets the dud strategy. And it was. So the strategy was woeful. The tyre selection that he had coming into the race wasn't perfect, but they still could have, A, not pitted him when he was ticking along nicely with the traffic all running fine, and B, put him on a scrub set of tyres that have done one qualifying lap. 2 drivers managed to make a one-stop work. Sergio Perez and Sebastian Vettel both finished ahead of him on a one-stop. If you haven't got tyres, then try and do that. Try and do something different. Not use your hards for a 20-lap burst on the slowest tyre. Made no sense at all. And look, the strategists on that side need to have a think about that, because it was poor, again, for Albon. But Albon himself was poor as well. He's, again, a long way off in qualifying, but critically in 6th at least, and not out in Q2 or on the cusp of the top 10. But then he still came out with Carlos Sainz on the last run. They were both on medium tyres to the end of the race with about 20 laps to go. Now, Sainz finished in 6th and was about 15 seconds ahead of Albon, having passed Vettel, and wasn't all that far away from beating Perez, only a second and a half away from Perez by the time Perez took his 5-second penalty. Albon should have gone with him in a much faster car, the Red Bull. Albon should be with Sainz. So Albon's last stint was also poor, and that's down to the driver. But across the two, horrible race.
Oh, I think that's fairly definitive then. Right, we'll come back and speak about Sebastian Vettel. Highs and lows for him today, the Ferrari driver. But first of all, let's catch up with Matt Newsom. He's got an update from Rugby League, St Helens versus Castleford Tigers.
Yeah, it's taken 50 minutes, but finally we have some points on the board. St Helens lead Castleford Tigers by 2 points to 0. It wasn't a flowing try. It wasn't a spectacular dive at the corner. It was a penalty goal after a shoulder charge on Johnny Lomax. Lachlan Coote stepped up, booted it through, and under the circumstances, we'll take what we're given. Saints 2, Castleford 0.
Thanks, Matt. Right, Jack, let's talk Sebastian Vettel and Ferrari. Better day in the office? Just talk us through his race.
It was a solid day for Vettel, really. Started in 11th place outside the top 10, climbed up to finish 7th, which Ferrari are a midfield team this year, so that's about as much as he could have hoped. His teammate Charles Leclerc retired. Vettel, as Jolyon mentioned a moment ago, made the one-stop work, held on to that 7th spot. He was running as high as 5th at one stage in the Grand Prix, but that was never going to last. I think 6th was a bit of a stretch as well. So it was good from Vettel. It's difficult to quantify when you're in the midfield exactly how well people are doing, but Vettel would have he was ahead of his teammate when his teammate retired. He was 2/10 slower than Leclerc in qualifying, scored some points in the race. For me, it's about as much as Sebastian Vettel is getting out of that Grand Prix with the car they had. So we're giving him a lot of criticism over the last couple of years. Not a lot, but, you know, some deserved stuff. But today, yeah, I don't see him getting much more out of it than that, to be honest.
Let's listen to Sebastian Vettel speaking after the race.
Sebastian, we heard you on the radio there with that call in the end, but you managed to make that one-stop work. You said on the radio you were going to try. Is that a positive to take out of today? Because you had to work really hard for that position in the end.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's quite simple, you know. We didn't have anything to lose. We were P11, and I think we were trying to offset till the end of the race. So obviously we were catching the cars in front, and they pitted for their second stop. But I was not in a rush to catch them and managing the tires. Then I was told to push, which I did, and then I was told to make it to the end, or asked if I can make it to the end. And then I said, well, you could have asked that 3 laps before, because I asked a couple of times what's the target, how long we want to go, so that I can look after my tires. But yeah, I said we try to make it. The last 5 laps were really, really difficult. Obviously, it helped that we got lapped, to be honest. Not always the case, but today it was. I think obviously we took that risk because we had nothing to lose, and it did pay off. But it wasn't the plan before the race to do close to 40 laps on the soft tire.
Can you look at this weekend as a more positive weekend than previous weekends? Are you feeling more positive, or has anything changed?
Mixed, to be honest. It's still up and down, and some sessions feel better than others. The first stint was quite poor. The second stint I felt much more in control of the car. So still, I think some work to do on my side.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Igor?
So whilst it was a fairly positive weekend for Vettel in terms of what he managed to get out of that race, there's still so much tension between him and the team, Jolyon.
Great drive from Vettel, really good. But what I find interesting, he's calling his own strategy. And I've got a real bee in my bonnet about strategy today because we've seen so many poor strategies.
Here we go.
And Ferrari, it seemed like they didn't know what they wanted to do. And Vettel was basically calling it from the cockpit, which, by the way, was the same as what he was trying to do last week, only they overrode him to do an awful strategy. The one good race Vettel's had before this one this year, Vettel's called the strategy once again from the cockpit in Hungary, where they've butchered Charles Leclerc's race by putting him on the wrong tyre.
This isn't a new thing for Ferrari, though, is it? When you think back to last year, you remember Leclerc saying, I need to be more forceful with strategy on the radio, like Vettel is, so I don't get, messed over, like, was it Singapore last year?
Yeah, that was undercut gate, wasn't it? But it's just relentlessly poor strategies, and Leclerc saying that is more like, I have to call the strategies myself, more like Sebastian is, so we don't have our strategist that's paid a lot of money calling our strategies. Why are the drivers calling the strategies? They shouldn't. It should be done in cahoots with the drivers, particularly when you're doing trying to do a one stop. It should be how are the tyres? Yes, they're fine, I'll try and go, but it shouldn't be the drivers in the cockpit saying, let's not pit, let's keep doing this. What do you want me to do? There's really poor instruction, and full credit to Sebastian today for going for a one-stop, for thinking ahead in the race, not taking too much out of his tyres. But then he said it. He said then he was told to push really hard, so he did, and then they were like, actually, no, we'll try and do one stop again. And it was all just a bit the right strategy in the end, but only because the driver called it, which shouldn't be the case.
How was it when you were at Renault? Did you have good strategists at Renault? Surely you must have had times where you were like, what are these guys doing? Why do they want me to pit? Why don't they want me to pit? Or
yeah, all the time.
And so then you were like, no, I'm going to do this, or no, I'm going to do that. So it's common across Formula One.
So many times you'd come in, and some races, when they're routine, it makes sense. When it's like, you need to undercut, or you need to overcut, or you're racing one guy, and this is how you do. You wait till he pits and you pit. And we can all call that strategy. It's not rocket science. But sometimes you're out there and you're driving around and you're like, where is this going? And Verstappen, to be fair, had it a little bit early on where he didn't know where it was going. But actually, the Verstappen strategy was pretty strong, to be honest. They stayed out when he could, then they pitted at the right times, and it was enough for second place. So we'll call that one a good strategy. But
even Hamilton had it. It didn't affect his race, but Mercedes wanted to put him on softs, and he was like, no, I'm not doing that.
It happens frequently, and Toto Wolff was saying at the end that Valtteri didn't catch Verstappen because he was on the softs, because Mercedes put him on the softs, whereas Hamilton came over the radio and said, no, I don't want that tyre, and again called his strategy himself. Now, when you're at the wheel of the car, you do need to give tyre feedback, because the engineers, the strategists and the engineers, they can't tell how the tyres are feeling on the car. So this is the important part of the driver, to relay this information. And in terms of what tyre you want to go to, that can be a driver preference as well. So that part's fine. But in terms of trying to go for a one-stop or a two-stop, or switching to a hard tyre early on in the race for a short 20-lap burst, these are the sort of things that don't make any sense, really. And I would love to know what the aim was for them.
Seems to be a lot of bad blood in that team between Sebastian Vettel and Ferrari, and the bosses there as well, rumbling around in the background and trying to find a quote from Binotto at the moment, who's the team principal. So I'll continue searching, but whilst I search, let's cross back over to Matt Newsom. More news from the Rugby League and St Helens and Castleford Tigers.
Yes, St Helens have doubled their lead, 4-0 from the tee. Both scores coming from that tee. Lachlan Coote kicking another penalty goal. It's a bit of an attritional one, this one. Saints ticking over the scoreboard gently. It's Saints 4, Castleford 0.
OK, let's go across to Livingston versus Rangers at the Tony Macaroni Arena, and Roddy Forsyth.
4 minutes into the second half and Rangers are still in quarantine. Nothing to do with COVID-19. It's isolation imposed by the yellow jerseys of Livingston, dropping right back into their own penalty area, denying Rangers space. It's the pattern we saw in the first half. Rangers, remember, bidding to go points clear in the Premiership table, but at the moment being utterly frustrated. Livingston 0, Rangers 0.
Thank you very much. Utterly frustrated is probably Sebastian Vettel and how he feels about Ferrari right now. But don't worry, he's leaving at the end of the season, so he won't have to worry about it anymore. We need to talk a little bit about his teammates as well, because, Jolyon, it was a bizarre incident that led to him being the only person to not finish the race.
Yeah, what was the actual initial problem? The engine turned off, basically, had a power shutdown.
After going over the curbs, they suggested that sort of banged the electricals off.
And then he managed to fire it up again. But then the main problem for him was that it undone his seatbelts when he was stranded at the exit of the final chicane. Then he managed to drive a lap back to the pits with the seatbelts undone and came back in, and the team then didn't send him back out into the Grand Prix. But to be honest, Leclerc was so far out of the race by then, having been stationary for about a minute, that it didn't really matter. But yeah, driving a lap with seatbelts undone in Formula One seems like the most dangerous thing you could possibly do.
Does it? Does it actually seem that dangerous? Because you're so snugly fit into
Jenny.
that
but with the
I'm just
seatbelts.
asking.
You can't drive on it in a 30 and a 30 in your road car without your seatbelt on, let alone doing 150 mile an hour with 19 racing cars going wheel to wheel either side of you. Barriers not all that far away at times as well. I'm sure Leclerc came back as steadily as he could, but you're still on a live racetrack in the middle of a Grand Prix. There's no safety car. It's a really sketchy thing. Things can break on the cars. You never know what can pitch you into the wall. If you're not wearing seatbelts, you are strapped in, but it's not going to stop you impaling yourself on the steering wheel.
Yeah, like there's been a lot of, without wanting to get too dark about it, but it's the cause of a lot of deaths and injuries in motorsports is when seatbelts don't work or fail or aren't strapped in properly. It's the most serious part of I would rather drive back a lap with no helmet on than with my seatbelts not on. It's a 50-50
You'd want
one.
some goggles at least, though, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I'd have to
You'd
squint
be a bit squinty, yeah.
But overall, I think that would be better. But what I don't quite understand is he was before pit entry, was he not? When he was facing backwards at the penultimate corner. So why he couldn't just drive over into the pits, or whether he then thought, oh, I've got it fired up again, let's go, and then is like, oh dear, forgot I undid my seatbelts.
Yeah.
I don't know, because he could have just gone straight across to the pits fairly straightforwardly.
Yeah, that's what it seemed. He was basically stopped in the perfect place to get back to the pits, but he must have momentarily forgotten, driven past the pits, and then thought he hasn't done his seatbelts up. So, and the FIA and Formula One do good work in improving safety. Charles Leclerc himself was helped by having the halo on the car, which was introduced a couple of years ago, when he had Fernando Alonso's McLaren at the time launching into it at the start of the Belgian Grand Prix. But to then, with all these safety improvements, do a lap, the first lap that I know of a Formula One car without a seatbelt on since the 70s. I mean, it's just not clever at all. No.
Yeah, strange one. Very strange. We don't actually know how undone his seatbelt is. It's not like a normal seatbelt in a normal car, as you don't just click it into one point. It's got several fixings. Is that right, Jolyon?
It's a 6-point harness, but trust me, there's a 6-point harness for a reason.
Yeah, exactly.
The lap strap will not suffice.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Right, Sebastian Vettel chat over. Leclerc's chat over. Hamilton leads the championship with 132 points, and Mercedes lead the Constructors' Championship on 221 points, but there's a feisty battle behind Red Bull, with Racing Point, McLaren and Ferrari separated by 1 point each, so 63, 62 and 61. There is life in this championship, yet Jack Nicholls, who was your driver of the day, please?
My driver of the day, I think, is going to be... I think it's going to be Vettel, you know? I think it is going to be Vettel overall. And Hamilton did a really strong drive, but I think Vettel was the sort of... Vettel outperformed where he started today. Hamilton first to the win, no matter how great that is, it's kind of what you expect of him. Whereas Vettel, with a difficult season so far, couple of tenths off Leclerc in quali, was a step forward, and to finish 7th and hold off the Red Bull of Alex Albon. But that interview where he says, "Oh, you know, thank goodness we were lapped, because that really helped us." I mean, what a difference to last year.
You've UE'd from your Daniel Ricciardo driver of the day.
Yeah, on air during the race commentary, I went for Daniel Ricciardo. And I still don't think he did badly in that Renault. I think he still finished a long way clear of his teammate Esteban Ocon. They were on the same strategy. So I still think Ricciardo had a solid enough race in the car that is the slowest in the midfield. But fine point taken.
Solid, not outstanding, I feel.
Exactly.
For me. Sorry, but...
That was a Charles Leclerc debut in P15 in Melbourne, wasn't it? A memorable prediction, or memorable driver of the day.
Jolien. Come on. You've already kind of said who your driver of the day is, but confirm it.
Hamilton's in the conversation, but I'm also... look, Carlos Sainz, stand out from him as well. Really impressed with Sainz today. McLaren actually ended up doing a good strategy with their two-stop, and Sainz finished 6th in his home race. So mentions for Sainz, mentions for Hamilton, but I would also give it to Vettel, just because he's had a really tough time of it recently, and he's bounced back with some good points, and he's just fighting Ferrari quite hard on the strategy. Binotto just doesn't seem to have any faith in him, and he's still bickering about Vettel post-race, saying he's only annoyed because he's leaving the team. I give it to Vettel for a good drive in adversity.
Does anyone get the checker flag honorary honour? That we handed that out once about 4 races ago.
No,
but it was a special circumstance when Red Bull fixed Verstappen's car in 15 minutes on the grid.
So it's not going to be every race then. It's just for outstanding
special.
I'm looking through the grid. I'm thinking outside the box. No strategists get it, that's for sure.
In case you were interested in who I thought should be our driver of the day, I'm going to give it to Lance Stroll. I was pretty impressed by him today. Thought he did a good job overtaking, got feisty, got elbows out, and managed to get 4th place. So for me, never said it before, Lance Stroll gets my driver of the day. There we go. Right, onwards and upwards. Spa, Monza, Mugello. Those are the next 3 races back to back to back. We get 1 week off, and then it's all the action again, Steve. And I know you can't wait for another 3 races, a triple header, to get stuck into.
Absolutely. I'm sure that's how everybody feels. Last 3 weeks have been absolutely brilliant. Jack, Jolie and Jenny, thank you very much. Belgium, Spa then, a fortnight from today will be the next race in that Formula One machine as it moves around Europe. A couple of other stories for you. World number 2, Simona Halep, has won her first title since coronavirus lockdown. She's done that at the Prague Open with a straight sets win over Elise Mertens. American Stacey Lewis has won the Ladies Scottish Open in North Berwick after a 4-way playoff. And Frankie Dettori won the big race of the day at Deauville in France on the unbeaten Palace Pier. But Dettori will miss this week's Ebor Festival at York because he now has to quarantine for 14 days. In Super League, it is still St Helens 4, Castleford Tigers 0. And in the Scottish Premiership, it's still Livingston 0, Rangers 0. Both of those games into the second half. We'll let you know if anything changes with them. Later on tonight, we have full commentary of Manchester United versus Sevilla in the Europa League. So we're almost 6 hours in on 5 Live Sport. We've got just under another 5 to go, because at 6 o'clock we'll bring you 5 Live Boxing, a special with Evander Holyfield looking back on his rivalry with Mike Tyson, ear bite and all. Then Mark Chapman is back at 7 to begin the build-up to the big one in Cologne. Your commentary team are Alistair Bruce Ball and Stephen Warnock. Good afternoon, guys.
Hey, Steve. Good afternoon.
85058 at 5 Live Sport is the way to get in touch with us. I've just been reading, Ali, messages from Manchester United fans about the game. And one of the phrases that's been used is the semi-final curse, in inverted commas, because they've lost 2 this season. And it made me think, like, if 2 becomes 3, does that, for want of a better phrase, become a thing?
I mean, I think the thing, Steve, could possibly be dependent on performance. I was listening to your preview of the semi-final tonight in the last hour of the show, and Andy Mitten was talking about kind of the performances in that first leg of the League Cup semi-final against Manchester City, where they effectively, lost that tie in the first leg, and then in the FA Cup semi-final against Chelsea, considering the brilliant unbeaten run they've been on, they didn't quite get it right that day on the big occasion. So I think to call it a curse would be a little bit strong, but then you look at the history of Manchester United, and they've never lost 3 semi-finals in a season before. If you play for Manchester United, it's not really about reaching semi-finals. It's about getting to finals and winning the trophies. And yes, they are obviously not as strong and as powerful as they once were, but they've been, really, really good in the last 6 months in particular under Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. So I think curse is a little strong, but it will be a big blow. It'll be a big blow if they lose to Sevilla, who are going to be very tough opponents.
David has said on 85058, I really hope we break our semi-final curse. His words, not mine. Ben says, I'm quite worried about tonight because Sevilla are tactically very, very good. Lloyd says, we're progressing, we're improving. That's what matters to me. Hopefully we'll make the final. I suppose that's the thing, Stephen. Like Ali just said, there's been a big improvement. The best possible thing now would be for Ole Gunnar Solskjaer to have a trophy to point to as kind of the symbol of that improvement.
Yeah, I think it is. And I think it is when you're trying to attract players as well, is that the manager's got that winning mentality. He knows how to get a trophy over the line. You look at Mikel Arteta at Arsenal, and I think that was a huge thing for him, trying to attract players that there's different times ahead under his stewardship. And I think that's definitely the way that Ole Gunnar Solskjaer will be looking, and certainly players who are looking to join Manchester United will be looking as well.
It's that thing of a trophy. I mean, I know some people have previously been down on the Europa League, Ali, but a trophy of that nature, I think it does make a difference to players, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think it does, Steve. And I think it's... I do think it's a big competition, and it's one that, you know, we've said this before this season, that in England we occasionally get quite sniffy about, and then it gets to the latter stages in games like this, and the quality of the teams that you meet, because a few of them will have dropped out of the Champions League as well, and we all get very excited about it. And again, I would just go back to the point of playing for Manchester United. You know, if you look at their sort of trophy cabinet, and I don't know if Stephen has seen this stat in the build up to the game, but in terms of major honours, Manchester United at the moment stand on 45, and Liverpool are on 48, and that's important to fans, isn't it? If Manchester United can win the Europa League and take that to 46, that's a big deal.
It is a big deal, but it's for me, it's not a small trophy. I think it's big. I'd love to win a Europa League. I'd love to walk away with that title, that trophy. You think back to when they won it under Jose Mourinho. You think of that night and you see the players celebrating. Tell me now that didn't mean a big deal to those players.
And I think also, Steve, with this is actually for all of the teams left in this competition, but I'm just particularly looking at it from Manchester United's point of view, there's no pressure in terms of the Champions League place on this. They are already in the Champions League next season, so this is purely about the glory and about the trophy now. And I think that in a funny way sort of takes the pressure off a little bit. And no, Stephen?
See, I'd go the other way.
Would you?
I think United play better with the pressure on them. And when they've got that pressure on, that drive to succeed, it's almost like they can take their eye off it, because it doesn't matter so much, because, like you say, they're already in the Champions League spots and they know they've got that. So if they do go out, yes, it's very disappointing, but I think that edge that keeps you going, I think that drove them on even more.
It's definitely true of some of their opponents, though, including Sevilla, I think. Sevilla have obviously got this fantastic history with the competition. They've won it 5 times in 14 years, and they, like you were saying, Ali, have qualified for the Champions League. Anyway, they love the tournament. There isn't the pressure to win it that there probably is on Manchester United, pretty much because they're Manchester United.
Yeah, I think the expectation is more on Manchester United, but actually going back to the start of our conversation, Steve, and the importance of winning a trophy for Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, you know, to put that first one on the board for Manchester United, it can often lead to the next one. That's exactly what's happened with Sevilla, isn't it? Particularly in this competition, when they've played in the Champions League, I think the best they've done is quarterfinals, when actually they knocked Manchester United out a couple of seasons ago in the last 16 and went on to lose to Bayern Munich. But in this competition, they turn up, they feel completely at home, they go out expecting to win, and actually, funny enough, kind of the pressure on them in a way is to defend that proud record, in the fact that every time they've reached the quarterfinals of this competition, they've gone on to win it. They won't want to lose that, but they are going to be a difficult team to beat tonight.
What follows, Stephen Warnock, is the sort of weekly attempts to talk about Bruno Fernandes without just saying the same stuff we say every week about how good he is, because it always comes down to Bruno Fernandes, because he has become their most important player. At the same time, there's no doubt that he maybe doesn't have the energy that he had when he first arrived. At some point, is he going to need somebody else to be the best player on the pitch?
I think Ole Gunnar Solskjaer is the reason they're looking at Jadon Sancho, is to give that rotation within the squad, to make sure that them play, well, him, especially Bruno Fernandes, and if Jadon Sancho comes into the squad, is when they're on the pitch, they're at 90 to 100%. fully fit and raring to go. I think we have seen Bruno Fernandes, his energy levels have dropped in recent weeks, but I'm not surprised at all, because I don't think the energy levels of most of the teams we've watched have been 100% because of how do you manage the situation over the lockdown. No one knew how to manage it and how far you were going to go in competitions and how long the season was going to carry on. So it's been a very difficult period, but looking long term into next season, he definitely needs competition for his place and someone who can rotate in that position.
Can you manage that as a teammate, Stephen? Is there a way for Bruno Fernandes's teammates to help him conserve as much energy as is humanly possible?
No, because of the way he plays. He's so instinctive in the way he reacts to things. It's natural for him to drop into positions, because what people, well, whether they notice or not, but one of the big things that I've noticed when I watch Bruno Fernandes is intelligence to see danger. He sees killer passes that are about to happen and incidents that are on the pitch, and his instinct tells him to go back into a defensive area. But what you often see is him saying to Rashford or Martial or Greenwood, stay in these positions, because if I win it now, you're in, and I know exactly where you are. He's so intelligent with his play that you don't want to take that out of his game. Again, he just needs help, and sometimes that needs to come from the manager as well, to bring him off a little bit earlier in a game, or maybe to have it takes a lot of bottle to do this towards the end of the season, but perhaps leave him on the bench and bring him on towards the end of the game when teams are really tiring, and you bring someone like that on. But I mean, you don't leave Bruno Fernandes on the bench.
The mirror image, if you like, Ali, for Sevilla is Ever Banega, and you'll have heard earlier Eduardo Alvarez said quite literally, if you stop him, you're halfway there.
Yeah, well, funny enough, Steve, I've just written down on my notes here ahead of the game, can Manchester United stop Banega? Can Sevilla stop Bruno Fernandes? Because I know that is really boiling it down to absolute simplicity, but Sevilla know if they can put a clamp on Fernandes and can stop that supply line to that terrifying front three, then they're kind of halfway there. And it's exactly the same for Manchester United and Sevilla. You only had to look at the stats of the quarter-final game against Wolves, and actually just watching the game, the positions that Banega gets into to go and pick the ball up and get it moving. You know, he'll appear at left back, he'll appear at right midfield. He just goes all over the place. But like Fernandes, has that kind of killer eye for a pass, is you know, really in the twilight of his career. I mean, you know, this is his last season for Sevilla, and then off to Saudi Arabia to play his football. But he is the key man. If Manchester United can stop him this evening, they will go a long way to stopping Sevilla. And the same goes for Sevilla and Fernandes.
Ali, Stephen, thank you very much. The guys will be back with you. Full commentary. Build-up starts in earnest at 7 o'clock here on 5 Live Sport, and then the game kicks off at 8. The winners play either Inter Milan or Shakhtar Donetsk next Friday in the final of the Europa League in Cologne. Well, speaking of killer touches, Rangers, Roddy, could do with a killer touch, a killer pass, anything.
Well, they've taken off Hadji and Arfield, and they've given Kemar Roof and Barker displays to try and change the momentum here. Put quite simply, Gary Holt's game plan is working perfectly, and the game plan is get everybody behind the ball and frustrate Rangers, and that's why after the hour mark, midway through the second half, it's still Livingston 0, Rangers 0.
Last we heard in Super League, it was a very low-scoring game between St Helens and Castleford Tigers. Any change, Matt Newsom?
No, not at all, unfortunately. Still 4 points to 0. It's been one of those games that's been really absorbing, really gruelling and grinding, and at the moment, defence is on top. Castleford have had another try chalked off. Michael Shunton again chasing the ball, a kick through to the byline, the dead goal line, should I say, and unfortunately for him and Castleford, it was not given. So still Saints lead Castleford by 4-0, and there are only 6 minutes to play.
Cheers, Matt. 4 points today, 48 against Leeds Rhinos last week, but there you go. Right, we're going to finish for now on 5 Live Sport before we hand you over to the 5 Live boxing team with Jonathan Agnew back in Southampton. Paint us a picture, Jonathan.
Well, the sun is beating down. It's red hot. There's blue sky all around, and we've still got the covers on, of course. They haven't moved. They're still trying to get the water off. It's incredibly frustrating. I mean, it really is. I mean, where are we? 6 o'clock. They could have been playing up to 7:30 today to try and get some play. And you know, I reckon they could have played for an hour and a half here if they were really focused on getting things fit. The covers are come off earlier, if the water had come off the covers earlier, we might have had an hour and a half's cricket. And in the glorious sunshine, the game might have moved on a little bit. We're not, we're kind of writing it off really in terms of a result, unless somehow England are skittled in their first innings, and that gives Pakistan a bit of a chance. But it has been incredibly frustrating. It's been only 96 overs or so bowled in this whole match so far. And they've all been high octane. It's been box office cricket once again. But the weather has intervened, and we've had the issues of the bad light, and today the rather slow progress we thought in clearing up these sheets and so on. You can probably hear your leaf blower there blowing the water off the sheets. So that's still going on. It has rained a lot today, and again, I hate to criticise ground staff too much, but we've made this point a few times, haven't we? That if there were 15,000 people in here who had paid £70 each to come in, and therefore were getting a bit angry about things, I wonder if we would have had more play today and indeed yesterday than we had.
We don't need to sell your coverage tomorrow because it's Test Match Special and we love it. But when there can't be a result, how do you think Joe Root approaches that? Do you think you just get through the day, or is there something you can learn? Is there anything?
Well, from England's point of view, it's absolutely no slip-ups. It's as simple as that. They are 1-0 up in the series, and there are points that need to be proved. Zach Crawley could do with some runs. Joe Root himself could do with some runs. They could all do with some runs. What they don't want with the next Test match, the final Test match starting on Friday, is to be blown away and to give these young Pakistani fast bowlers in particular some confidence. And they'll come roaring in here on Friday. In a way, for Pakistan, tomorrow is a rather nice day because they're not going to win the match. I suppose I'd like it that they will, but they can get themselves in good shape for Friday. And if they get another pitch like this on Friday, and if the weather conditions are anything like similar, they are going to be a handful. There was a brutal 5 overs that England faced before the rain came down. It really was. Rory Burns got an absolute snorter that he nicked a second slip. Crawley and Sibley were hopping about all over the place. The ball was jagging here, there, and all over the place. So for Pakistan, in a way, tomorrow does bring more benefit than for England, maybe. England can only get it wrong, really, unless a couple of batsmen do get in and get big scores, which, again, having seen the pitch here, they'll have to play very well to have done that. But Pakistan could take some scalps with them to set themselves up well for the final test.
Just looking at my notes here, Jonathan, today we've discussed Space Invaders, table tennis, banjos, ukuleles,
yes.
and electric guitars. Are you going to finish with a jamming session tonight, do you think?
Well, we've been having a go already, actually. Henry Moran and I out on the balcony here. It's got a bit hot. We had to retire, actually. It got very, very hot and sweaty. Mama Cass, Kenny Rogers. Oh, we've been through the card, a bit of Dolly Parton. We've scared the players off. They've one by one have sort of come past and scurried off quickly for the rooms that are either above or below us, depending on which team they are. But, we're in the bubble. There's not a lot to do. I think it's quiz night tonight. And on we go.
This is not a reflection on your playing, but let's hope for some tomorrow.
I think everyone will be agreed with that.
Lovely, Jonathan. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Our correspondent, Jonathan Agnew there. And it's now St Helens 8, Castleford 0 in Super League, by the way, in the second half there. And still Livingston 0, Rangers 0, with about 18 minutes to go. Right, 5 Live Sports going to be back with you at 7 with Mark Chapman. He'll have all the build-up and then full commentary of Manchester United Sevilla in the Europa League semi-final. Next is 5 Live Boxing, a special programme in the company of the great Evander Holyfield. So they'll be with you after the news on 5 Live. Here's Stuart Clarkson.
On digital, BBC Sounds, smart speaker and online. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
2 bodies have been found by crews looking for 2 teenage brothers who went missing off the Lancashire coast last night. The discovery was made around a mile from the pier at Lytham St Anne's, where Mohammed and Ali Shabir from Dewsbury in West Yorkshire got into difficulty in the water. 4 young men have been killed when their car crashed into a house and caught fire in Wiltshire. Nobody inside the house at Derry Hill near Caen was injured. The exams regulator Ofqual is facing growing criticism after withdrawing the criteria for A-level appeals in England within hours of publishing them. Thousands of students are expected to challenge their official grades after 40% were lower than their teacher assessments. Labour's Shadow Education Minister Emma Hardy says the confusion means it'll be better to just accept teachers' predicted grades. The Conservative chair of the Commons Education Committee is Robert Halfon.
Ofqual has sown confusion amongst anxious pupils, students, teachers. It is just not the way to proceed. The appeal system is complex enough as it is, and we need a kind of Ronseal appeal system that is very simple and that is fair to all.
The Home Office says 65 migrants reached British shores yesterday on 5 different boats. 1,120 people have now crossed the Channel this way during August, a record for a single month. An overhaul of the government bodies tackling the spread of coronavirus is to be announced within days. It's understood the pandemic response work of Public Health England will be merged with NHS Test and Trace, creating a new body. A female endurance swimmer has completed her 35th crossing of the English Channel, beating the men's record. It took Chloe McArdle 10 hours 40 minutes to reach French shores after leaving Folkestone last night. She's been assured she doesn't need to go into quarantine, and she's now got another record in her sights.
I feel like my spiritual home is the English Channel, even though my residential address is Australia. Don't tell the Australians I say that. So my plan, if possible, to keep coming back here. The women's and / overall world record is 43 crossings of the English Channel. If the opportunity arose to give that a crack, I would love to do that. But for now, I'm just so happy to celebrate number 35.
And some restaurants and pubs are withdrawing from the Eat Out to Help Out scheme because of hostility towards staff. Under the scheme, the government pays half the bill on meals served from Monday to Wednesday throughout August. Some owners, though, say a surge in demand on these days has led to staff being shouted at and physical and mental stress.
Available now on BBC Sounds.
On the Ground. The peace of a troubled world and the hopes of an oppressed people now depend on you.
Investigating one of the most infamous friendly fire incidents of the Iraq War.
I heard the drone.
They're the only people that really know what happened.
If anyone's ever heard an A-10 fire before, you will know what that noise is.
He told me there's nobody north of here, no friendlies.
The A-10 is an amazing aircraft, but left to their own devices, they're dangerous.
It's 17 years, but this has stayed with them.
It's changed their lives forever.
We're in jail, dude.
On the Ground.
Listen now on BBC Sounds.
Costello and Bunce's greatest fights.
It's greatest fights time again on 5 Live Boxing with Costello and Bunce. Welcome to the show. And you'll remember earlier in the series how we focused on the first reign and the peak period in the career of Mike Tyson as world heavyweight champion. Well, we move on today to his second reign as champion, but with the focus this time on his opponent and Evander Holyfield, Steve, a man who sits comfortably among the all-time greats and who would have thrived in any era.
He'd been the cruiserweight world champion, Mike. He'd made the move and he hadn't avoided anybody. He'd been in a series of fights with Riddick Bowe, losing the world title, winning the world title back, losing it again. He knocked out Buster Douglas, the man that had knocked out Tyson. But more than that, this fight was 6 years in the dreaming, 6 years in the making, 6 years in the planning. I'll tell you what, it was more than anticipated.
And we'll be hearing from the great man himself, Evander Holyfield, very shortly to take us through the key rounds in the first of their 2 fights, the one that led to the infamous bite fight. But we're reviewing today the first contest back in November of 1996, staged at the MGM Grand Garden Arena for the WBA Heavyweight Championship of the World, and billed, Steve, as finally, because they should have met on a couple of occasions years earlier.
Not only should they have met, Mike, but it's my understanding that back, I think, in 1991, these fights were done. They were arranged. There were venues booked, site fees made, purses arranged, and then a variety of things happened. Mike Tyson, of course, went to prison, and whilst he was in prison, Evander Holyfield found a fantastic natural rival in Riddick Big Daddy Bowe. So the heavyweight division wasn't suffering. Sometimes people forget that. The heavyweight division was doing very well, thank you, without Mike Tyson. And Mike, I tell you what people do overlook, and doing a little bit of quick research for this, I'm going back to that night, Mike Tyson's fight before he has this fight with Holyfield, when he's defending the title that he'd won from Frank Bruno. He then drops that title that night, but the simultaneous of getting rid of the WBC belt and just keeping the WBA belt, at the post-fight press conference for Bruce Seldon and Mike Tyson, there was no post-fight press conference, because when we sat down, Mike Tyson was sitting with Don King at 12 o'clock at night inside the MGM, and suddenly it was lights, camera, action, and in walked Evander Holyfield, and then a drape fell down advertising their fight. And I remember the gasps from all of us sitting there, because You know the stats, Mike. He'd lost 3 of his last 7 fights. He shouldn't and couldn't be surely anywhere near Tyson. That was the thinking.
Well, we'll be hearing very shortly from Evander Holyfield to take us through, as I say, the first of his 2 fights against Mike Tyson from November 1996, later voted Fight of the Year by The Ring magazine. And Steve, I remember also talking to you earlier that year, 1996, at the Atlanta Olympics. In Atlanta, Evander Holyfield's hometown. He'd just signed, as you say, to fight Mike Tyson. And the feeling was, why and how has he signed to fight Mike Tyson? Even a Mike Tyson who might not have been as demonic as the one that we featured earlier in the series, the man who beat Michael Spinks in 91 seconds. But in 4 fights during his comeback across barely 12 or 15 months, he had displayed that same kind of venomous hitting. In 4 fights, he'd barely gone 8 rounds, as he said himself, 8 rounds, and earned $80 million. And there was genuine fear for Evander Holyfield.
Mike, I'll read you a Don King quote, shall I? Now, this comes from Don King had a conversation with Manny Stewart, the great inventor of the Kronk Gym, the creator of the style, and a great man. And Manny Stewart approaches Don King. I think it's the night of the Bruce Seldon fight in the September of that year. He approaches Don and he says, "Look, Don, Evander's all wrong for Mike. He's all wrong for Mike." King laughs at him. He says, Losing to Evander? Are you crazy?" This is a direct quote. "Are you crazy? We can hardly get Evander a license to fight in Nevada, and we're all worried about Mike killing him." Now, I am telling you, that wasn't hype. That was the feeling that night. And if you remember rightly, Mike, the Nevada Commission bought into that fear by insisting that Holyfield went for a full visit to the Mayo Clinic, where he had an absolute head-to-toe medical to see if he was physically fit, if he was healthy enough to get in the ring for what everybody, the bookies included, thought was a slaughter.
They sure did, Steve. The odds opened with Evander Holyfield quoted at 25-1. We talk about the greatest shock of all time, Buster Douglas beating Mike Tyson, quoted at 42-1. Well, when you consider what Evander Holyfield had done, not only in the heavyweight division, but previously in the cruiserweight division, and then you consider how he was quoted at odds of 25-1, although as the fight grew closer, on fight night, he was offered at only 5-1. So the likes of Emmanuel Stewart and those sort of claims had started to seep in. And those who had believed in Evander Holyfield were starting to have their voices heard. But in keeping with the regular format of the show, for those of you who like to watch along as well as listen along, we'll be covering tonight rounds 1, 5, 6 and 7, and then 10 and 11. And we'll give you the relevant warnings and markers as to when to spool on. And we'll be hearing very shortly from Evander himself. But Steve, just to set up who the 2 men were at the time, and I've given a brief synopsis of where Mike Tyson was, spent 3 years in prison from 1992 to 95 for a rape conviction, came out, won 4 fights in a row, had regained the title earlier that year, 1996, by beating Britain's Frank Bruno in 3 rounds. Then he defended against Bruce Seldon, or won another one of the titles against Bruce Seldon, and then it was up against Evander Holyfield. And Holyfield, who'd been undisputed world cruiserweight champion, as well as moving up and making a noise in the heavyweight division with great fights against Riddick Bowe. And strangely for me, Steve, looking at some of the facts and figures around the fight and the tail of the tape, here was the man who was making his way up from the cruiserweight division, as it was, some time ago, but he was the taller man, and he was also the man with the longer reach, which we'll hear as the fight progresses was to be significant.
What you're trying to say, Mike, is you're desperate to be an after-timer here and try and make out that really, if you'd have just studied it differently, you had an inkling it would be the other way around. Let me just put you at ease and to let you know you're not on your own. 40 members of the press were asked during fight week who they thought would win, and only one man, Ron Borges of the Boston Globe, picked Holyfield, and he was derided, treated like a fool all week. I'm sure people bought him a drink thinking there was something wrong with him. But Mike, here's the thing, and this is the aftertime, but it's the asterisk I'm going to introduce into this series. When we actually look at the 4 fights and the 4 men and the records and the state of those boxers' minds as they got in the ring with Tyson once he was released. We look at Pete McNeely. We look at Buster Mathis Jr. We look at Frank Bruno and the state he was in as he scrambled to the ring that day at the MGM. And then we look at Bruce Selsdon with pure fear in his face, jumping on the floor in the first round. When you actually analyse those, of course, it's easier once we know the result of the Holyfield and Tyson fight. But you look at those, Mike, and it's ridiculous. Then you look at Evander Holyfield's last 7 or so fights. Sure, he lost 3 of them, but he had 3 absolute, and I'm going to use the word barnstormers with Riddick Bowe. He won 1 on points, he lost 1 on points, and he lost 1 when he was stopped, having dropped Bowe like Bowe had been shot by an assassin. I was there that night. Bowe went down. I didn't think he was going to move for a day, let alone inside 10 seconds. Then there was 12 hard rounds with Michael Moorer. Then there was a really hard fight with a guy called Alex Stewart. Then there was a really hard fight with Ray Mercer. Then there was a bizarre final fight when Bobby Ches, a cruiserweight moving up to heavy, had quit after a few rounds with an injury of some description. But when you look at those, I'm sure he lost 3 of them. But Mike, those were good, hard fights against really good heavyweights. But still, we thought it would be a massacre. What did you think going in? Hand on heart, tell me what you thought before that first bell sounded.
As I said to you, Steve, when I was at the Atlanta Olympics watching the likes of Floyd Mayweather making his way through, in his case, to the semi-finals, I saw him one day wandering around the ringside area, Holyfield, around the time that he had officially signed to fight Mike Tyson. He was coming off a very mediocre performance against Bobby Ches, another former cruiserweight, and I feared for him, and I really did. And even though during the build-up to the fight, as we got closer, I was reading what the likes of Emmanuel Stewart were saying, but I still thought that it was going to be Mike Tyson's night. I thought that there was a semblance of the old Mike Tyson still remaining.
Well, there definitely was a semblance of the old Mike Tyson, but there were also signs which we chose to ignore. The signs that we should have learned and never forgotten after the chaos in Tokyo against Buster Douglas. The Mike Tyson who wasn't engaging with his coaches, who was vanishing from sparring sessions, only sparring and training when he wanted to train and when he wanted to spar, when everybody around him was really just playing lip service. They were just there, even in the corner in the fight, and we'll get this when we watch it. There's no urgency. It's almost like, even when he's trailing and hurt or stunned or cut, it's almost like they're talking to him and asking him, would it be okay, Mike, if you maybe tried an uppercut in this round? Mike, would it be okay? I don't want to upset you, but could you throw a jab in this round? You've heard them. You want to, if you had hair like I don't, you'd want to pull your hair out. They offered him nothing in that corner. They offered him nothing at all. No help, no salvation, and no solutions.
Well, we'll move on to the action very shortly, Steve, but I'm delighted to say that we are joined now from the United States by the man who created one of heavyweight boxing's biggest upsets in the history of the sport that night at the MGM Grand Garden Arena in Las Vegas. Evander Holyfield, it's great to have you with us. Thanks for joining us.
How you doing?
Yeah, how are you doing?
I'm doing great.
So, Evander, we've just been setting up the fight there with some facts and figures, but you take us back to that night in November 1996. What was your relationship with Mike Tyson in terms of boxing history? Because you were 4 years older, you were in Olympic Games beyond him. But what was the background? How much had you come across each other in boxing, whether amateur or pros?
We were both on the losing squad trying to make the Olympic team. I made the Olympic team, he didn't. We in the Golden Glove tournament together. We both won the National Golden Glove in the United States, and I made the Pan American team. He didn't. I came world champion in '86. He became the world champion later on that year. And like that, and I guess, when it first started, we both was happy. He was the heavyweight champion of the world. I was a cruiserweight champion of the world. And got his second belt. I fought and got my second belt. He became the undisputed heavyweight champion of the world. I came the undisputed cruiserweight champion of the world. And that's when I decided to move up and look to fight.
And going back there to what you knew of him as an amateur, we were talking earlier in building up the fight about how people actually feared for your safety and your health that night in November 1996. Did what you knew of him back in the amateur days help you to deal with any kind of fear or dealing with the monster reputation that he had?
Well, Mike was one of them guys that really studied, kind of try to fight like a pro, even when he was an amateur. He would dip and stuff like that, in which the rules are a little different. They tell you, hold up, you can't bend a person past somebody's waist. And so, because all the guys were way taller than Mike, had longer arms. And so, some of the moves that Mike Tyson made, they wouldn't let him do it. And so he had to kind of fight like an ordinary person. And so, of course, when he kind of give up his advantage when he fought that way. So he didn't make the Olympic team, but he was a reigning amateur world champion in the Golden Gloves. I knew he would be good. He was a big puncher then. And it was kind of surprising because he had just turned 17 and he was knocking guys out.
Evander, before you actually met, when you finally met, there'd been a couple of false starts. You were signed to fight in one fight, you were going to fight another time. What was your relationship like with Tyson then in 1991? And when he came out of prison in 1995, had he changed as a person? Could you speak civilly to him, or was it always antagonistic?
Well, no, Mike and I never argued about anything. It's just the fact that, people tend to, when they see Mike and they see me, and they kind of wanted that fight to take place. You got to understand, no time that I ever turned out Mike. When Mike went to jail, it's not like it was because of me. And when Mike didn't fight the first time we fought and said he broke his rib, it wasn't my fault. And all these times that the fight didn't happen, it's not like it was on something that I did wrong.
We're going to move on to the fight very shortly, Evander, but we want to get into the atmosphere and the real feel around the fight in the build-up. Tell me, as you were making your preparations for the fight and listening to all this noise about how you didn't have a chance on the night, given what you'd been through in your career, undisputed cruiserweight world champion, these massive Vegas nights against Riddick Bowe, how did this compare? Did this feel like the biggest fight of your career?
It was. It was. There was no doubt. It was. I truly believe that Mike made boxing bigger. I'm saying, after Ali, didn't nobody. They Larry Holmes was a good fighter, but he was a good fighter. He was the heavyweight champion of the world. A lot of people became the heavyweight champion of the world, but when Mike Starr became the heavyweight champion of the world, front page on everything all the time. It was he was excited and people liked him. People like winners, and Mike was the guy that they learned to like for who he was, not for what they wanted him to be. Bad boy and all, they liked everything about him. They kind of felt that that's a moderation of the fighter that they really liked.
Hey, we're going to wander back in time then, Evander, down the time tunnel to November the 9th, 1996, to the MGM Grand Garden Arena in Las Vegas. And given what people were saying, Evander, about your chances, and the bookmakers at the beginning had you at 25-1, even though those odds had narrowed by fight time, it was an amazing occasion and an incredible atmosphere, given that so many people thought it would be one-sided.
Well, yeah, but, that's opinion. My whole thing is that I had a good mother who was telling me never lose against a reputation. She said everybody become champion because they beat a champion. And the only way you're going to ever be champion, you're going to have to beat somebody who somebody thinks better than you. I took it that way, and every man got an opportunity to be the very best he can be, and the point of facing one another.
So we're watching the two of you now. The pre-fight formalities have been concluded. Evander, the referee Mitch Halpin in the centre of the ring, and the first bell rings, and Mike Tyson in the centre of the ring launches in with a right hand, and that catches you on the left-hand side of the jaw, Evander. So what was the impact of that punch that early on?
I was looking for him to throw the left hook, but he hit me with a right hand. and after that, people like. I like coming forward. I always like to come forward when and everybody thought that I was gonna run from Mike, you know, and I want him to know that I ain't going nowhere. And so, that was the whole big thing was that, and I felt that I had quicker hands than Mike. I felt that I had the reach, and I just got to hit him a couple times, because when you start hitting people, they start changing.
Evander, you're actually catching him with really good shots. It's not, you're not just touching him. Once he catches you with that right hand, you come back with your own right hand, and here we are, probably about 90 seconds in. It's already been one of the hardest fights of Mike Tyson's career. You've stood your ground.
Well, that's the whole art of the game is Mike even said himself. Mike said, everybody got a plan until they get hit. So, so Mike, the one that set that out, whoever, you'll see when a person get hit. Now, I'm one of them type of fighter. I got hit. I'm having a good time by some shot, but I can take it. The point of the matter is that Mike, the one that didn't get hit a lot, because people kind of timid when it came down to Mike. With me, I wasn't timid. I realized that he gonna hit me in, but I got the right to hit him back.
And you're opening up here, Evander, as we come to the final minute of this opening round. A couple of left hooks rain in, and we can see in the background some fans of yours already applauding. It was a very pro-Holyfield crowd on this night. And even in this first round, the second half of the first round, the fact that you're standing your ground, I think, it's sending a very important message to Tyson.
Well, the art of the game was to let him know that he chose the wrong person this time, because if he gonna get me, he gonna have to outwork me. And so, and that's just, it's ruling of the game. The guy that wanted the most, he got to show by how many punches he's gonna throw.
Now, Evander, at this point, you'd already been in with some good fighters at cruiserweight and some dangerous bangers, dangerous punchers at heavyweight. But how hard, how crisp, how dangerous were those Mike Tyson right hands and left hooks?
Well, the thing is that I had already made up my mind that I was going to get the last punch. That's because when he go back to the corner, I want him to think about how hard I hit him. I didn't want to go back, think about how hard he hit me. And so I knew that was part of the game plan, that, you got to push him. You got to push him. You got to beat him to the punch.
We're going to move on in a moment, Evander, to the start of round number 5. We've just concluded the first round. As far as rounds 2, 3 and 4 are concerned, it was interesting to see how important that you and your corner felt the jab was, Evander. Your corner were imploring you to do a lot of work off the jab.
Well, the jab is a punch that you got to use more, because, with the jab, this is how you set up everything else behind the jab. Either 1 or 2 or 3 jabs sometimes, but this is how you can pretty much judge your distance, because you know how good you hit them to the point that you need to step back or move up a little closer. And so, but what would happen, Mike would grab me when I get close. So I wasn't able to punch inside as much as I would have but when I got a little too close, he'll grab me.
So we're going to move on now, Evander Holyfield, to round number 5. And at the beginning of the round, there's another good, strong overhand right from Tyson that lands on the left-hand side of your jaw. But again, you react very positively. And at this stage, we're into round number 5 in a comeback that has barely been a year old for Mike Tyson. He hadn't gone beyond 3 rounds. How important a factor was that in your preparations?
Well, that didn't matter, because the fact of the matter, you have to be thinking kind of scared. You worried about how many rounds he gonna go and all this. My whole thing, I just know that 1 round at a time. I'm not thinking of whatever round. I know that, I wasn't going nowhere, and I knew is it 2, it's 2, is it 3, it's 3, but I knew he was dangerous. Because I have seen fights where that just when he'll surprise you. He'll throw a good right hand, a good left hand. He had power in both hands.
And you're using a lot of body shots, Evander, not excessively. Generally, when you're in close, and he seems incapable of stopping you from hitting him when you're close. I was surprised at that. Were you surprised at that?
Well, the thing is that Mike like hit people to the body, but Mike don't like getting hit to the body. And so I know that, things that people tend to do to their opponent, they don't like that for to happen to them as well. So Mike like to go to the body and hurt people, but Mike, when I started hitting Mike to the body, I knew it would slow him down every time I hit him to the body.
And we've just seen a clock showing us that there's half a round to go here, round number 5, Evander, and Mitch Halpin has just called a brief stoppage to take Tyson back to his corner to have some strapping removed from the cuff of his glove. And now the action resumes again. And there was a point in this round when Tyson threw a very clever right hand to the body, followed immediately by a right uppercut. It was a combination that he'd used before. How hurtful was that?
Well, it wasn't a solid shot, but he did catch me. But my head was going up anyway. As my head was down, but he because it was late, it touched my chin, but it didn't have no power on it because I was going that same way.
I mean, these exchanges here, I mean, he's catching you with what looks like full-blooded left hooks. You're catching him with full-blooded right hands. Was this a fight did you imagine that in round 5 you'd be standing in the middle of the ring and trading punches with this man? Was that, I know you had a plan, but was that part of the plan?
Well, no, the game plan was to hit him and not get hit. That was the game plan. Now, you pay that price when you get in there. And, so I got hit with some shots, but, it didn't bother me. So, you know what? I was, trying to see, was he showing kind of effects that I would hit him? I was hitting him some nice shots, but, until a person allow you to know what they feel. But at that point in time, he wasn't showing me. He was showing me that I hit him like it wasn't nothing. And, and so all I knew is that I just wanted to throw more punches where that, I kind of felt that if they get close, they're going to get the mic anyway.
On digital, BBC Sounds, smart speaker and online. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Good evening with the 5 Live headlines at 6:30. I'm Stuart Clarkson. 2 bodies have been found by crews looking for 2 teenage brothers who went missing off the Lancashire coast last night. The discovery was made around a mile from the pier at Lytham St Anne's, where Mohammed and Ali Shabir from Dewsbury in West Yorkshire had got into difficulty in the water. 4 young men have died after a car crashed into a house and caught fire in Wiltshire. Police say it happened on the A4 in Derry Hill near Caen at 3 o'clock this morning. Labour's Deputy Leader Angela Rayner has called on Boris Johnson to take personal responsibility for the way A-level results have been handled in England. Her comments come after a day of confusion over the appeals process for thousands of students who had their marks downgraded. The regulator Ofqual withdrew its guidance for challenging results within hours of publishing it last night. And the government has neither confirmed nor denied reports it's planning a shake-up of Public Health England. Sunday Telegraph today reports that the agency's pandemic response work is going to be merged with NHS Test and Trace into a new body called the Institute for Health Protection. That's the news on 5 Live. With the sports headlines tonight, here's Tom Busby.
Thank you, Stuart. Good evening. Manchester United manager Ole Gunnar Solskjaer has called for his big players to step up in tonight's Europa League semi-final against Sevilla. United are 2 games away from winning their first major trophy since 2016-2017, that, of course, the Europa League. Well, despite having lost in the semi-finals of both the EFL Cup and the FA Cup this season, Solskjaer feels his players will be ready mentally to progress.
Mentally, the boys will be ready because a semi-final, everyone would want to take part and join in. I just want them to enjoy it. We've been already twice now in the semi this season, and of course we're happy with going as far as we have, but we're not satisfied. We want to go one step further.
We'll have commentary in 5 Live Sport tonight. Kick-off at 8 o'clock and Mark Chapman will have all the build-up from 7. Now in Scotland, Rangers were held to a goalless draw at Livingston, watched by Roddy Forsyth.
Rangers blew the opportunity to establish an 8-point margin over Celtic or a clear points lead over Hibs at the top of the table when they failed to convert almost 80% of possession into anything more than 3 efforts on target, the best of which was a Barisic free kick clawed from below the crossbar by debutant Livingston keeper Max Stryjek on an afternoon of profound frustration for Steven Gerrard and his players.
Ronnie O'Sullivan stands on the brink of a 6th World Snooker Championship title this evening after dominating Kyron Wilson in the final. More now from our snooker reporter, Jamie Broughton.
Ronnie O'Sullivan is closing in on a 6th world title here and a place alongside Steve Davis and Ray Reardon in the pantheon of snooker legends. O'Sullivan resumed 10-7 up today against Kyron Wilson and is now 1 frame away from victory. Wilson took the opening frame of the session with a 73 break, but he wasn't able to continue that momentum as O'Sullivan hit back to dominate proceedings. They'll resume at 7:30 tonight with the Crucible legend ready to lift snooker's greatest prize and also collect £500,000 in prize money.
Lewis Hamilton dominated the Spanish Grand Prix to take his 4th victory in 6 races so far this year, finishing ahead of Red Bull's Max Verstappen with his Mercedes teammate Valtteri Bottas 3rd. Hamilton's win extends his World Championship lead to 37 points now over Verstappen, who himself is 6 ahead of Bottas. Wasps made a successful return to action after 5 months away with a deserved 4-try 34-21 bonus point win at Northampton Saints in the Gallagher Premiership. And in Super League tonight, Wigan versus Leeds is just getting underway. Matt Newsom is watching.
Yeah, this one is a meeting of 2 of the summer era's big hitters, and they're also 2 of the early pace setters in Super League. Wigan flying high at the top. They were disposed by Catalan Dragons and St Helens in their recent games, but they are a real threat. And Leeds Rhinos as well. They were, before the lockdown, one of the great sides in the competition. So this one promises to be great. It was a really close one between St Helens and Castleford. Saints coming out on top, 10 points to nil in that one. We're just about to get underway here at the TW Stadium.
Thank you, Matt. The second test between England and Pakistan is set to end in a draw after more rain meant that there was no play at all, or rather very little, an hour in fact, at the Ageas Bowl today on day 4. Play resumed at 11 this morning. England finally bowled Pakistan out for 236. Rory Burns was dismissed by the 4th ball of the day in England's reply. When the rain did come, they were on 7 for 1. And Simona Halep has won the Prague Open with a straight sets victory over Elise Mertens, while Stacey Lewis emerged victorious from a 4-way playoff to win the Ladies Scottish Open Golf at North Berwick.
Fall in love with devs this summer on BBC iPlayer.
It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen.
Find out what they're into.
Just sit, read code, take your time. You're gonna figure it out.
Enjoy some deep conversation.
Everything we do is predicated on the idea that we live in a physical universe.
And you never know where things will go.
Want to see dinosaurs, the formation of the solar system? You can.
Fall in love with devs. All episodes streaming now on BBC iPlayer.
Welcome back to The Greatest Fights with Costello and Bunce. This time we're going back to 1996 and we're with Evander Holyfield reliving the night that he stunned the world against Mike Tyson. We're watching replays of the action from the 5th round, Evander, and that particular combination that I mentioned. We've also been seeing you sat in the corner, a very composed corner. How does this feel to you almost a quarter of a century on, watching it back?
Well, the thing is that I actually think that's one of my smartest fights. I did the things that's necessary that kind of threw him off the game plan.
And this is the early part of the 6th round, and there's a point coming up when the referee separates you both and takes Tyson back to the corner on the far side of the ring and calls on the ringside doctor to have a look at the cut that's appeared above the left eye of Mike Tyson. We're just going to see that now. The referee calls a timeout, sends you back to a neutral corner, now walks Tyson over the far corner as we look on, and the ringside doctor, Flip Hermansky, comes on and dabs away at that cut on the left eye of Mike Tyson, and the referee decides that it's okay for Tyson to continue. Now, he was accusing you time and again, first fight and second fight, of using your head, Evander. So you tell us your side of the story.
Well, as you can see, that I'm glad that we watching and tell me when I'm headbutting. I don't lead with my head. I'm hitting him with a shot, and he actually really he pushing his head out there. And I'm a lot of fighters when you both going forward, your head sometimes your head kind of hit each other at some time. But I think we probably hit my head by 2 or 3 times. But he was kind of lean with his head a lot of times. And and so it as well could have been his head just as mine. Both of us going forward.
So we're moving towards the last minute, Evander, of round number 6, and this would prove to be a crucial round. At this time, the crowd are roaring, Holyfield, Holyfield. They've clearly been given some kind of inspiration by Tyson being cut. And here now we see this left hook to the chest, which knocks Tyson off balance, but over because of the power of it as well. How significant was that? What were you feeling at this time, Evander, as Tyson goes down onto his trunks?
So I kind of felt that, he was off balance, and I hit him. As he fell down, I got the point, I didn't think that he was hurt, So I wasn't going foolish and get in there and just go wild and get caught with one of them big shots. Now, I realized it was a check shot. I caught him in the chest, but he was off balance like that, and they, which I knew that was my round, but at that time I didn't feel that it was hurt.
And it's a strong finish to the round, Evander, as you push Tyson back onto the ropes on the left-hand side, and the blood is streaming from that left eye, and he's complaining to the referee. So these are all signs that you are truly getting on top now.
Yes.
Evander, even if you don't read too much into the knockdown, you're 6 rounds into a fight that people thought would only go 2 rounds and you'd get beaten. He's cut above the left eye. He's complaining to the referee about the cut. You've dropped him when he's off balance. I mean, without celebrating, you must have been fairly happy as you were sitting down at the end of that 6th round.
Well, not really, because the fight is not over. See, that's one thing that if you're a competitor, the fight is not over. You just ahead. That's it. And which don't mean nothing in boxing. You'll find out that as other people have won the fight. They have won 14 rounds of the fight and got hit with one punch by that Hercules Mike Weaver. He knocked Big John Tate out. So he's coming to let you know that what, only take one shot in boxing and you get the guy out. And Mike was known for them big shots. And so I realized that he was still in the game, and I wasn't gonna take it for granted. So whatever I need to do that was necessary, I was gonna do that.
So we've moved into round number 7, into the second half of the fight, Evander, and we see a lot of work here. Again, with you working with the left hand and using that reach advantage that you'd had, surprisingly to some people, because it was you who'd made the move up from the cruiserweight division. But I think there was also a sense in this round that the pace had slowed slightly. So how were you feeling at this stage in terms of exhaustion or what endurance and stamina levels you had left?
Well, the thing is that I felt that I was ahead, and I was only just going to do just a little bit as much as Mike, and so I was going to crowd him, because Mike wasn't going to swing at me when I come forward. He's only going to swing when I go backwards. So I wasn't going to go backwards. So I was going to let him go backwards like this, and so he was grabbing just as much as I would grab him. So so it kind of led me to that I punch when I want to punch, and because he was always trying to act like I was headbutting, and like this. So he complained to the referee a lot, like this. He was telling the referee that you keep headbutting like this, and I'm like, but my head would hurt just as bad as his. I just wasn't going to say nothing.
And Steve, we've moved into the last minute of round 7.
And this is a very important little bit here. This is the first sign that there's real distress. I think real fear, real worry, Evander, in Tyson's fight and his plan. When we get what's coming up in a second, I think a lot of people thought then this fight could be over soon.
Yeah, just over 20 seconds or so to go in this round number 7. And coming up, Evander, is the second of the head clashes. It was just there, and Tyson's legs almost buckled. He held on to your left arm to keep himself standing up. The referee again calls a timeout. Again, Tyson goes over to his own corner, far side of the ring. We can see clearly blood is coming from that left eye. And again, The referee, Mitch Halpin, calls for the assistance of the doctor, Flip Hermansky, who comes up once again and dabs away with the cotton gaze pad on the left eye.
Mike, did you see that? Tyson pulls away, Evander. Did you see that? He's having his eye dabbed and he pulls away like he's in pain. I've got to tell you, up close, those cuts, I'm not quite sure you called a doctor in for a cut like that so quickly, Evander.
Well, as you seen in that shot right there, Tyson led with his head.
Of course.
He led with his head, and it's kind of sad that didn't nobody never just say, you know what, you headbutted him on purpose. And now even when we hit head then, it hurt me, but I wasn't gonna act like it hurt me bad because I ain't wanted to do it again. So I act like okay, that's what you get for headbutting me because I knew he did that on purpose. Now watch this shot here, watch this. Now he hit me with his head.
Absolutely. Watching the slow motion replay, it's clear that Tyson comes forward with his head and that rams into your head. And one of the American commentators at the time, live on Showtime Championship Boxing, Evander, said that, or he asked the question, is Tyson trying to quit? Did you get that impression?
Well, the thing is that if he did, I was going to be happy about it, but the fact of the matter, he didn't quit. So, that's the only thing I don't know was he was trying to quit or not, but I know that, that as long as he was in there, he was dangerous because I realized that in boxing, that's all it takes, one shot. You have to focus the whole fight. The fight is never over to the referee jump in there and throw them hands up.
We're going to move on, Evander, now to round number 10. Rounds 8 and 9 were, again, good rounds for you. I mean, as you just described, you're doing just enough to outwork Mike Tyson, keeping on top coming into round number 10. And Don Turner in your corner says, you've got 3 more rounds, baby. It's only an amateur fight. So what's going through your mind at the time and your body?
Well, I knew I could get to 3. I'm like, but I realized I can't take that for granted. Because, I kind of feel that he going to come out there. They're going to have to tell him that you behind. And he going to turn up the fight. And, and I thought that these last 3 rounds, if I don't do well in these last 3 rounds, they probably don't get to me. So the hoping thing is that if you think like that, so you know that you cannot let him hit you. So the hoping thing is that I just figured, I was stronger. I could push him backward, get him off balance, and because I was always trying to push him back where I can have a little room, because I know eventually he's gonna jump. He gonna jump, and I'm gonna be able to catch with the shot.
Evander, I know that you'd spent an awful lot of time getting ready for this fight, and you were in fantastic condition, but were you feeling any fatigue? Were you tired at this point, or were you just concentrated on not getting hit and getting to the final bell?
Well, see, the thing is that I had to just keep reminding myself, you got to stay focused. You got to do your very best. You ain't worried about nothing else but being the very best that I could be and be able to take advantage of things that he do.
What about him, Evander? We've heard from other great fighters in this series that when you get to this stage of the fight, and then we're now into the second half of round number 10, you can sense also when your opponent is tiring, that you hear them breathing more heavily. What was the sense you were getting about Tyson at this stage?
Well, at this time, he wasn't throwing the big shots like he was. He wasn't trying to. He wasn't snapping these shots off. He was trying to hurt me. So I realized, and I said, you know what? I better not take this for granted. Because the fact of the matter is that eventually he tried to lull me to sleep.
And at this stage, is it in your mind that you might be working towards a points victory? Because here comes a left-right combination, which is absolutely crucial, crunching onto the jaw.
I knew I heard him then. I know that I had him. I was like, so now you see that now.
Another big right hand.
I just know that was it.
And as you punch away at the end of this round here, did you think the referee would step in before the bell sounded, Evander? It was so close to it being over at the end of the 10th there.
Well, yeah, but you know what? Which proves something to me that he can take shots. I would hit him with a clean shot. And but I knew that he was really hurt. He really hurt there then, and I realized that, I got to get him this round.
The right hand that sends him back is a fantastic shot. Without those ropes, he probably would have gone down.
Yeah, we're watching highlights of the best of the action in round 10, and that crunching single right hand after the beautiful left-right combination, and Tyson falls back towards the ropes, and you got the feeling that at any time the referee Mitch Halpern might have stepped in, but he gave Tyson the chance to recover. And as Evander says, Tyson was showing here terrific punch resilience, and in the end he was saved by the bell. So what's your thinking now? 11th round, Evander, you knew what state he was in at the end of the 10th.
I knew he was still hurt, and I knew that if he's still hurt, just get him to punch first. So I pushed him back, and as you see, I know he's still hurt, and so the whole big thing is just keep pushing him back. Is he gonna step up?
So you take up the commentary then, Evander, the last few moments.
And what he said, I caught him with that right hand, and you know what? It steps in there.
Referee Mitch Halpern steps in after a brilliant cluster of punches. And what's the feeling now as you're lifted aloft by your cornerman?
Well, I felt that I did it. I actually did it. That's the first fight that I ever fought that it kind of made me just not want to box no more. I did what I said because everybody, it was amazing. Everybody was telling me what Tyson gonna do to me, but that right there, that I actually felt like the heavyweight champion of the world. I've been the heavyweight champion of the world twice, but after this fight, I realized I really was the world champion.
And there's an expression on your face there, Evander, that says, "What's all the fuss about? I told you I was going to do this anyway."
Well, that's kind of acting. That's a part of acting.
You're exploding inside.
In other words, I wanted to beat him, but then I knew I was going to beat him. I was just hoping that I would, and I did. And not to jump up and not to boast about it, because the fact of the matter, I said I was going to do it, and I was hoping that I would. But that's what faith is really about, hoping you can do something that's going to be difficult.
And when you look back all these years later, Evander, at your career, is this the single greatest performance?
No. I think my next fight, when I fight with Michael Moore, the second fight with Michael Moore, I think that was the best for me, because I was fighting somebody who's a boxer, and he was left-handed, and I knew that Tyson gave me everything that's necessary to be very excited about this, because even my mother talked about Tyson. She said, son, you can't wish a good person away. They ain't going nowhere. You just got to suck it up and know that there's going to be a day when y'all going to fight, so you just got to be ready for it. And I was ready. I was just more ready for Tyson's fight. I was more ready for Tyson than any other fight I ever. Tyson's the one that I watched all his fights and all that conversation of how he thought about things and the way he did it, because I knew that was going to be a tough fight.
He says in his book, Evander, that he took the resentment into the rematch, the resentment around you not being warned by the referee for use of the head. Were you surprised, amazed, staggered by what he did in the third round when he bit you on each ear, or were you expecting some kind of foul?
Well, this prophet told me that he said, Mike gonna do something bad to you in this fight. He said, now, he gonna do it. You just got to keep your mind on the Lord. Now, that's the only way he can get you. He get you distracted. And so Mike throw elbows. And I don't see him throw elbows. He and he hit you with your shoulders. He do a lot of little sneaky stuff. I just thought that's just part of boxing, but that one thing when he bit me on the ear, I knew that wasn't, and I was really, 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 really upset. He almost got me because all I thought about is that I was going to bite him back, and I was going to bite him back right in the face. But since the prophet told me that this was going to happen, I told my corner guy his name Tim Hallmark. I told him, well, if this guy do this, remind me of what the prophet told me. And so all I was just thinking about, I was gonna bite him back. And my corner guy just kept saying, keep your mind on the Lord. Remember what he said. And, you know, I didn't want to remember because I wanted to bite him back and let him know that I'm mad too. And all of a sudden it came to my mind what my grandmama used to tell me. She said, you know, revenge is the Lord. They always catch the second person like this. And so I thought about it and I chose not to bite it like this. And like this. And I told Mike when one day me and he was in an interview together, and I told him, I said, you know what I was getting ready to do? I said, I get ready to bite you right down on the fat cheeks, man. He said, you were going to do that? I said, yeah. I said, but I said, it just came to my mind to what my grandmama used to always tell me, said, revenge is the Lord. They always catch the second person. Like that. So I said, it changed my whole life. I said, because boxing probably could have been over. The two best boxers biting each other.
That would have been some story, huh? Evander, afterwards, there was lots of discussion about whether it was Tyson in just an uncontrollable rage or it was Tyson looking for a way out. What's your theory?
Well, you know, the thing is that Mike is a very knowledgeable person. Mike is a lot smarter than a lot of people give him credit for. My thing, I think Mike knew he couldn't beat me. If Mike believed he could do something, he pretty much could do it. So it made it hard for you to win when you really don't believe that you can do it. And, you know, people with strong minds like that, people really believe themselves.
Do you think he got into the ring in the second fight with that in his mind, Evander, or did he realise that during the second fight? What's your gut feeling?
I think that they talked him into believing that he could. And because, you know, I heard some things that they said, you know what, you thought he man to have a bad heart. And so me and Mike as buddies, you know, we really like each other. And I heard somebody said that they told Mike, well, Mike, you just, reason why you ain't really put all that pressure on him because you think he had a bad heart. That's how they got him to fight the second guy. Now you know that he ain't got a bad heart. Now you can kill him. It's sad that people got to feed you like that, you know. My whole thing is that I like winning. I want to win regardless of whoever I'm facing. Even with my kids, when they were young, they think they're going to let them outrun me. And one of my sons, he had, I think he was about 13 years old, he finally beat me running. And he called his mom and said, I beat Daddy and running. And I was like, and that when I came to myself, I said, I'm not giving you a head start no more. So I'm very competitive, and you know, but I would not cheat. If it don't have winning in it, then I don't really want to do it.
I'm going to finish, Evander, by going back to very close to where we started and talking about the fights that could have happened but didn't in 1990 and 1991. In his autobiography, Mike Tyson says that he would have knocked you out back then, and you know that.
As obviously I didn't know that, because I know he was going to knock me out in 81. I would have never fought him in 86.
The perfect answer.
Oh, Evander, it's been a pleasure talking to you and watching the fight over again. One of the great highlights of the heavyweight division of the last 30 years. Thank you so much for joining us.
Evander, thank you.
All right, then. Thank you.
Steve, we said it after Sugar Ray Leonard had watched the fight against Tommy Hearns back again, that we were privileged to be in his company. Likewise with Evander Holyfield, and very typical of Holyfield and his kind of personality, that he should pick out another fight, in his case against Michael Moorer, as his best performance, although accepting this was the fight that really made him known to the wider world of sport.
I saw both the Moorer fights. He lost the first one and he suffered some sort of minor heart ailment. and then he won the second one in style, and that was a flawless performance. But I would argue that what we saw there, I'm not going to argue against Evander's own judgment, but I would argue that what we saw there was flawless. Some of that was brilliant. Some of the rounds that we didn't go through, Mike, when he was just boxing and he calmed it down, it was unbelievable the way he controlled Tyson in some of those rounds, just comfortably. That was a joy, what we've just done there, and people watching those 6 rounds will love it.
And it was astonishing, Steve, how he said very early on, I mean, the first punch of the fight, the first solid punch of the fight was a big overhand right from Mike Tyson. And he casually, we could almost see him here on this conference call shrugging his shoulders as if to say, well, when you get hit, you show the man that you're not hurt and you force him back. And almost immediately he forced Tyson back onto the ropes. But I think that night, Steve, with Tyson being beaten in the manner that he was a severe puncturing of his aura, because yes, he'd been beaten once before by Buster Douglas back in 1990, but there was a feeling around that fight that there was such mayhem in his life outside the ring that there were maybe not even excuses but reasons for his defeat. This time around it was a proper defeat, and that monster of Mike Tyson was defeated, and that kind of aura was never to surround him again.
I would agree completely. I totally and utterly agree, and I wrote that at the time. However, Mike, when they did come to the rematch, the bookies once again installed Tyson as the favourite, and people seemed to overlook what they'd seen on that November night at the MGM.
But still, there were many more questions than there had been previously, Steve. Because of
there had to be more. There had to be more questions, but there shouldn't have been any. There shouldn't have been anything. It should have just been what happened in Tokyo. There might have been one or two circumstances, but it wasn't a fluke. And what happened at the MGM in November 1996? There might have been one or two circumstances. As I said at the top of the show, he hadn't been training correctly. Forget all that. That wasn't a fluke. But there were still people inside the boxing business holding on to the monster. The monster hadn't left, Mike, I assure you. When those pieces of Evander Holyfield's ear fell on the canvas and Mills Lane had to pick them up, the monster appeared for the very last time. That I'm convinced of.
And we shouldn't forget, on that momentous night in November 1996 in the first fight, that Evander Holyfield, when the contest was first signed, was quoted by bookmakers at odds of 25-1. Another stunning upset, and it was nothing short of a privilege to be taken through that night in Las Vegas. Another one to remember in our Greatest Fight series. Do join us again for the next one with 5 Live Boxing with Costello and Bunce.
Digital, BBC Sounds, smart speaker and online.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
With the BBC News on 5 Live at 7 o'clock, I'm Stuart Clarkson. Good evening. Labour's deputy leader says Boris Johnson needs to take personal responsibility for the row over A-level results within 24 hours. Angela Rayner's comments come on a day of confusion over the appeals process in England for thousands of students who had their teacher assessments downgraded. The regulator Ofqual withdrew its guidance for challenging results within hours of publishing it.
It is completely and utterly shameful that the government have done what they've done. They've devastated the lives of young people with what's happened, where some have had their life chances literally pulled from under their feet through no fault of their own. And it's about time that Boris Johnson takes personal responsibility for this and stops making it up as he goes along.
Search teams looking for 2 missing brothers off the Lancashire coast have recovered 2 bodies. 18-year-old Mohammed Shabir and 16-year-old Ali Shabir from Dewsbury were last seen in the water at Lytham St Anne's last night. 4 young men have been killed after a car crashed into a house and caught fire in Wiltshire. Police say it happened on the A4 at Derry Hill near Cairn at around 3 o'clock this morning. The victims were all from the local area. For the 6th consecutive day, more than 1,000 people across the UK have tested positive for COVID-19. A further 5 deaths have been recorded. Public Health England could be replaced by a new agency that will specifically deal with protecting the country from pandemics. Ministers have reportedly been unhappy with the way it's responded to the coronavirus crisis. Professor John Ashton is a former regional director of public health in the northwest of England.
You don't deal with the problem of an over-centralised, dysfunctional organisation by creating another over-centralised organisation, which is what's being proposed. The real problem over the last few months has been the weakness of local public health and the way in which Public Health England has centralised that.
And Greater Manchester Police has condemned people at an illegal street party who threw things at officers as they tried to break up the event. The gathering in the Gorton area of Manchester happened last night, despite it being under local lockdown restrictions. Police say the behaviour was outrageous and appalling.
Available now on BBC Sounds.
On the ground.
The peace of a troubled world and the hopes of an oppressed people now depend on you.
Investigating one of the most infamous friendly fire incidents of the Iraq War.
I heard the drone.
They're the only people that really know what happened.
If anyone's ever heard an A-10 fire before, you will know what that noise is. He told me there's nobody north of here, no friendlies.
The A-10 is an amazing aircraft, but left to their own devices, they're dangerous.
It's 17 years, but this has stayed with them.
It's changed their lives forever.
We're in jail, dude.
On the ground.
Listen now on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Live Sport with Mark Chapman.
Manchester United are the last British team standing in European football.
We're ready. We are physically definitely ready. Mentally, the boys will be ready because a semi-final, everyone would want to take part and join in, and I just want them to enjoy it.
They face Sevilla, and we know what they did to Wolves.
Banega, stuttering run up as he delivers the ball, and the header is in. And it is Ocampos, the leading scorer for Sevilla, which is an absolute body blow as far as Wolverhampton Wanderers are concerned.
And Ronnie O'Sullivan's one frame away from winning another world title.
I'm not buying into these stories and world titles, and it's all about, I'm into pure action. Pure action first, and everything else is just a bonus.
From BBC Sport.
This is 5 Live Sport.
Evening, our main focus this evening then, the Europa League semi-final between Sevilla and Manchester United. It is an 8 o'clock kickoff, but we'll keep you up to date with the world snooker. Ronnie O'Sullivan did in just that one frame to beat Kyron Wilson. The final session gets underway at 7:30. Also updates from Super League this evening. Wigan are taking on Leeds. It's currently 6-4 to Wigan. You heard Ole Gunnar Solskjaer say there right at the top that Manchester United are physically ready for the semi-final against Sevilla this evening. There are plenty who think they've looked shattered in recent weeks. So has he freshened things up, Alistair Bruce Ball?
Not massively. Good evening, Mark. Let's get straight to it. The team news is interesting. There are 2 changes from the win against Copenhagen in the stadium in Cologne on Monday night. And the big call that Ole Gunnar Solskjaer has made for this very big game for Manchester United is that he's gone with David De Gea in goal. Now, obviously, he is the undisputed number 1 for Manchester United and has been for quite a while. I think it's fair to say he's had a difficult season. Obviously, the last semi-final he played in against Chelsea in the FA Cup, it didn't go too well for him. He's not been the regular starter in this competition, but he is chosen for this big game tonight. The other change comes in central defence. I don't think this is a huge surprise. Eric Bailly drops out and Victor Lindelof comes in. So the more regular centre-back pairing this season has been Lindelof and Maguire. So De Gea in goal, Wan-Bissaka, Lindelof, Maguire and 19-year-old Brandon Williams. What a night for him. Fred keeps his place in central midfield. Paul Pogba is there as well. And then Bruno Fernandes, the man Sevilla obviously have to try and stop, with Mason Greenwood, Marcus Rashford either side of him and Anthony Martial through the middle. And Julen Lopetegui has gone with exactly the same starting lineup for Sevilla that got the better of Wolves in Duisburg on Tuesday night. That is Yassine Bounou, the Moroccan in goal, who saved the Raul Jimenez penalty early on in that game. A couple of former Manchester City men in there, Jesus Navas at right back and Fernando in central midfield. Jules Koundé and Diego Carlos, the 2 centre-backs. One of the star players in the team is the left-back, Sergio Reguilon. And then you've got Eva Banega, who really is the key man, the Argentine playmaker, alongside Fernando and Juan Jordan in central midfield. And then Suso and Lucas Ocampos either side of the Moroccan striker, Youssef En-Nesyri.
Former England and Liverpool left-back Stephen Warnock, part of our team this evening. Explain that one to me then.
I can't. I'm very surprised. I really am.
As in De Gea for Romero, not why you're part of our team, which I realise it may have come across like that.
No, I knew exactly what you meant,
Right, good.
but maybe all the listeners were thinking what you just said. No, 100%. I'm really surprised by it because I look at Romeo, and I think he's done an outstanding job when he's been called upon. He doesn't concede many goals when called upon. His clean sheet record is excellent. It's a huge call for Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, and one that didn't come off for him in the last semi-final, that he decided to bring David De Gea back into the fold.
Paul McGuinness was under-18s coach at Manchester United, now senior national coach developer for the FA alongside us this evening as well. Evening, Paul.
Good evening.
What can you work out the rationale behind it?
It's a big decision, isn't it? He obviously just has his gut feeling that it's a big game, massive game, and when you really think that guy's your number one, he has proved it over a number of seasons. I know he's not had the best of season this season, but De Gea has been Player of the Year, I think, 3 out of 4 years in the last 4 or 5 for United, and that's what Ollie's going for.
But you could understand it more if Manchester United's number 2, and we'll talk a lot about youth players, obviously having you with us this evening. You could understand it a little bit more if Manchester United's number 2 keeper was a kid. But Romero is an experienced international who, you talk to a lot of United fans, has never let United down.
No, that's it. Exactly right. I mean, he's done well in all the cup competitions for them. That's generally been his role as replacement and sub goalkeeper. But he has had his games in the cups, and they've had good runs in the cups when he's played. So, it is a big call, and of course, it's one that the managers sort of live and die by.
A huge reaction to this across 85058 and at 5 Live Sport. By the way, we're also on the Red Button and on the BBC Sport website and app this evening. Just look for 5 Live final score. You get all the stats and various other information alongside Ali's commentary. Ray says De Gea again in another semi-final. I'm praying he doesn't have one of those days like he had against Chelsea. Adi Romero has always risen to the occasion and performed whenever called upon. Richard, there's no justice. Romero deserves to play. He's the better goalkeeper at the moment. I don't often disagree with Ollie, but I do today. I suppose the other thing about the team selection, and we can get this actually from a former player's point of view in Stephen and from a coach's point of view in Paul, is Bob's point that he sent to say Manchester United have looked absolutely shattered. So how far do you think as a player, Stephen, you can be asked to just put yourself through it for another 90 minutes, another 120 minutes? Because that, in essence, is what he's asking 2, 3, 4 of these players to do.
Yeah, but you're at a semi-final stage now, and that's where it becomes... You know that you're getting close to a trophy, getting close to a reward, and I think that's the difference in what the players will be feeling. I understand people are talking about the energy levels. I think Ole Gunnar Solskjaer is being very clever, and what he's tried to do tonight is come out and say the players are fresh, the players are ready. He knows they're tired, but when you keep telling people they're tired, they feel even more tired. There's that psychological element to it. I just wanted to touch a point again on the David De Gea situation. I was just thinking about it more in depth then, and I'm thinking, from my point of view as a fullback, how would I feel with having David De Gea behind me, knowing that, yes, he's been outstanding for the last few years, but there's errors creeping into his game. And then you've got Romero, who's done a fantastic job. I wonder what the confidence levels are between the players, looking at the two keepers and who they would prefer to have behind them.
And I wonder if that nervousness, Mark, can transmit either way, i.e. if David De Gea's feeling nervous, then the defenders see that and sense nerves, or if, as Stephen says, the defenders feel a little bit nervous because they want it to go well for him, that could then make him more nervous. I presume bottom line is you pick your best team in a big game against, in a semi-final, trying to reach the final of the Europa League. Ole Gunnar Solskjaer goes with his best team, who he thinks his best team, and clearly he thinks that's David De Gea in goal.
But that question you were asking yourself then, Stephen, in all seriousness, once that game kicks off, can you even concern yourself with something like having De Gea chosen ahead of Romero? Once you've kicked off, you're concentrating on your game, aren't you?
You are 100%, but there's an element when there's a corner coming in and you're thinking, what's he going to do? And is he going to come rushing off his line when he shouldn't come off his right line? Because what you often see with players when they're having bad phases of form, and I've been there myself, you make erratic decisions, you make bad decisions, and that's what De Gea has been doing of late, is that he knows things aren't quite going right for him, and you're trying to do things out your comfort zone, and that's where it becomes difficult. So the players will have possibly in the back of the mind as the game's going on, I hope he doesn't make one of them errors, I hope he doesn't do this. And it's very difficult to say that because this is the elite level, and he's such a great goalkeeper.
On the fitness, Paul, how much do you think it's a risk asking them, some of them, to go again? And I suppose I could use the example that against Copenhagen the other night, United did look better when a fresh Juan Mata came on.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing, as Stephen said, is it's a semi-final. You know, it's what you dream about when you're a young player. Going to semi-finals to get to a final, you push yourself that even more. But also, they're all young lads. You know, it's not an aging team. It's not, like the 35-year-olds playing. They're young. You know, they've got 18, 19, they're 22, 23, 24. I think it's a young team who should be really just flying out of the blocks, really, to have a go at this team.
Let's hear from Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, shall we, who says that just getting to the semi-finals of the Europa League isn't good enough.
We're ready. We are physically definitely ready. Mentally, the boys will be ready because a semi-final, everyone would want to take part and join in, and I just want them to enjoy it. So for me as well, looking forward to the semis. We've been already twice now in the semi this season, and of course we're happy with going as far as we have, but we're not satisfied. We want to go one step further. You know that when you come to a semi-final, you're playing against big teams, good teams with quality. It's time to step up for big players, big game moments. You have to have 100% focus, because any little moment can change a game, can win you the game, can lose you the game. And we've learned that it's very painful to lose a semi-final.
Ole Gunnar Solskjaer there, Paul McGuinness, former under-18s coach at Manchester United. Would winning the Europa League be bigger for Ole Gunnar Solskjaer than it would for the club?
I just think he represents the club now. That's why they put him there. He's that guy who is the United connection. They wanted that back. That was the big attraction. You know, he's not had a lot of big clubs in the past, and so on. He's not got an unbelievable record. So they went with the fact that he's been there and done it with the team, and that he would help bring young players in, which he has done, and that he would rebuild the team, and that's what he's doing. He's got another great addition now, Fernandes, which has brought them all together. And, he's building. You take this as another step in his progress, both as a coach, but, for the club as they are. You can't compare it, unfortunately, to the days gone by with Sir Alex. It's a new era, and he's heading that era, but with a Manchester United feel to it.
But a United connection only stands him in good stead for so long.
Yeah, and he's in a semi-final. He's got a chance to get to a final. So, with a young team that he's building, you can see that. He obviously needs a few more reinforcements to build a team. I think Sir Alex had that at the start, 4 or 5 years before he started to get success. So I know it's a different era now, but that's what it takes to actually build a team up.
What do you think, Stephen?
I understand what you're saying, and we want instant success, and he's at Manchester United, so you're judging them straight away that they should be winning trophies. But let's not forget where Manchester United were when Ole Gunnar Solskjaer took over. They were in dire straits. They were in such a bad position. I questioned the appointment of him at the time when he came in. Did he have the experience? Did he have the know-how to do the job? They've stuck with him through arguably one of the toughest couple of months of the season where things weren't going well and they didn't have an identity. Then he's made very, very good signing in Bruno Fernandes, and that has changed the dynamic of the whole team, and it's brought the best out of all the players. Will it be a failure if he gets to the final and loses it? No, I don't think it will be, because I know listeners won't want to hear me say this, but I put my Liverpool hat on and I think Jurgen Klopp was in that position where he couldn't win a final at Liverpool, and everyone's saying he'll never get one over the line. Look at what he's done now and the experience that players and managers have to learn from. Ole Gunnar Solskjaer is a young manager, and he has to learn from defeats and these situations of losing, to learn from them and to learn how to put it right. And there's a big chance of him putting the semi-final against Chelsea, which I think he got tactically wrong, behind him and getting it right tonight, getting them to a final, and then who knows in the final.
From your time, Paul, being at United and coaching the kids, and therefore actually knowing Solskjaer's time at United when he worked with the reserves or the under-23s or whatever their moniker was at that time, what do you think his strengths are in relating to those young players that have come through the system and that he now has at the club?
Yeah, I think that's part of his experience. If you remember, Ollie wasn't always in the team at United. He was the super sub sometimes. But he would be sat on the bench looking at all the details and then come off. And he was a student of the game. So I think he was doing that all the time, while he was at United as a player, looking at what Sir Alex did, what was his team talk like, how did he get the young players into the team, how did he reintroduce them, how did he bring them into training. And I think that's exactly what he's done. He's tried to use those experiences and having his experience of seeing the young players come into the squad when he was a player and do the same sort of thing now as a manager. And you have to say, with Greenwood, it's been with a great success. He's got Williams in, who's done very well. He's introduced other young players, and that is also part of the Manchester United DNA. I think you need a manager who understands that as well.
When you look at how some of those players that have come through the system have developed, are you able to say who has impressed you the most or who has surprised you the most? I mean, if you took Rashford, McTominay, you can throw Pogba in there because he came through the United system. You can throw Greenwood in there and Williams now. Who has surprised you, or who stands out for you?
Well, when you see 6'3" sort of Pogba, he was gangly and so on, coming over to train with you, think, what's he like? And then you see the skills of such a tall guy, and then the strength and the running power, and you think, wow, he's really got a chance of being a player. And all the way along, Rashford, and then I was hearing stories from the younger guys about Greenwood. This kid can hit it with both feet, so quick, he's a goal scorer. So we actually joined him in the training when he was 12 with the under-18s, just, now and again, and you get a feeling for them, and he's definitely a natural, a natural player to hit the ball so well cleanly with both feet. Can
I jump in there? Right. So at 12, when you say occasionally introduced him in with the under-18s, are we talking once a week? Once a month?
Yeah, once a week. Once a week on a Monday we used to do it. There was a day release with all the young players coming in from school, all the different age groups. So we would mix them. We did it with Marcus as well. So he was 12, playing with Pogba when they were 18, Jesse Lingard when they're 18. So then when he's 18 and having a chance in the first team, he thinks, well, I've played with those players before. They're my mates. They really, really like big brothers to them. So I think that was part of it. And it would be the same. I've heard Greenwood saying, yeah, well, I've seen Marcus do it and I've played with him, so I've got a chance. So I think that definitely gives you a feeling that you've got an opportunity, yeah.
Did you play up age-wise, Stephen?
Not that much.
No. I mean, it does sound a big gap to me, that.
Yeah, I mean, I always played up when I was growing up as a kid, and I always played 1 or 2 years above myself, and you get to know the players in and around you. But I mean, I was fortunate enough that in the years above me, I had Michael Owen and Steven Gerrard, who weren't bad examples to be watching and to be learning off. But yeah, I mean, I think clubs look at it in different ways. I think the way that we trained when we were younger, I didn't train five nights a week, 6 nights a week. I trained 2 nights a week, and that's the way that we trained at Liverpool as youngsters. Whether it would be different now, I'm not so sure, but it definitely wasn't 6 years above my age group.
How much thought, Paul, goes into it before inviting, say, Mason Greenwood at 12 into an under-18s training session?
Yeah, it wasn't just under-18s. There would be some 14s, 15s, 16s. It was very in some ways it was playful, in other ways it was very competitive, but the whole idea was that by being very close to them, having them play with them, that they would pick up all the little skills from the older players. And even if they didn't get as much of a touch, we used to say, well, he's a privileged spectator. He's right in so close. Someone's doing a drag back against you, playing a 1-2 against you, or playing with you with a 1-2. Then you're getting better at little combinations and so on. So they weren't full matches. They were just training games. It was very much like street football, really, in a cage. Yeah.
On the Copenhagen game the other night, we had Phil Neville and Darren Fletcher, and whilst trying not to, because he hit two sensational finishes, did Mason Greenwood the other night. One ruled out for offside, and the other that clipped the inside of the post, and Rashford put it in and was ruled out for offside. And in talking about Greenwood after the game, we tried to find this balance, not getting too carried away, and then in the space of 2 minutes, Darren, Phil and John Murray likened him to Robin van Persie, Ruud van Nistelrooy and Wayne Rooney, which kind of means you are getting carried away with him. Who does he remind you of, Paul, first of all, and what impresses you most about him?
I see what they see with Van Persie. He has that sort of gait, a little bit like Van Persie, the way he moves and the way he hits it. I was actually talking in the car before I got here with a guy called Colin Little, who coaches the strikers in the academy. And he said, he hits it clean. He can hit it really clean, but he said he also knows when not to hit it clean, when to just do what's required. Sometimes you might have seen that with Sterling the other day. He seemed to hit that one really clean, but sometimes you need to just trundle it into the net, not hit quarter of the ball. And Colin's a lot of expertise on that, saying, well, he knew the right finish. It wasn't always the best finish in terms of striking it as well as you could, but you might miss-hit it right into and trundle it into the far corner. So he's got that knack for scoring, definitely. And what impressed me most about him is he's just not fazed by anything, is he? He just seems to get on with it all, and it is like a big game in the park to him, it seems. Yeah.
Stephen, from a fullback and trying to defend him, the big thing everybody talks about, you don't know which foot he's going to go on.
Yeah, that's the big problem with him. And it's half a yard to shift it. I mean, it's a different position and it's a different type of player. But when you used to play against Beckham, you knew that half a yard and the ball was coming in the box. Try and stop that half a yard was very, very, very difficult to do. And Greenwood seems to have that same ability. He knows how quickly to shift it onto either foot and get his shot away as quick as possible. I mean, me and Ian Dennis did the game against Bournemouth, and the goals that he scored in that game, the venom of which he hits the ball with both feet in that game is unbelievable. He has got I think Paul's just said it there, the gait of a Van Persie. He has that running style, but the finishing reminds me of Van Persie. He's got this one where it's the hardest sort of skill in the book to defend against, where you know that a defender's going to put his leg out, but you can nutmeg him every single time, put it in the far corner, and the goalkeeper cannot see it coming. It's the hardest one to defend against, and it's the hardest skill to have as an attacker, but he's got it every single time when I see him play.
In terms of the stat, Mark, this may well have been mentioned in the commentary on Monday night. Mason Greenwood has a chance tonight and then possibly in the final if Manchester United can get there on Friday, of breaking a Manchester United record of being the teenager to have scored most goals in all competitions during a season. And the three players he's level with at the moment tell you everything you need to know about him: George Best, Brian Kidd and Wayne Rooney. And that really stood out to me when I was looking at the notes ahead of this game. And I know, Stephen and Paul there are just talking about his ability and watching him or whatever, and the stats don't always tell the full story, but that one really made me just think, blimey, that is impressive.
Does he go through the middle eventually, Paul, or do you keep him where he is? Or in fact, in this modern era, in this day and age, does the fluidity of a front three mean that you've got to be able to play all three positions?
Yeah, I think the way the game is going now, with such analysis from the defensive point of view and such tactical work by the coaches, that the fluidity of a front three that interchange positions or drop into midfield with someone running past them, is really important. And that idea that you can play all positions is important. I know Neil Ryan, who's his under-18 coach, he had not a fight with him about it, but saying, no, you need to play all of them because that might help you get into the first team. You're not just going to play in one position. Generally, the young players come in on the wide and then eventually they go in the middle. And he looks the type who could play all three places, yeah.
Just one final thing on this, and this is kind of a sort of bigger picture as far as Greenwood is concerned. And Paul, we've talked about this before, is that when you go from under 18s or under 23s into the first team squad at a younger age, Ryan Giggs has spoken about this, that maybe some of that learning that you still get at under 18s and under 23s disappears a bit, because in the first team you're meant to know it all and understand it.
Yeah, I think that is a big danger, and you can have too high expectations on him in some ways, or any young player doing that. In fact, with Marcus Rashford, we kept him in the under 18s so that he could do more work to change him from a wide man to a centre forward, to learn to spin, to run in behind, to come short and then go long, because we felt it was an easier way than to get the learning in the reserves. And in fact, he went straight in the first team, so it would have been hard to get it in the first team, that's for sure.
Did you miss out on any of that if you go too soon, Stephen, into a first team squad?
I was in a completely different situation. I was injured from the age of 15 up until 20 with leg breaks, so I didn't have that. But I've spoke to Gary Caldwell when I went to Wigan, and he said one of the big concerns for him when he became a manager was that he wanted to keep developing players and he wanted to keep progressing them. He didn't want to just turn up and do a team talk, set his tactics out, and that was it. And I think that's what the best managers in world football are doing now, is that they are improving players. So there has to be that sort of detail to improve players. But you look at the world's best and you look at Cristiano Ronaldo, he is eager to learn all the time and to improve, and he will go in countless hours of the day to make sure that he improves himself and he makes himself a better player. I think a lot of the time it can come down to the attitude of the players as well, going to ask for the help of the coaches and make sure that they continue to impress.
Although I tell you what, Ali, at the end of that, now I know that one of the secrets to being a top striker is being able to not hit the ball cleanly. We could have made it. We could have made it.
The other thing, Mark, I was just thinking very quickly, and it's specifically about the game tonight, is Greenwood on that right-hand side of the Manchester United attack is up against one of Sevilla's most impressive performers, particularly having watched them against Wolves in that quarter-final game, Reguilon, who's at left back, who's on loan from Real Madrid this season. That is going to be a really, there's lots of fascinating head-to-heads tonight. That is one of them.
And we will talk about him with Pete Jensen a little bit later on 5 Live Sport, and lots of transfer rumours swirling around the Sevilla left-back this evening. Right, let's break away from the football. We'll go to the World Snooker. Ronnie O'Sullivan, one frame away from winning a 6th world title. Jamie Broughton is at the Crucible. Gets underway in about 1 minute's time. Jamie, has been dominant, O'Sullivan, today.
He certainly has, Mark. I mean, we saw Kyren Wilson have an early chance, I suppose, probably the last chance, really, at the start of the third session. O'Sullivan resumed 10-7 up. Kyren Wilson got in with a long red. He made a 73 break. He then had a chance in the next one after O'Sullivan broke down. He missed the pink to the middle. After that, he was just steamrolled by O'Sullivan. O'Sullivan wasn't making particularly big breaks, but he didn't have to. And eventually, he got to 17-8 at the end of that session. So now, as you say, he's just one away.
When I came off air last night, I watched the last frame last night, and he missed a red, did Kyren Wilson, and Ronnie O'Sullivan then cleaned up in that frame. And I wonder whether, you said he missed a pink earlier. There are just a couple of moments in this match where he's completely turned.
Yeah, it really has. And I think when you have to factor in as well, of course, that close finish, both the semi-finals went to final frame deciders, one of the greatest days in Crucible history, the way those matches ended. You do wonder how much Kyren Wilson, who's a very emotional person, had left in the tank for the opening day of the final. He really did need to win that last frame last night. He certainly needed to win a few this afternoon to get going and put some pressure on Ronnie O'Sullivan. He wasn't able to do that. And, of course, once O'Sullivan gets in front, he's an absolutely brilliant front runner.
Thank you very much, Jamie. Jamie will bring you updates throughout the evening here on 5 Live. You can watch the final on BBC Two now. One game in Super League at the moment. Wigan against Leeds. Matt Newsom.
Yeah, half-time. It's Wigan 12, Leeds Rhinos 4, having been unseated at the top end of Super League by their bitter rivals St Helens. How Wigan would love to see off the Rhinos here and go back above Saints on their home ground. Well, that's how they're 40 minutes away from doing that after a first half in which the 100th Wigan try for Liam Farrell, and a typical sniping little piece of play from Bevan French got them in front after Tom Briscoe had scored in between. That one looked as though he had a foot in touch. Leeds very much game in this one. They are certainly not relinquishing this one without a fight. It's been a decent game, and after the paucity of points between Saints and Castleford earlier, this one feels a bit like a treat, chappers.
I know, but it was a good game. Saints Cass, wasn't it?
It was.
I enjoyed it anyhow.
I think there are probably two schools of thought. I think the purist in me loved the kind of defensive grind, and if you want to get some points here today, you're gonna have to work really hard for it. And that, I think it was one of those games, wasn't it, where when most of the points were coming from penalty goals and 50 minutes gone, still scoreless. Yeah. Definitely a purist one, I think, that one, Chappell.
St Helens 10, Castleford 0 is how that one finished. Thank you, Matt. Lewis Hamilton took his fourth victory of the season at the Spanish Grand Prix. Red Bull's Max Verstappen came second. Hamilton's Mercedes teammate Valtteri Bottas took third. Jenny Gow and the 5 Live Formula One team followed the race.
Thank you very much. Yes, he did win, indeed. And he, I suppose, stretches his legs at the top of the championship now as well, with a convincing 37-point lead over his nearest rival, Max Verstappen. Jack Nicholls and Jolyon Palmer watched the race. And Jack, just remind us what happened.
Well, Hamilton got away well at the start. Verstappen, crucially, got past Bottas at the start. That was the big swing in the race. Also, Lance Stroll got past Bottas as well. Really poor start from the Finn. And as a result, he was then playing catch-up. He managed to get ahead of Stroll. Never really threatened Verstappen throughout the race. In the early stages, it looked as though Verstappen might be able to threaten Hamilton. But ultimately, he just drove away. A really impressive, commanding drive. But again, Verstappen is Hamilton's closest rival, not his teammate at Mercedes, Valtteri Bottas.
Yeah, very dejected Valtteri Bottas will be leaving Barcelona this weekend after 6 races of the World Championship, knowing he's got to turn it round fast. But let's spend a moment on Lewis Hamilton and talk about his achievements, because Jolyon Palmer, he was your driver of the day, wasn't he?
Well, to be honest, he's in the conversation for driver of the day. It was a great performance, one of his best this year, just because he walked away with it. 24 seconds clear of Max Verstappen. And he made it look so easy, as he so often does from pole position, to be honest. But after last week, there was a thought that Verstappen could really challenge Lewis today. But 8 laps in, it looked like it was on the cards. Verstappen was just over a second away. And from there, Hamilton just marched away. Better pace, better tyre management. And he made it look so easy when Valtteri Bottas made the fight look pretty difficult with Max Verstappen. And that's the crucial thing there.
In the early stages, Red Bull came on the radio to Verstappen and said, the gap's coming down to Hamilton, and I think Verstappen knew at that point to a degree that the game was up, because he said, well, yeah, but he's driving really slowly, so of course I'm going to be quite close to him. And then we saw it as soon as we approached the first pit stop window period. Hamilton put his foot down.
You can download the Checkered Flag podcast on BBC Sounds later for plenty more reaction. The second test between England and Pakistan is set to end in a draw after more rain meant there was only an hour's play on day 4 at Southampton. Although, if you follow any of either the TMS cricket team or the Sky cricket team, it appears to have been sunny since about 4 o'clock at the Ageas Bowl. Anyhow, in that 1 hour's play, England bowled Pakistan out for 236. Rory Burns, the only England wicket to fall, as England ended on 7 for 1. One game in the Scottish Premiership ended goalless between Livingston and Rangers. Rangers top of the Premiership, though, on goal difference over Hibs. In the Gallagher Premiership in Rugby Union, Wasps got a bonus point victory at Northampton Saints, and that takes them up to 4th. 7:35, full commentary of the Europa League semi-final between Manchester United and Sevilla to come. It kicks off in 25 minutes' time. First, here's a news update with Stuart Clarkson.
On digital, BBC Sounds, smart speaker and online.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
The exams regulator Ofqual's facing growing criticism after withdrawing the criteria for A-level appeals in England within just hours of publishing them. Thousands of students are expected to challenge their official grades after 40% were lower this week than their teacher assessments. 2 bodies have been found by crews looking for 2 teenage brothers who went missing off the Lancashire coast last night. The discovery was made around a mile from the pier at Lytham St Anne's, where where Mohammed and Ali Shabir from Dewsbury in West Yorkshire had got into difficulty in the water. 4 young men have been killed when their car crashed into a house and caught fire in Wiltshire in the early hours of this morning. Nobody inside the house at Derry Hill near Caen was injured. And an overhaul of the government bodies tackling the spread of coronavirus is to be announced within days. It's understood the pandemic response work of Public Health England will be merged with the NHS test and trace system, creating a new body.
5 Live Breakfast. People arriving in the UK from 6 countries, including France, Malta and the Netherlands, will need to self-isolate.
The latest 14-day cumulative figures show that 32.1 COVID-19 cases per 100,000 people in France, and that compares with 18.5 in the UK. Let's talk to Jill Starley-Granger, who's the editor of JetSetJourneys.com, and is currently on holiday in France.
I only advise anybody to go on holiday right now outside of the country if they can quarantine, if they need to. It is a risk going forward for anybody that if you are traveling outside of the UK right now, there is no guarantee that any country will not be added to the list.
5 Live Breakfast, weekday mornings from 6. This is 5 Live Sport with Mark Chapman.
So it's Manchester United against Sevilla in the Europa League semi-final this evening. With Alistair Bruce Ball, Stephen Warnock, former England and Liverpool defender, and Paul McGuinness, former Manchester United under-18s coach. Just remind us of that headline team news, Ali, actually.
Well, yeah, we're watching pictures at the moment, Mark, of Manchester United warming up, and the cameras are focusing very heavily on David De Gea, as you would expect, because Ole Gunnar Solskjaer's gone with him in goal this evening. He's only made 1 appearance in this competition this season. Sergio Romero has been the man. As we know, David De Gea has had his problems this season, but he is chosen in goal. Lindelof in for Bailly. Otherwise, it's the same team that beat Copenhagen, and Sevilla are unchanged after their 1-0 win against Wolves in the quarterfinals.
We'll talk Sevilla with Spanish football journalist Pete Jensen in just a moment. But first, Pete, evening, by the way.
Evening, Mark.
Let's deal with all the Barcelona rumours swirling around social media, particularly the Lionel Messi one that has sort of come up in the last half an hour, maybe, whereby the journalist who broke Neymar to Paris Saint-Germain, Marcelo Beckler, has reportedly said that Messi wants to leave Barcelona this summer.
Well, I think the first thing to say is, regardless of if he wants to leave, he can't at the moment, not unless someone stumps up. What is the buyout clause? 700 million euros. He did have a chance. He had a window in his contract where he could leave on a free, but that closed in June. So any club that wants to take him now would have to come in and pay that 700 million euros, or certainly a lot of money. I think he's using this really as a tool. He wants the board to resign. He wants the president to leave. He wants elections at the club. And he knows that if he continues to be unsettled and to not be clear about his future, then there's a greater possibility that Bartomeu, who is hugely unpopular with the dressing room, with the players and with the supporters as well, will be forced somehow into calling early elections and bringing in a new president ahead of time.
Is it also a power play to get the manager he wants?
Well, to a lesser extent. I mean, Kiki Setien will be sacked tomorrow. He's already been told that he's not going to continue. I think that was pretty obvious after the 8-2 on Friday. In terms of Messi picking the managers, I sometimes think it's a little bit exaggerated. I'm not sure he handpicks the coaches. He certainly will have a say in who takes over, but it's more about replacing the president. The president is hugely unpopular with the players. He is within his rights to stay until the end of his mandate, which is at the end of next season. But the players want change now, and Messi being unsettled increases the pressure on the president to call early elections.
Ronald Koeman or Mauricio Pochettino?
I think Koeman's ahead now between those two. I know that Pochettino backtracked slightly on the famous comment that he'd rather go back and work on a farm in Argentina than coach Barcelona. He did an interview a couple of weeks ago when he said, well, that was the wrong thing to say. So he's changed his tune, but I think that quote is still there in black and white. Koeman would be a relatively popular choice. You know, why not, after you've just been dealt the biggest defeat in your European football history, appoint someone who, of course, won the European Cup and scored the goal and lifted the trophy. But one of the problems is convincing, be it Koeman or be it Pochettino, convincing them to take over, because you're effectively signing up for a president who's not going to be around very long. If the elections are brought forward, then possibly he's only going to be around for another 2 or 3 months. And even if he stays until the end of the season, he'll be gone in 2021. And a new president, much like a new owner, will usually come in and want his own coach. So it's not ideal circumstances to try to recruit someone. So it's one thing them saying now that they fancy Koeman. It's another thing Koeman saying, yes, I'll take the job for what would effectively be one season.
Let's move on to Sevilla. Unbeaten in 19. That's their unbeaten in their last 19. Where are their strengths?
The defence is excellent, and not just in a defensive sense. Navas, who just seems to go on forever and ever. I think he's about 52 now, and he's still sprinting up and down the right-hand side for them. He would probably be most people's pick this season as the best right-back in La Liga. Reguilón on the other side is decent as well, on loan from Real Madrid. And the pair in the middle are excellent. Probably, apart from Varane and Ramos, they're the best central defensive partnership in Spain. Jules Koundé and Carlos, Diego Carlos. He's a big unit, Diego Carlos, but he's mobile, defends really well. And Koundé has just got absolutely everything, and he's only 21 years old. So Monchi worked his magic again in the summer and brought those two together, and they'll have their work cut out keeping them when this marathon season finally ends. So that's the strength. And Ever Banega in midfield as well. And the players who really construct the play for Sevilla, I would say the two fullbacks and Ever Banega, who is off to Saudi Arabia once the Europa League is over. He'll be missed by all neutrals because he's a fantastic player to watch, and he's finishing his time at Sevilla really well. He was excellent against Rome. He was very good against Wolves, and I'm sure it'll be important again tonight.
I wonder, Stephen, talking about Sevilla's fullbacks with Pete there, whether this game and who gets the upper hand in it therefore boils down to the battles really that Rashford and Greenwood will have with Navas and Reguilón.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be interested to see what the fullbacks decide to do tonight, because you think of Adama Traore playing against them the other night, and they're still going forward. And often the job of a fullback, or what a coach will try and say, or a manager, is try and take him the other way, take him into a position that he doesn't want to go in. So that from a winger's point of view, they don't want to be back in their own half. They don't want to be defending. You want to be making them run 60, 70 yards rather than 20 or 30, where they're fast, they're dynamic. You want to tire them out as much as possible. So, yeah, key battles all across the pitch. But again, with the way that we're seeing the game going, it's the full-back positions that are highly influential in games of late.
So in many ways, Paul McGuinness, could this be a coaching game of chicken? Do you actually station either Rashford or Greenwood and say, well, actually, don't trap back. Let's see if we can force them to have second thoughts about pushing forward?
I don't really think you can do that at this level. They're so good at keeping the ball. Definitely you've got to try and nullify them. But on the other side to it, Navas really has been a very good winger. Has only played full-back the last 2 or 3 years, maybe not even that. Certainly at his age, I'm not sure how much he'd be looking forward to Rashford running at him, because I can tell you, he's so quick, and if they swap wings, then they've got the other one, and then if Martial comes out there, so I'm not so sure whether he will want to bomb up down the wing that much.
Pete, that Navas as a fullback came from Guardiola, didn't it, at City?
Yeah, it did do, and I think the comment earlier about making sure they can't come out from the back. The teams that have had most joy against Sevilla this season have been the teams that have definitely occupied the fullbacks. And Madrid beat them early in the season 1-0, and that was definitely what they did. Reguilón, I would say, is probably a weaker link than Navas, to be honest. Although it is strange with Navas. I mean, you would never have said this guy could play defensively. Doesn't look strong enough. He'd be weak in the air. But he's just proved people wrong. And in terms of attacking these two, you might get even more joy attacking Reguilón than trying to get at Navas.
Their style is very possession-based under Lopetegui, yes?
Yeah, and they'll try and press high up the pitch and stop United playing out from the back and force mistakes as well. If they have a weakness, the goals, they sometimes struggle to score goals. I mean, they got Luke de Jong in at the start of the season. He's got 5 goals. He doesn't start tonight, and Nezzy Reed does. They took their time breaking down Wolves. That will be the weakness if they have one. But defensively, they're, as I already said, they're excellent. Just 2 goals conceded in the last 9 games.
Pete, thank you very much for joining us. Much appreciated.
No worries, anytime.
Thank you. Pete Jensen, Spanish football journalist. Sevilla against Manchester United kicks off in 15 minutes. Alistair Bruce Ball, Stephen Warnock, and former Manchester United under-18s coach Paul McGuinness with us this evening. Do you think, Stephen, Bruno Fernandes, for all the influence that he's had on Manchester United, is that, we go back to what we were talking earlier about just being a bit knackered, some of them. Is he the one, do you think, that has been, is the one that has tired in recent weeks?
To a certain degree. I think, he has, but I think there'll be other players that are feeling that fatigue as well. But listen, we've seen such a high level from Bruno Fernandes, is that any slight dip, we're looking for something, we're looking to find an excuse for why that has happened. And he is going to have a dip at some point because of the amount of games he's playing, because he doesn't get that rest. So it was going to happen, but whether they've rested him this week in training, they've given that opportunity to get his feet up and sort of recuperate as much as possible. We'll only know when the game kicks off tonight whether he's fully fit and feeling 100% and not as tired as he looked against Copenhagen the other night.
Yeah, get Paul's thoughts in just a moment, but back to the crucible where Ronnie O'Sullivan's about to win, or maybe has won. Jamie Broughton.
He has. We're on the victory lap here, Mark. We're watching a very special moment in history as O'Sullivan, who's on a break of 85, about to roll the blue into the green pocket. He's now going to pop the pink for 96. You can hear the crowd here getting really excited as the cue ball races down to the top end of the table. Where's it going to land? Is it going to land for him to pop this black? 96. It just goes up. This is going to be a tight cut in. He's going to have a go. He'll probably try and cut this in. Oh, he's missed. But it doesn't matter. O'Sullivan wraps this up. A 96 break, a 6th world title here. Kyron Wilson goes across. They touch arms. Some kind words between them being exchanged now. And O'Sullivan, of course, joining the likes of Steve Davis and Ray Reardon on 6 world titles. Davis was his boyhood idol when they were growing up. Ray Reardon coached him here many years ago here at this tournament. But Ronnie O'Sullivan, what can you say? Barry Hearn probably said it best earlier. He probably is. He definitely is the greatest player of all time.
Yeah, as you say, Jamie, 6 world titles alongside Davis, 1 behind Hendry, who has 7. His 37th ranking title, which takes him ahead of Hendry.
It is. I mean, all the records are there. He just needs to get to 7. But I think if you look at his longevity, Mark, he's been dominating and winning these big tournaments. Well, he first started winning these big tournaments in the UK Championship. He started with that when he was a teenager, and all these years later, in his late 40s, he's still winning them. You look at the greats of their respective eras, they were winning them in those respective eras. O'Sullivan just keeps going on and on. He's had to battle a lot, the likes of Davis and Hendry and Higgins and Williams, and he's still here and he's still fighting. And of course, in the last week, he's been teasing the press saying, I can't buy a Q Action. I'm going to send away online and try and buy one. Well, he's got £500,000 now, hasn't he? We'd certainly like to have a bit of money to try and work on copying his Q Action, but it just is brilliant to watch. You have to enjoy these special moments, and this really is a special moment. And just a quick word as well for Kyron Wilson, who's played his part. All right, he was outplayed for various parts of this final, and maybe, of course, what happened in the semi-finals, didn't really help him with the emotion that he took out of him for the first session. But, he's still young. He's in his late 20s. He's got one of his children. He's got both his boys now with him there. They'll remember this. There's no doubt he will be back. He certainly has the talent. But, this is a big moment for Ronnie O'Sullivan. And in a few moments' time, we're going to watch him get the trophy.
Thank you very much, Jamie. So Ronnie O'Sullivan has won his 6th world snooker title. And I'm sure we will hear from him a little bit later here on 5 Live Sport. Paul McGuinness, with a coach's eye, what impresses you about Bruno Fernandes?
It's a phrase that my good friend at Man United, Jim Ryan, uses. He's got the arrogance of timing. He's able to suck people towards him and then play it past them, a bit like a matador. It's more the Spanish, the Portuguese, the Latin style. I was laughing the other day with Graham Carrick, who's Michael Carrick's brother, who works with me at the FA. He was a player at West Ham, and I said he's a bit like, when your Christmas tree lights don't work, you're just trying to find that one light to get the connection. Well, that's what they did when they bought him, and now they've all lit up. The rest of them seem to have come to life. It's not like they couldn't do it, but he's the one who's been the catalyst, who's sucked people in, who gets the timing of the rhythm right. And now they're all playing 1-2s, third man runs, and they're all dribbling. And if you look at United's front 5, every single one of them can beat a man. They can all shoot, they can all score, they can all play 1-2s and so on. I think the other 5 behind them and maybe not as smooth on the ball, which means they can't control the whole game a lot of the time. And because of that, before Fernandes arrived, they were playing a lot of the counter-attack. That's when they look most dangerous. But now they look like they might be able to sustain attacks and break a team down. And I think he's been the ultimate connector in doing that. Yeah.
And if I follow your analogy, it is baffling then that they waited till after Christmas and January to sign him. If their Christmas lights were dodgy and didn't get him.
Well, maybe you get them cheaper then. The Christmas lights. You know that, Mark. But certainly he's the type. I don't think he's actually. You're right. In the last few weeks, he's maybe not played so well. He's sometimes a little overambitious with some passes, or maybe some people haven't read what he's doing. But he's certainly. Made a big difference, and it's been infectious because the others have started to do it. And I know definitely through Song to Graham that that Michael will have been working on them with all that type of third man run, 1-2s, the clever, cute play around the box. That's essential if you're gonna be a top team, because other teams park the bus, of course, and you have to break it down. You remember Cantona was the catalyst for that United team years ago. I'm not putting him anywhere near Cantona's class yet, but definitely in terms of the Europa League standard, he's definitely made that difference for United.
If you go to Manchester United's defence, Stephen, and sometimes stats don't necessarily back up what you see with the naked eye. So domestically, United's stats defensively were very good towards the end of the season. In the Europa League, they've kept 8 clean sheets in 11 matches. They've conceded just once in their last 8 games, and yet there's still a feeling sometimes that they get away with it a little bit.
Yeah, I think there is that feeling that they do get away with it. I think they often can leave themselves a little bit vulnerable at the back. They can often make some mistakes. I think you also have to look at who they've played in the Europa League going through the stages, and you're thinking, well, they shouldn't concede against teams like Club Brugge and Lask, and you think, well, that should be what United should be achieving within the Europa League. Yes, it gets tougher once you get to the later stages, but they do need work at the back. I think Lindelof's still the obvious one that you look at in the back four and think, would they be better going out and buying another centre-half to complement Maguire? I think his ball-playing ability, as Paul says there, the link into midfield isn't quite... You used to see Rio Ferdinand striding out with the ball at Old Trafford and having that swagger and arrogance and starting attacks from the back. Maguire, as good as he is on the ball, he's not a Rio Ferdinand. He's very comfortable on the ball, but he doesn't still have that passing range. But they still are vulnerable at the back. And I think, again, that comes down to protection of the midfield as well. I get frustrated when we talk about defences because, obviously, being an ex-defender, I think, well, you need protection in front of you. If you've got 4 or 5 players running at 3 or 4 players, it's very difficult to defend at times, and I think that's somewhere where United have definitely improved, and it's something that, again, when we were speaking about Bruno Fernandes earlier on, he senses danger. So when you talk about a defence improving, it's, again, you've improved the midfield where you can see him talking on the pitch, positioning people, because he senses the danger and where it's coming from. So I think he's added to United's defensive qualities, if you like, as well as their attacking threat.
You've both spoken about being comfortable on the ball as regards United's back four. By the time, and I know Wan-Bissaka and Williams are younger, but if you take the 2 centre-halves, by the time you're in your mid-20s, Paul, and a first-team centre-half, is there still time to coach you to be better on the ball, or is what you have at that stage what you have?
I think you can always improve. Again, like Stephen said before, that depends on the individual player. I used to look out the window in the coaching training ground after everybody'd finished. Ronaldo was still out there an hour later, improving himself. You see how he improved himself. Ronaldo, year in, year out, wasn't a goal scorer when he first came, was a dribbler of tricks. Then he scores goals. Now he's turned to a centre. He's probably the best in the air in the world, So it depends on how much you want to improve as well, I think. But it also, also depends on the style of play and on what the coach will let you get away with. But certainly they're more known for their defensive side, the United fullbacks, and the top teams do need an attacking threat from fullback as well.
Stephen?
Yeah, I totally agree. I think Luke Shaw for me is brilliant going forward, and I think, but Luke definitely has his defensive vulnerabilities. I think Wan-Bissaka 1v1 defensively, I think arguably one of the best in world football in a 1v1 situation. Not many go past him. The quality isn't quite there going forward at the level of a Trent Alexander-Arnold, but there's not many who are at that level. But I do think he is going to improve in that area. I think there's been signs that his ability of crossing the ball has improved in the last 6 months or so. So it is progress with Wan-Bissaka. He's only going to get better. He's an outstanding talent.
I had a former player say to me as well that with Wan-Bissaka, and the teams are on the way up, so this is just a quick point. A former player said to me that for Wan-Bissaka, it's also about learning the positioning to make sure you can get those crossing. It's not just about your ability on the ball, it's about knowing where to be.
Yeah, 100%, and it's building up a relationship with the winger who's in front of you and knowing where to be. I think when you look at Andrew Robertson or you look at Kyle Walker, their ability to time the runs onto the ball and make sure that they're arriving at the right time is a skill, and it's a very hard skill to learn, but you can learn it, and you can arrive at the right times in situations to make sure that you've got time on the ball or you're helping your winger out. But it is definitely something that is being looked at in the game on a whole and coming through in youth football.
OK, if you've missed any of the day's sport, let's just round it up quickly for you. Livingston and Rangers finished goalless in the Scottish Premiership. That's enough to take Rangers back to the top of the table on goal difference. Wasps got a bonus point victory in the Gallagher Premiership to go into the top 4 in Rugby Union. St Helens beat Castleford 10-0. In Super League, Wigan lead Leeds 16-4 with 15 minutes to go in that game. Ronnie O'Sullivan is the world snooker champion. He took the first frame of this evening's session to beat Kyron Wilson by 18 points to 8. Lewis Hamilton won the Spanish Grand Prix, and only an hour's play was possible on day 4 of the second test at the Ageas Bowl. So England-Pakistan is heading for a draw. Let's focus on the Europa League semi-final now. Sevilla against Manchester United. Your studio-based commentary team, former Manchester United under-18s coach Paul McGuinness, former England and Liverpool left-back Stephen Warnock, and Alistair Bruce-Paul.
Thank you, Mark. Yes, we are warm and dry sitting in the Strictly Come Dancing office here in Salford. They're a little bit damper over in the stadium in Cologne. Light rain is falling. Looks like it's been a lovely evening there, though. Just seen a glorious sort of pinkish sky dying away, being shrouded by big black clouds, and I can see the two managers on our screens at the moment, Ole Gunnar Solskjaer and Julen Lopetegui, shaking hands ahead of this Europa League semi-final. It does feel slightly odd to be sitting just across the water from Old Trafford and watching Manchester United playing in Cologne, but that is the way of the world at the moment. We are absolutely delighted to be able to bring you full commentary of this game on 5 Live tonight. We will also bring you full commentary of the final on Friday night. If Manchester United can get through this one, they will meet the winners of Inter Milan or Shakhtar Donetsk in this stadium on Friday. That is the prize awaiting the winner here. The two captains just meeting on the halfway line. Manchester United in the change strip, all black this evening with white trim, and Sevilla all in white. And we've been talking a little bit about them, Stephen, in the build-up to this game. But Sevilla, particularly in this competition, I mean, we're actually watching two of the most informed teams in Europe at the moment, but I think the scary stat for any team coming up against Sevilla in this competition, whenever they reach the quarterfinals in it, they go on to win it.
It's quite a scary stat, isn't it? I mean, you're looking at a team that is very solid defensively, don't concede many goals at all, but like you say, you're looking at two of the informed teams in Europe since lockdown, so tactical battles all over the pitch. Intrigued to see the way that both teams are going to set up and try and nullify the systems that they're playing against.
Kickoff will come shortly. I think the players will take the knee on the first whistle. Should give me time to run you through the two team lineups. If you haven't heard the big team news from Manchester United, David De Gea starts in goal. Sergio Romero is on the bench. It has surprised some. De Gea in goal for Manchester United. Lindelof comes into the back four in place of Eric Bailly. It's Wan-Bissaka at right back, Brandon Williams at left back. The whistle blows and the players do indeed take the knee. Lindelof and Maguire, the two centre backs. Fred, Paul Pogba in central midfield, and then that formidable front four. 73 goals between Mason Greenwood, Bruno Fernandes, Marcus Rashford and Anthony Martial this season. We are underway in Cologne. Manchester United, the last English team left in European competition this season after Manchester City were knocked out of the Champions League last night. And Manchester United are trying to make their way into the Europa League final for the second time in 3 years. Winners in 2017 against Ajax in Stockholm under Jose Mourinho. Tough test tonight, though, against this Sevilla team. I'll give you their lineup in just a second. Rashford is on an early dribble here. He's found Bruno Fernandes in space, who immediately hits a low pass wide to Mason Greenwood. A couple of step overs from him. Into the penalty area he goes, trying to get it onto that left foot. He's closed down. He gets the rebound, though. He's forced out of the penalty area, plays it back to Fernandes. The shot is blocked, and it loops high and behind for a corner. That is an excellent start by Manchester United.
Yeah, really positive start from Manchester United. Initially from Marcus Rashford, just driving at the heart of the Sevilla defence, dragging players out, and it gives the opportunity for Fernandes to find the pass out to Mason Greenwood on the right-hand side.
Corner for Manchester United, 2nd minute of the game, taken short by Fred. Bruno Fernandes trying to thread a ball back to Pogba. Got there in the end via a deflection off Suso. Fred's ball in towards the far post. Maguire attacks it, beaten in the air, whistle blows, and that is for a foul against Harry Maguire. And he holds both arms out and says, what on earth was that for? So your Sevilla team this evening, Yassine Bounou, the Moroccan, in goal. Jesus Navas, who's made over 500 appearances for the club now, back here in his second spell, born in Seville. This will mean an awful lot to him. Reguilon at left back on loan from Real Madrid. Jules Koundé and Diego Carlos, 2 centre-backs signed from French football in the summer. Eva Banega, the Argentine, the key man in midfield, alongside another former Manchester City man, Fernando, and Joan Jordan. And then Suso, former Liverpool man, and Lucas Ocampos, who scored that late-headed winner against Wolves in the quarter-finals, playing either side of Yusuf En Nasiri, who was signed in January from Leganés to lead the line. Flicked, scooped ball forward from Brandon Williams isn't going to work for Manchester United, and it is with the goalkeeper Bounou. The incredible thing about this Sevilla team, Stephen, of that team I've just read out, 9 of them starting tonight are in their first season at the club under a manager in his first season at the club.
Yeah, we often speak about bringing too many players into a club and can you make them gel? How hard is it to make that happen? Lopetegui's done an incredible job this season to finish 4th in La Liga, to get to a semi-final of the Europa League with 9 players coming into the starting lineup. But just a tactical point, just falls through to Marcus Rashford. But the pressing from Sevilla straight away when David De Gea got the ball, it was tight. They didn't let United get out. But the interesting part was Marcus Rashford just came short. He spun in behind Navas. Navas was frightened. He sprinted back into position straight away. Didn't want to get caught out in 1v1 situation.
Pogba's just beaten to the ball by Banega in central midfield. It's high in the air. Maguire comes a long way to win that, runs forward and heads it away. Nodded down, and here comes Reguilon down the left-hand side. Plays the ball out wide, receives it again by the byline, quickly closed down by Lindelof, and the block goes behind for a Sevilla corner. This is BBC Radio 5 Live, Europa League semi-final action here between Sevilla and Manchester United. We're in the 4th minute of the game. It is 0-0. And the 5 Live final score option also available to you tonight with the video printer and the final score graphics alongside our commentary. If you go via the red button, the BBC iPlayer, also available via the BBC Sport website and app. Corner into the near post, not a great one from Sevilla's point of view. Fernandes is there to head it away powerfully towards the halfway line. Greenwood chases the back pass through to Bounou, the goalkeeper, who's all in blue for Sevilla. The rest of his teammates all in white, apart from dark black socks, white shirts, white shorts. Diagonal ball out to Banega. One of the things about Banega, he will pop up all over the pitch this evening. Another diagonal to the right is intercepted by Brandon Williams. Fred scurries to the ball, very nearly closed down by Ocampos, gets the pass away. Pogba controls and fouls Banega, according to the German referee Felix Breisch. Pogba doesn't agree. Rain is still falling in Cologne, Sevilla 0, Manchester United 0. Stephen Warnock.
Well, again, it's the press from Sevilla. They're all over Manchester United. United trying to play little short balls into midfield, popping it up onto Pogba's chest, and he's not given a second, gives away the foul. It's a magnificent start from Sevilla with the way that they've gone after Manchester United with the high press.
They do purr when they start playing. They tick over very nicely. They're going to be a joy to watch and hopefully to listen to this evening, unless, of course, you're of a Manchester United persuasion. That ball down the right hasn't worked. Lopetegui has a little nibble of the nails. And I can also see that Paul McGuinness, who is alongside us at this evening, is furiously making notes as the game goes. Paul, early thoughts from Manchester United's point of view, first 5 minutes?
Yeah, Stephen's right. They'd be impressed, but I think they've also put a press on and caused 1 or 2 errors, a couple of shots and a corner. So, early days, both teams, I think, are going to be very much on the front foot.
Goal kick Manchester United. David De Gea, who's had nothing to do of note so far in the first 5 minutes of the game. I imagine his heart will be beating a little faster. He'll know it's a big call by his manager to pick him tonight. His clearance was met by Reguilon, who's knocked the ball out of play. Throw to Manchester United on the right-hand side to be taken by Aaron Wan-Bissaka. Fernandes comes running towards him. This is 10 yards inside the Manchester United half. Throwing onto Pogba's head. Fernandes whips the ball across the pitch. Still just inside the Sevilla half now. Rashford is able to bring the ball down and run at the Sevilla defenders. Up to the edge of the box to Martial. Back to Rashford. Chance. Great save. Might fall to Fernandes and couldn't quite get it in on the rebound at a tight angle. Felix Bryce is pointing to the penalty spot. And Bruno Fernandes immediately has the ball in his hands, and whenever he takes a penalty for Manchester United, so far it's ended up in the back of the net. Stephen Warnock, what's this all about?
Well, I think the referee has given a foul for Marcus Rashford. Gets his shot away, and then there's a challenge comes in after the shot's made, and the referee points to the spot. Rashford's down holding his shin, but the referee had no hesitation in pointing to the spot. The referee has, I think his record for penalties given is about 1 in 3, which is exactly the same as what United's record has been for getting penalties this season. So it's not a surprise that the referee has looked at a penalty spot early doors in this game.
Marcus Rashford is in pain and he was caught late. You don't always see those given because Rashford got the shot away. The defender was committed and caught him with the follow through. And quite often in the penalty area, you don't see it given. Penalty for you, Stephen?
Personally, no, I don't think it is. I can understand what you're saying when you say that the challenge does come in late, but it's a genuine attempt to try and block the ball. You're not after, it's not intent to go after the player to try and hit, to make a dangerous challenge on him.
Right, here we go then. Bruno Fernandes, 7 out of 7 from the spot for Manchester United, and he's scored his last 18 penalties for United and Sporting. The winner against Copenhagen on Monday night also came from the penalty spot. He slightly changed the technique. He didn't go for the delay and the jump. Let's see this one. Little stutter before the ball. Jump. Oh, what a penalty. Top corner. Bunu had no chance. That is absolutely outstanding again from Bruno Fernandes. And what a start to this semi-final for Manchester United. Sevilla 0, Manchester United 1. That is top skill performed under extreme pressure. Fantastic penalty.
Ice cold from Bruno Fernandes, just so calm in the situation. He knows he's under huge pressure, just so calm and cool in those situations. It's a magnificent penalty. Bunu dives the right way, but he sticks it into the top left-hand corner above Bunu's hand, who has no chance of saving it.
I think most of the penalties he has taken for Manchester United so far go to the left. Eyes on the ball all the way. Little stutter step before the ball. Then the jump to try and make the goalkeeper move. As Stephen said, he went the right way, but he's not saving that. He's whipped it right into the top corner. 22nd penalty for Manchester United this season, and the 18th they've scored. What a start for them as they try and make their way into the Europa League final on Friday night. Leading 1-0, Marcus Rashford is okay, back on his feet after the challenge caught him. Lindelof trying to shepherd a ball back to the goalkeeper, and David De Gea is able to rush out and grab the ball gratefully with both hands. And close-up of Bruno Fernandes here, and we can see constant movement, constant talking, looking to be involved. Paul Pogba has the ball 10 yards outside the United half, and he's able to stretch those long legs. Full stride, brings the ball up to the halfway line. Sevilla 0, Manchester United 1. Rashford plays a little 1-2 with Brandon Williams. Into the feet of Fred, back to Maguire inside his own half. Pogba under a little bit of pressure from En-Nesyri, brought down, but the challenge was fair according to the referee, so Ocampos spins and plays a little ball to his left and finds Reguilon. Low pass, Banega inside the Manchester United penalty area, just edged off it by Harry Maguire and went down, hopefully, looking for the penalty there. United have cleared quickly. Greenwood can't get onto the through ball. And here comes Sevilla again, building play just inside the Manchester United half. And in terms of Banega looking for the penalty there, Stephen?
Yeah, not a penalty. I think it's just good defending from Harry Maguire. Just arm up, ushers him out the way. But Paul Pogba, lucky boy, has to be quicker in midfield if he wants to play them short, intricate passes round the corner. He got caught out on that occasion.
Here comes Sevilla. They certainly won't panic. And this man definitely won't. That is Banega, the playmaker, in the inside left position. Back to the centre-back, Koundé. They've worked it to the right-hand side. Navas to Suso. Suso down the right, looking for the run of Jordan. And the ball is behind for a goal kick. Paul McGuinness spent a lot of time working with some of these Manchester United stars. I wondered, Paul, one thing we didn't talk about in the build-up is coaching penalty-taking technique. Bruno Fernandes is an absolute master, isn't he?
Yeah, brilliant finish, chipped it as well. You know, it's sometimes along the floor, sometimes it's high. What I think we also sort of neglected to say in the build-up, what a great sort of pass and run move. There's a really clever pass through from Martial, very inventive, and that's the sort of stuff I think we were talking about before.
Yeah, it's a very good point from Paul there. Rashford into the feet of Martial. He just sort of turned it with his right foot, just round the corner behind him, and Rashford knew exactly where it was going. On he went and won the penalty. Sevilla 0, Manchester United 1. Coming up to 12 minutes played in the first half. Here's Navas, diagonal ball from him across the Manchester United penalty area. Does reach its target. Wan-Bissaka with some defending to do. It is played back to Reguilon. Ocampos, the Argentine, top scorer for Sevilla. Tall player. Plays the ball back to Banega. Pings the cross deep to the far post. Navas on the volley, miscues. And the ball goes into the seats in the lower tier of the stand behind David De Gea's goal. And we're just looking right now, Stephen, at the ball that Paul was talking about, the technique from Martial, the disguise on it as well, actually.
Yeah, it was brilliant. But what happened just before that was Rashford got left in a 1v1 situation with Navas, and he just knew he had the option. Brandon Williams made a lovely overlap round him. It allowed him to fire the ball into Martial, and then that inventiveness in and around the box. And Rashford carries on his run and gets the shot away. So great play from Manchester United, and that's the danger that they bring with that forward three.
Some brilliant defending initially from Paul Pogba to win the ball back for Manchester United, stretching out the long legs to win a couple of tackles. Then he tried to drill a ball across field, and he's given it away. Sevilla have it again, trailing Manchester United by 1-0. 5 times winners of the Europa League, twice under Juan de Ramos, 2006, 2007, and then the hat-trick of titles under Unai Emery. They're looking for a free kick, Sevilla, not going to get it. Bruno Fernandes comes steaming forward for Manchester United. Space on the edge of the penalty area for Fred. Lovely step over, hits the shot and hits it wide. And Manchester United could very easily have been 2-0 in front.
Well, they just played into the hands, Sevilla, into Manchester United's hands. They're trying to play a ball out into midfield. Fred is onto it like a flash, and then he's up and he's off himself to get the next ball, and Fernandes plays a lovely ball to him. Great step over. He just knocked off balance by Carlos, who defends the situation very well. But this is what United can do now. Manchester United can play on that counter-attack, knowing that Sevilla are going to come forward, and with the quality that Manchester United possess up front, they're going to cause Sevilla all kinds of danger.
Manchester United here tonight playing in a 17th semi-final in European competition. 1-7, lost 9 going into this one, leading 1-0, defending to do. Reguilon's cross is blocked by Lindelof, who'd come across in that right centre-back position. The ball is out for a Sevilla throw on the left-hand side. One little stat we can cross off the commentary sheet going into tonight's game. Sevilla hadn't conceded a goal in the first half of any game in the Europa League this season. They've conceded early tonight. Bruno Fernandes from the penalty spot. Could go all the way to a penalty shootout tonight, of course, if we're level after extra time. Defending again for United to do, and Brandon Williams just about scrambles the ball away. Sevilla got it down to the byline on the left. The cross came in. Fernandes with a header away now. Lovely turn from Reguilon. Support from Banega on the outside. He goes infield to Ocampos. Back to Reguilon, then Banega. Little touch and pass. Nice little step over from Jordan. Driven shot. David De Gea's first save of the night. Blasted straight at him. He blocks it at the near post. Ocampos thumps the advertising hoardings in frustration. Went for sheer power, and De Gea punches it behind for a corner.
United have got a little bit of a problem down the right-hand side. You can tell Reguilon and Ocampos, they're really dangerous, the relationship they have together.
Taking the corner short to Reguilon. Now Banega. Jordan lining one up from a long way out. Shot is blocked by Rashford, who was coming out from the edge of the box at speed. Navas heads it back in field. Rashford's headed it back into trouble for United. Lindelof's there, flicks it away with his left boot. 15 minutes played, and Manchester United just under a little bit of pressure at the moment, having taken an early lead in this semi-final. Koundé, the centre-back, to his fellow centre-back, Brazilian Diego Carlos. And then Sevilla trying to spread the play to the right. Brandon Williams in the right position to nod the ball down. Rashford fires a pass back to Maguire, who's the right-sided centre-back at the moment. Pogba lays it back to Lindelof. Lindelof out wide to the 19-year-old Williams, right underneath his manager's nose on the sideline there. Goes sprinting past him. Rashford down, no free kick given, so the referee's not going to give cheap free kicks early. And then you hear a real howl of pain from Jordan. Williams went sliding in. And Felix Bryce this time goes straight for the yellow card, and Brandon Williams gets booked.
It's a little bit late from Brandon Williams, but I don't think it is a yellow card. This is what's frustrating in the game at the moment. Every challenge isn't a yellow card. Yes, it's a mistimed tackle, but I think the scream from Jordan makes the referee pull out the yellow card. He rolls round 3 or 4 times, very unnecessarily.
Yeah, I know that's listening to Pat Nevin last night was one of the things he's really noticed about football post-lockdown, empty stadiums, particularly in the European competitions, the players screaming as loud as they can to make that point, because they know that the officials are going to hear it and will probably react to it. Manchester United win it with Mason Greenwood inside their own half, headed down by Fernandes to Fred. Lovely 1-2 between the pair, and United have an opportunity to come forward. Fernandes trying to play in Martial, chased by Reguilon. Martial with his back to goal on the turn, this time tackled by Diego Carlos, but Manchester United still have it. Pogba to Fernandes, right-hand side of the penalty area. Ball goes through the legs of the defender. Suso steps in and puts a foot on the ball. Sevilla try to bring it away. Fred does a good job for United to win it back. And Lindelof heads it to his right and finds Wan-Bissaka. Greenwood, quick turn and pass to Fernandes. On to Brandon Williams. Fernandes, after playing the pass, again with the communication, just having words with his teammates, telling them where they should be. Greenwood into the feet of Fernandes again, and both Greenwood and Martial made the same run, and Fernandes actually played the ball the other way, and United could get caught on the counter here. Ocampos stumbles terribly. He was actually looking ahead at where he was going to go and what he was going to do. Lost his balance, and Rashford has been able to play. And Greenwood, who's just muscled off the ball on the edge of the box, he's managed to win it back, but he's done so unfairly. Free kick against him to Sevilla. It's a wide open game at the moment, Steve.
It is, but what you've got to look at is Manchester United going forward. They're so dangerous. Some of the 1-2 touch football between Fernandes and Fred in the middle there to release the centre forwards was absolutely brilliant. But then the counter attack, they are so vulnerable when Sevilla break. They leave gaps in behind. They let them sort of break at them at ease. I often look at the United back four and think the gap between the back four and the midfield is too great. They need to squeeze up. They need to be braver, but it's very difficult when you see the speed and the power that Sevilla have up front as well.
Sevilla 0, Manchester United 1. Just moving into the 20th minute of this first half. Lots of Sevilla possession, probably expected that. Stephen Warnock there just making the point about Manchester United's threat in the first 20 minutes of this game. Ball is played back to Jordan on the halfway line for Sevilla. Banega comes towards him, collects the pass, low ball out to the left to Ocampos. Played back to the halfway line. 2 centre-backs get involved again for Sevilla. Koundé, who plays with a black headband wrapped tightly around his forehead. Navas tries to go outside Rashford. Just got a little shove, pushed him off balance, and does win the free kick. Full time in the Super League, Wigan against Leeds. Matt Newsom.
Yeah, it's finished. Wigan 28, Leeds 10. The Warriors go back to the top of Super League. 2 tries from Bevan French, 100th career club try for Liam Farrell, a 1 for Don Manfredi and Jake Bibby, with Tom Briscoe and Liam Sutcliffe in reply. Wigan just had enough to hold off the Rhinos. It was a close one, this, and the scoreline not perhaps a true reflection. Wigan 28, Leeds 10.
Thank you, Matt. Sevilla 0, Manchester United 1. If you're just tuning in to BBC Radio 5 Live and BBC Radio Manchester, bringing you our commentary on BBC Radio Manchester this evening as well. Lovely to have you with us. Bruno Fernandes from the penalty spot early in the game. Sliding challenge on Marcus Rashford after he'd hit the shot, was caught heavily on the shin. Felix Bryce said penalty. Video assistant referee agreed. Here's Suso wide on the right for Sevilla. Plays it to Navas. Low-driven cross to the near post. Maguire deals with it well. Gets a right foot on the ball. Brandon Williams plays the right pass out to Fernandes. Little 1-2 with Martial, who got shoved in the back. And he wins a free kick for Manchester United. Stephen Warnock.
Well, the referee again. Another yellow card. This time it's for Carlos, who stops the counter-attack of Manchester United. I think it's a good foul from Carlos because he knows that the break is on. Very good tactical foul. But again, the speed at which United break and the way that they play. Sevilla know that they're in danger every single time Manchester United attack.
If Brandon Williams hadn't got a yellow card, would Diego Carlos have got a yellow card, or do you think Bryce has just decided, actually, any challenge like that, I'm giving a yellow card?
Well, I think Bruno Fernandes was straight round the referee saying, well, if you're going to give one for that one on Brandon Williams, then exactly the same for Diego Carlos. I'm just worried for United when Sevilla attack, though, that the full-back positions, they're getting isolated, they're getting 2v1'd. The midfielders in the 3, whether it's Paul Pogba on one side or Fred, they have to be defence-minded and understand that the 2v1 situations, the midfielder has to get out to help his full-back and protect him, because Greenwood and Rashford, they don't do that naturally.
Felix Bryce is giving Fred a last warning here. He stretched out a leg, he caught a Campos who got past him. And actually, Sevilla might say, well, if the other 2 have been yellow cards, why is that not a yellow card? But anyway, the referee has said one more of those, and you're going in the books. Sevilla 0, Manchester United 1. Inter Milan against Shakhtar tomorrow night. So the winners of this one will meet the winners of that one in the Europa League final on Friday. We got full commentary on the 2 Champions League semi-finals this week. RB Leipzig against Paris Saint-Germain on Tuesday night, and Lyon up against Bayern Munich on Wednesday night. Navas' long ball over the top. En-Nesyri gives chase. So do Maguire and Lindelof. And David De Gea has had a very calm first quarter of the game, hasn't he? So he made the one save at his near post from a Campos.
Yeah, the one save that you expect him to make. But apart from that, his decision-making's been good. It's been simple. Manchester United have actually defended him very well.
Giving the ball away here, though. Fernando is able to pick it up. Poor pass from Fernando, intercepted by Pogba. Fred trying to get onto the loose ball. Fernando wins it back. This is more dangerous, though, for Manchester United. Navas on the ball on the right-hand side. We know about his skills on the right wing. Here's Fernando. Fernando back to Banega. 25 yards out. Thought about whipping a shot with the right foot. Pogba closed it down. They've worked it wide left here. A Campos just slowed it down for a second, tried to play the 1-2, did get the ball back via a deflection, back to Banega again, who just drops deep to try and pick that killer pass. Suso on the turn, out wide to Navas, the Sevilla captain. Another good battle that this evening. Brandon Williams against Jesus Navas. Suso's ball in, not the best cross. Maguire stoops to head it away. Good touch from Martial, good battle with Koundé, and he's dragged Koundé's shirt and concedes the free kick in a central position, 10 yards inside the Manchester United half. Sevilla have taken it quickly. Fernando to Banega. Banega, lovely low ball out to the left. Reguilon's cross got a deflection of Campos with the header, way up over the bar, and a goal kick for Manchester United.
And there's the danger side again. It's the left-hand side. Reguilon getting down there, getting a cross in. Wan-Bissaka gets a touch on it, deflects it, which actually takes the pace off the ball. Campos tries to get as much contact on it as he can, but fires it over the bar. But again, a danger sign for Manchester United. The switch of play from Sevilla, causing them problems.
Close-ups of a few of the protagonists at the moment, faces all wreathed in sweat, including the Sevilla manager, Julen Lopetegui. Sevilla defending this proud record. Every time they've reached the quarterfinals of this competition, they've gone on to win it. It's always going to be a tight one, you felt tonight. Manchester United have that crucial early lead. Close-up of Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, not a bead of sweat on his head at the moment in the Manchester United blazer as the ball is played down that left again for Sevilla. Lindelof's been dragged wide to deal with the Campos. The ball inside him. Cross comes in low. Chance here for Suso. He's buried it. And it is 1-1. Brandon Williams tried to slide in and make the challenge. Couldn't get onto the ball. And that is a lovely finish from the former Liverpool man Suso. And Sevilla are back level in the semi-final. Sevilla 1, Manchester United 1.
Well, it comes from exactly what we've just been saying. We're talking about that left-hand side of Sevilla. It's the attacking prowess of Reguilón, who wants to get forward. He wants to attack. He makes an underlap from Acosta, and Wan-Bissaka just doesn't track him. He can't stay with the running power of Reguilón. He fires it across the box. Brandon Williams doesn't have his body position open, and Suso pops in at the back post and puts it in the near post of David De Gea, but Wan-Bissaka just switches off again. We're just seeing the replays in front of us, and Wan-Bissaka, he doesn't follow Reguilón, and that's where the danger's been. Frustrating from Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, I'm sure. He'll be really annoyed at Manchester United's defending.
Good ball across the Manchester United penalty area, and there wasn't much space to squeeze it in where Suso did. That's only his second goal for Sevilla, actually, but he finished it well. And David De Gea, not much you could do about that.
No, not at all. I mean, De Gea's not at fault at all, but there's controversy on the pitch. The goal, well, the incident leading up to the goal, Koundé goes up for a header with Marcus Rashford, and it looks like Koundé leaves it, but it doesn't. It just clips off the side of his head and goes out for a throw in that Manchester United believe should be theirs. The players are frustrated. Sevilla take the throw in quickly, and the rest is history, but United players are still furious at that decision.
Well spotted, Stephen. Nothing the video assistant referee can do about that. If a corner is wrongly awarded or a throw-in is wrongly awarded, it is then a dead ball. Play restarts from that point. Sevilla took the throw and went on and scored the goal. It's one that the officials on the pitch had to spot for Manchester United. So back level in the game. 1-1. Here's Wan-Bissaka. Low cross, blocked by Reguilón, and behind for a Manchester United corner. Always felt it was going to be a tight, high-quality battle tonight, actually, this game, Stephen.
It's been brilliant. It's been brilliant to watch from a tactical aspect of how both teams have set up, and we talked before the game about how the fullbacks will affect the game. At the moment, Sevilla are having that upper hand with the left-hand side doing very well, but you feel there's goals in Manchester United every time that they go forward.
Corner for Manchester United. Bruno Fernandes, the goal scorer, holds his right arm in the air, deep breath, then an away swinger. Maguire meets it with his head, couldn't get the power on it. Not a great amount of pace on the cross, and has had to put the power on it with the header and has ballooned it over the crossbar. Ole Gunnar Solskjaer's expression hasn't changed. Third semi-final of the season for Manchester United, losing to Manchester City over two legs in the League Cup semi-finals, losing to Chelsea recently in the FA Cup semi-final, and they didn't have the best of days, and now here at 1-1 against Sevilla. So a reset for United. Throw in on the left-hand side. Solskjaer comes out, possibly to make a point. Just have a little closer look at the action. Brandon Williams looking for an option with the throw. Fernandes calls for it, doesn't get it. It's towards Martial. Controls it on his thigh. Koundé through the back of him. Free kick for Manchester United. Martial was on fire in that quarter-final win against Copenhagen. Certainly progressing through the game, running at that Copenhagen defence, and that is an audacious attempt from the free kick from Bruno Fernandes, of course, to try and score from inside his own half. It wasn't a million miles away as it drifts over the bar.
No, it's inventive again, isn't it, from Fernandes, always looking for something out of the ordinary. I was just going to say, though, Ali, you just look at Sevilla's response to going behind in the 8th minute. It's been brilliant, but United, have they done the wrong thing in sitting back? Should they have gone after Sevilla, knowing that they're a goal down, then they have to come out? Do you go and attack the game? You just wonder, as Ole Gunnar Solskjaer or Manchester United players gone sort of you often see it with teams where they sit back and that they're quite comfortable with what they've done. I think United had an opportunity to really go after Sevilla and take the game to them.
Good defending from Brandon Williams. Then the series trying to get down the outside, stayed with him, took the ball off him. Free kick Manchester United. Conceded by Jesus Navas, and United have taken it quickly. Really good pace to the game. Paul Pogba back to Lindelof. Right, there's the sign we get that tells me this television's going to be turned off in 5 minutes time. So with 10 minutes to go in the first half, I don't think I'd touch any button just yet, but when that happens, Stephen, if it happens to you, you've got a remote control in front of you and you know what to do. Sevilla 1, Manchester United 1. Throw in for Sevilla on the left, taken to Banega. Pogba quickly in his face. So Banega with the outside of his right foot plays it back to Diego Carlos, across to Koundé. Koundé to Navas, back to Koundé, who's having to backpedal to receive that ball inside his own half. Manchester United just holding their defensive shape on the halfway line at the moment. And Fernando, former Manchester City man, the Brazilian, has dropped deep between the two centre-backs. We're at walking pace at the moment. The player's just taking a little breather. Then Banega wants to speed things up. Lovely low pass wide to the left-hand side. Little flick for Reguilon at full speed down the left. Chops back onto the right foot, then onto the left. Campos gives him support. Back to Banega. Sevilla having a lot of joy down this left-hand side. Banega, Wan-Bissaka and Pogba in front of him. Out to Reguilon. Runs into Pogba. Strong challenge, no way through there. Down the line it goes to Martial, who's challenged by Carlos, and Martial has won. Manchester United another free kick.
If I was Aaron Wan-Bissaka now, I'd be absolutely screaming at someone. Whether it was Mason Greenwood, whether it was Paul Pogba, get in front of me and protect me. Stop the ball coming wide, stay with your runner, communicate. It has to be better, and I think that's one of the things where Wan-Bissaka's great in a 1v1 situation, but you've often got to protect yourself. You've got to just say to the winger or the midfielder, just protect me for 10 minutes, stop them coming down here, stop the momentum.
Long ball out of defence from Manchester United for Bruno Fernandes to chase. He's the furthest forward. In terms of energy levels, because we were talking a lot about that at the start of the game, Manchester United look right at it in the first half. It'll be interesting to see where we are later in the game, Stephen.
No, they've looked really good. I think what they've done well is they've conserved their energy. They haven't gone after that high press every single time. They've held the position when they've attacked. Wow, have they attacked at pace.
Fred's won the ball well here. This is a chance for Manchester United to come again. Pogba trying the almost impossible ball through the eye of a needle there to Rashford when there were other options. It's not come off. It's intercepted. Koundé inside his penalty area. Rashford will close the goalkeeper. Bounou down. Clears with his left foot. Headers won by Wan-Bissaka inside the Sevilla half. Rare miscontrol from Banega. Here's Pogba to Fernandes. Nice 1-2. Back to Pogba on the edge of the Sevilla box. Good dribbling and dancing feet from Pogba. Wan-Bissaka is there to help. Pogba plays it wide to Greenwood. Greenwood back onto the left foot. Lays it back to Pogba across the face of the box. Martial hits it just too high. Real power on that, but it's off target in the end and goes behind. Rashford appealing for a deflection and a corner, but I think the goal kick's been given. Sevilla 1, Manchester United 1.
Really patient build-up play from Manchester United. Paul Pogba at the heart of it. Lovely ball across the box to Martial. It's laid on a plate and he only has to guide it low into the bottom corner. He just leans back ever so slightly and puts it over the bar, but an informed Martial, you think he's going to burst the net with that one.
So it's Manchester United's turn to enjoy a bit of attacking at the moment, but Martial's not been able to find Pogba. Pogba picks himself up. He stumbled as he tried to get onto the pass. Campos turns, runs past Pogba here, and Sevilla are attacking again down the left-hand side. Jordan wants support on the left from Banega, who's not the quickest there. Couldn't get onto the end of that. Lindelof there first. And the throw-in is Manchester United's.
I think he thought that was Reguilon, didn't he? And he didn't realise it was Banega, and Banega just didn't quite have that pace to open his legs past Lindelof. But again, it's the same problem down that left-hand side. It's the strength of Sevilla. You have to make sure that the ball doesn't go out that side. Body positioning has to be better, closing down and close that side off.
33 minutes gone in the first half. Good game this. BBC Radio 5 Live and BBC Radio Manchester Europa League semi-final. Sevilla 1, Manchester United 1. Stephen Warnock watching the game with us here in Salford. Part of that Champions League squad, that Liverpool squad that won the Champions League 2004-2005 season. We'll be getting more thoughts from Paul McGuinness as well, who's with us on 5 Live and BBC Radio Manchester tonight, having worked for a long time with the club. Under-18s coach there, now a national coach developer with the FA. Here's Koundé on the ball inside the Sevilla half. Jordan this time the one to drop deep, finds Banega. Banega to the left, to Reguilon, to Ocampos, to Banega, to Jordan. Nice from Sevilla. Fernando gets involved. Slow pass from him out to the left. Reguilon back to Banega, who's just able to jink his way past Martial. Threads the pass through to Ocampos. Ocampos just tackled on the edge of the box. Pogba picks it up, whips the ball away with his left foot, trying to release Mason Greenwood. Just too far ahead of Greenwood, who applauds the idea, and the ball's gone out for a Sevilla throw.
He's just disappointed at times, Pogba. He's been in my eyes, the lazy player tonight. The passing's been sloppy at times. When you think of the experience and the quality that he possesses, I'd like to just see him burst past his midfield player and then pick the easier pass, because I think he's more capable of that. But just for the listeners, I mean, you're hearing Sevilla having a lot of possession, but Manchester United do look comfortable when it's when they've got all that possession. It's just from that left-hand side, like we keep saying, but Sevilla not causing them too many problems apart from that.
Yeah, and here is that exact position on the field. Wan-Bissaka's dealt with it this time, under pressure from Ocampos, and United with short triangular passing, working out well on the right-hand side. Sevilla 1, Manchester United 1. Pogba under pressure from En-Nesyri, holds him off. Clever back heel from Greenwood. I'm not even sure Pogba was expecting that. Great ball to him. Rolls it into Fernandes. Fernandes gets United moving quickly down the left-hand side. Rashford with a chance to run at defenders. Gets that wrong, actually. Left the ball behind, ran straight into Suso. Bruno Fernandes wins the tackle. Brandon Williams, this is the furthest forward he's been in the game, just creeps into the Sevilla penalty area. Fernandes lines up a shot, dummies it. Low pass to Pogba, slightly behind him. He had to stretch quickly to control that, to keep possession for Manchester United, and they're working it around the edge of the Sevilla box. Slightly miscued clearance from Carlos, goes straight up in the air. Header away from Navas, chested down by Maguire. Now Williams, chance to run at Sevilla, tackled strongly by Koundé, and Bruno Fernandes looking for that first-time pass to Rashford. It's just intercepted, and here comes Sevilla down the right. Navas tries to get clever with the back heel. Fernandes blocks him off as he tries to make amends for the error, Navas, and here's Fernandes on the ball. Scoop pass, lovely ball to Martial. Right-footed touch just takes him away from goal. He's able to turn onto the right foot again, flicks it into Greenwood. Martial just trying to muscle his way through, couldn't get there. Sevilla have closed him out, and here's Banega on the edge of the box. Fernando's pass looked like he'd given it away. Pogba goes down. Free kick. Manchester United looking the way that Bryce is pointing the arm. 25 yards from goal, but which way has he given that? Pogba goes in.
Yeah, I think he's given it to Manchester United. I think he thinks Banega's put his studs up, and Pogba was in danger of getting injured, so it's a Manchester United free kick.
Okay, well, after the free kick for Manchester United, we'll get another word from Paul McGuinness. Paul has been watching the first half with interest, looking at it particularly with Paul tonight from the coaching point of view, and these young Manchester United players that he's seen grow and appear on the first team stage for the club. So it's a long way out. I mean, Rashford could try and hit one of those sort of dipping swervers here, but I would say that's 35 yards, I think. Fairly central position. Rashford fancies it. Just over 4 years ago, he burst onto the scene in this competition, scoring 2 against Midtjylland from long range. It's the dipper, palmed away by Banu, hit it really well. Rebound comes to Maguire, first time ball from him is overhit, and Wan-Bissaka can't keep it in on the right-hand side. So 7 minutes remaining in the first half. With that coach's hat on, Paul, what have you been scribbling down on the notepad in the first half?
Well, I think United have been a bit wasteful, really. They've had quite a lot of opportunities, what I'd say, win it and break, where they've won the ball around the halfway line and they're advancing into the final third, and really they've either chosen the wrong pass or just sometimes it's been accuracy, or maybe tried to force it when just another simple pass, like Stephen said, would build it up a little bit more. So I think they could have had them on the rack, quite a bit more, but they've been quite wasteful. On the other side, down the left, down United's right, just poor defending, not getting enough people behind the ball. Wan-Bissaka should have stayed with his man, and I think Pogba should be helping a lot more, particularly as you've got a young lad, Greenwood, there.
Suso's goal Came in the 25th minute, the equaliser for Sevilla. They've had joy down the left-hand side. En-Nesyri's gone down holding the back of his head, and Felix Bryce is saying that Harry Maguire's caught him with the elbow. The assistant referee's flag went up, and Maguire is taking his anger out. Yeah, I mean, he's put his arm there, Stephen, like defenders and attackers do to get the leverage to jump. He's not really whacked him in the back of the head. En-Nesyri's made a lot of that.
Yeah, I think they're making the most of it. I think what they've realised is that this referee is willing to hand out yellow cards, and they're hoping that Harry Maguire picks up a yellow card. Now Lopetegui is having an argument with the fourth official and the referee about the situation, but definitely not a yellow card from Harry Maguire. I think Lopetegui is actually gesturing that he thought there was an elbow there, but there isn't. It's just that arm that you use as leverage to get up and to protect yourself.
But it's one of those as well, Stephen. If you don't get this one, you might get the next one, in terms of the coach having a word. And
yeah, possibly.
Yeah. Ole Gunnar Solskjaer very clear, saw a close-up of him just laughing really at Lopetegui and saying no chance of an elbow there. Solskjaer is right. I have to say, of the European football I've watched, which I've really been enjoying, the Champions League and the Europa League and these sort of one-off tournaments in Germany and Portugal, the diving from all of the teams, actually, the simulation has been really noticeable, actually, and really disappointing. It does happen. It's just not dealt with strongly enough, I don't think, by the referees at the time, and we keep talking about it as well, possible retrospective punishments. But Martial's lost the ball here in the Sevilla half. Banega, difficult one for Reguilon to control. Greenwood was onto it, wins it for Manchester United, gets it back from Wan-Bissaka. Ocampos is back there defending, turns away from Greenwood, brings it down the left-hand side. Greenwood sticks with him. Now Banega's gone down there, won a free kick. Felix Bryce points at Lindelof and wags his finger and says that was naughty. Banega, who I noticed wearing a hooped earring in each ear in the warm-up, those have come out for the game. Got a little nudge in the back there. The Argentine went down quite dramatically, wins the free kick. 3.5 minutes remaining in the first half. BBC Radio 5 Live and BBC Radio Manchester. Sevilla 1, Manchester United 1. Suso, poor ball, had a chance to get Ocampos away down the left-hand side, and Wan-Bissaka left exposed again. Wan-Bissaka's given it away. Here is Ocampos. Wan-Bissaka goes diving in to win the ball. He's done that with a desperate lunge. Sevilla still have it on the left. United just trying to reorganise themselves here. Fernando, Banega, nice little flick pass down the left. Reguilon looking for Ocampos. Pogba read that, nips in to win the ball, knocks it down the line to Greenwood. Lovely skill from Greenwood to beat Banega. Then floats the ball in towards Rashford. Tries to bring it down on his thigh. Navas is with him. Clears acrobatically for Sevilla. Now that is a nudge in the back from Brandon Williams, who's then sort of thrown himself into En-Nesyri's knee and is now writhing around on the floor holding his face. En-Nesyri didn't mean to do that, and actually if Brandon Williams hadn't reacted and thrown himself into En-Nesyri, he wouldn't have got caught in the face. So it's just getting a little bit niggly towards the end of this first half, Stephen.
It is. I think the referees actually caused these problems, though. I think the players are getting infuriated, but you're right in what you say, Ali. Brandon Williams has no need to react like that the way he does. We're just seeing a replay of the tackle by Wan-Bissaka on Ocampos, and what I did notice was Ocampos lay on the floor for a good 10-15 seconds. It hurt him, that tackle. It was a great tackle from Wan-Bissaka, and just wonder whether that was the best thing he might have done in the half, Wan-Bissaka.
Bringing it forward for Manchester United now in change strip, all black this evening. Took the lead through Bruno Fernandes from the penalty spot. 8 out of 8 for him from the spot for Manchester United. Pegged back to 1-1. Here's Greenwood, edge of the box, trying to tee himself up to unleash another rocket with that left boot. Has to turn and play it to Fernandes. Lovely ball to Martial. Fernandes continues the run. Tries to get the cross in. Knocked off balance. Good defending. Last touch came from Fernandes, who's chuckling on his knees behind the goal line. And I think the goal kick is given. But Stephen, you were talking about this before the game. He's 1 or 2 steps ahead every time, isn't he, Fernandes?
Yeah, his game intelligence is frightening. Paul was talking about it before, about certain players, and what they do is they slow the game down when they get the ball, but they slow it down in the head as well. And that's what the world-class players do. And people might say, is he world-class yet? For me, he is. I mean, when I watch him play, he can go up a level and he can keep on going as far as he wants to go.
Just getting a replay here of the Sevilla goal, whipped in at the near post by Suso. Sevilla 1, Manchester United 1. Wan-Bissaka in possession for United, inside his own half on the right here in Cologne. Fred, nice low ball to Williams. Williams wide left to Rashford. Rashford able to run at Navas. Onto the right foot and drags the shot powerfully, but wide. Good 3 or 4 yards wide of the right-hand post. So that will be a goal kick for Sevilla. The first half seems to have absolutely flown by because we're almost at the point of added time going up here. Yassine Bounou, the Moroccan goalkeeper, just slowing things down for Sevilla. 2 minutes of added time at the end of the first half. When we'll be back with Mark Chapman. We'll have more thoughts on the first half here in this Europa League semi-final. More on the news that Ronnie O'Sullivan has won his 6th world title, to move alongside the likes of Steve Davis and Ray Reardon. We'll be hearing from the man himself, Ronnie O'Sullivan, at half-time. Lewis Hamilton also winning the Spanish Grand Prix, his 4th win of the season today. Fred, left-footed ball, clipped out to Wan-Bissaka on the right-hand side. Can United create one more chance before half-time? Here's Wan-Bissaka, crosses blocked by Reguilon, who in that way that defenders do, very carefully tucks both hands behind his back, arms beside his side, desperate not to give away any potential free kick or penalty. Ocampos has lost it on the edge of his own box. Pogba to Fernandes, sits up, hits it well. Bounou palms that powerful shot away. Reguilon scoops it over his shoulder. Not a great clearance. Wan-Bissaka thinking about going down the outside. The space was there. He didn't actually take it. He's come back to Greenwood on the corner of the penalty area. Fred almost closed down, does well to get away from En-Nesyri. Then there's just too many white shirts in the way. Fernando starts to bring it away. Fred is desperate to win it off him and he can't. And now Sevilla come on the counter late in this first half with the goal scorer, Suso. Ball on his right boot, likes to get it onto that left, plays it back to Fernando. Manchester United have just, at the moment, been able to halt the Sevilla momentum, but Banega, with the ball at his feet, always dangerous. Wide to Suso. Navas makes the run on the outside, gets the cross in with his right foot. Stretching is Fernandes, edge of the 6-yard box. Pogba brings the ball down out of the sky and then finds Rashford in absolutely acres of space down the left here. And Rashford all of a sudden is bearing down on goal. 3 step overs, drags it with his right foot, tried to tee up the shot and never got a purposeful pass or effort away, Stephen.
Well, Marcus Rashford is furious with Anthony Martial because he's in a 1v1 situation and Anthony Martial runs right across the space where he wants to take his man as the referee blows for half-time.
Very entertaining first half in Cologne. Manchester United off to the dream start. Bruno Fernandes scoring from the penalty spot after Marcus Rashford was caught late. Sevilla didn't panic. We knew they wouldn't. They responded well and they got their equaliser through Sousé. They've had a lot of joy down the left-hand side. Manchester United just struggling to cope with them there. That is where the goal came from. Suso scored it at the back post, and that is why this Europa League semi-final at half-time stands at Sevilla 1, Manchester United 1.
Stephen Warnock and Paul McGuinness to look at that first half. It was entertaining, it was enjoyable, wasn't it?
Very enjoyable. I think it was one of the really good game of football. I think when you're watching it, I think the quality that we wanted has been there. I think it's been highly entertaining, and I'm sure Paul will look at it from more of a tactical aspect as well.
Go on, look at it from the tactical aspect then, Paul.
Yeah, I think the United's problems are coming down the wide positions where obviously they've got real forwards who are playing wide. They're not wingers or wide midfield players who track back, which can sometimes leave, Wan-Bissaka and young Williams exposed a bit. But that's where your midfield players have to help as well. Pogba's an experienced player. He should be getting over and getting behind the fullback. He's not just marking his man. He has to get behind the ball, behind the fullback to give him some cover. That could have happened for the goal, where I thought Wan-Bissaka sort of went, closed his man down, but the guy passed and ran, but Wan-Bissaka didn't go with him quite as quick as he should have done. But Pogba should read that as well. He should get down the side. That's part of a midfield player's job, to get back and defend.
So is that, from a United point of view in defending, is that triangle on the right, really, of Wan-Bissaka, Pogba and Greenwood if he's coming back?
Yeah, exactly. Greenwood's a young lad, he obviously, like Steven said, you want someone talking to him, but Wan-Bissaka's not that experienced either to either tell him, he should be saying, well, look, just stand in line with the pass, get in the passing line, don't let the ball go out here and force it back the other way. and Pogba should be able to help a little bit more. But that has been it's been sporadic. That it's not like it's happening all the time. United have had most of the opportunities, but haven't quite been able to pull the trigger yet. Mainly, I think, because they've been a bit wasteful in their passing. It's not been as accurate, or just the timing of the run or the pass hasn't been quite right. I mean, that last one Stephen mentioned there, where he's going one-on-one with the guy, and Martial runs him right into his space. He wants to cut inside and bend it in the far corner, and it all gets blocked up. But I'm sure, if they get their passing right, they should really be able to keep them in that last third a little bit longer, and I think they get some success then.
Brandon Williams, Stephen, just got himself caught out of position for the goal, didn't he?
Yeah, it's such a difficult skill because so many fullbacks have this problem, and I suffered with it many a times in my career. It's when you see the ball on the opposite side and you're trying to open your body up, but the fear is that when you open your body up, you can't then see you can see the player, but then you can't react to it. The winger's always on the move, and it's such a difficult skill to master, but it's one that Brandon Williams will get better with the longer he goes on. But he also needs Harry Maguire speaking to him, open your body up, can you see it? You need the goalkeeper saying the same, make sure you know where he is, he's on the back post. Again, it's communication all the way across the field and the back four.
Just on the United penalty, Andrew makes the point. Anywhere else on the pitch, it's a stonewall free kick and maybe a yellow card. It's a lunge, it's late. So if you don't think it's a penalty, explain how it's not a penalty.
I just think it's just one of those. I understand exactly what you're saying and what was texted or about that, but when it is a last-ditch challenge in the box, it's almost accepted that's the way it is in the penalty box. You're allowed to try and throw yourself at the ball to try and stop that shot going in. He's not lunged at Marcus Rashford and tried to hurt him and tried to make contact with him. He's tried to lunge across the line of the ball to try and prevent it going in, and I do understand what he's saying, but from my point of view, I still don't think it's a penalty. I don't know what Paul thinks.
Well, I'm just thinking of you playing at fullback, get that ball ready to play it down the line. You play it down the line and the centre forward smashes you, and that's a free kick every day of the week. Like you say, it's sort of, well, if you get the shot off, quite often you don't get it. Yeah. But by the laws of the game, it's a foul everywhere on the pitch.
It's one of those, isn't it, Mark, where he has to make that challenge, the centre-back, because he thinks Rashford is about to score. If that was in the middle of the park and he was about to play, an ordinary pass or whatever, you probably wouldn't make that challenge because you'd think, by the way, if I get this wrong and catch him high, then I might even be in danger of a red card. But it's a funny one, isn't it? I totally agree with the text that came in there, that quite often...
The first major cruise ship to resume tours of the Mediterranean since the pandemic hit Europe has set sail from Genoa. It'll stop at 3 other Italian ports and the Maltese capital Valletta over the next week. Everyone's had to have a coronavirus test before boarding. Public Health England, which has been criticised for elements of its early response to coronavirus, is to be shut down in its current form. It's understood it'll be merged with NHS Test and Trace to form a new body focused solely on pandemic response. And the new leader of the Scottish Conservatives has apologised for missing an event to mark VJ Day yesterday because he was officiating at a football match. Douglas Ross said it was wrong for him to take on the role for the Scottish Premiership game yesterday rather than attend the 2-minute silence.
BBC Sounds. Grab an ice lolly, fill up the paddling pool and turn up the music.
Manchester United 1, Sevilla 1 at half-time in the Europa League semi-final. Second half on the way here on 5 Live Sport. Elsewhere, Ronnie O'Sullivan has won his 6th World Snooker title. He beat Kyron Wilson 18-8. Just took him the one frame in the evening session tonight to clinch his first world title in 7 years. And afterwards, he spoke to Rob Walker.
Your 6th world title, and now you are tied with Reardon and Davis. Amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I never really think about titles because when I was a kid, I never dreamed I'd be here. I just was playing for the fun of the game, and I still try and play for the fun of it. But to be here and have had all them victories, and it's a dream, but it's kind of becoming a bit of a reality as well. So it's nice to be living your dream in that sort of way,
Your last title was 2013. Was there a spell during those years where you thought you might never get your hands on the Silver Lady again?
Yeah, you can never say never, but there was a part of me that decided that, I probably didn't play enough, and I still probably don't play enough to justify winning, a tournament of this stature, because it's an endurance test, and if I'm not really an endurance type snooker player, because I don't compete enough, but, the lockdown gave me a chance to play on some decent, because I haven't even got a practice facility, believe it or not, so my friend installed a couple of tables in his office in London, so I was able to play on good tables for a change, which was great, and I come here feeling comfortable with my tools, really. So I had a half a chance. I never expected to win it, though, to be honest with you.
Spoken with real modesty for a guy that's lifted it 5 times and now 6. Ronnie, there have been so many great achievements down the years. Your first Triple Crown triumph at the age of 17 in 1993, winning this one after a year off, 1,000 centuries, your 19th Triple Crown title when you won the UK in 2018. Where does this sit?
Listen, any world title you win's got to be up there. It's great to be able to win over the 17 days here. You come here, you got to play a lot of solid shots and be solid in all departments. And even though I might not have felt I'd done that, I must have done, because these guys are too good on tour to give it to you. And I just want to say, as well for Kyron, he's a top player. He's improving all the time, and all that. He fell off the tour. He was always going to get back on the tour. When you got that desire and that hunger and that belief in your ability, you might have to work in a bar for a bit, you might have to do bits and pieces, but deep down that fire is burning bright enough so you actually get there in the end. And so he's a winner, and he will win this tournament one day. Not to put too much pressure on him, but he is a country mile above everybody else around his age. His time's definitely going to come.
Beautifully said. All the pundits down in our studio in London are saying you are now unequivocally the greatest. 37 ranking titles. No one's won more Triple Crowns. Tying Hendry on 7, is it even irrelevant? Are you happy to be with Steve on 6?
I'm happy to be on 1. I was happy to get 1 at one stage. 2 was great, and once I hit 4, I went, I can call myself like one of the greats, because all the greats seem to have done it. I look at John Higgins and go, he's a great, so if he's won it 4 times, that's what you've got to do to be a great. But I suppose my thing has been longevity. I go in and out of form. My mind can wander sometimes, but then I just get a little bit of a taste for it and think, come on, let's see if you still got it, and start to try and have a go again, like I have done this tournament.
27 years of longevity, ladies and gentlemen. There is only one Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Ronnie O'Sullivan talking to Rob Walker after winning his 6th World Snooker title. Elsewhere today, the second test between England and Pakistan is set to end in a draw. There was just an hour's play on day 4 in Southampton. Pakistan bowled out for 236. England 7 for 1 when the rain came. Rory Burns, the man out. Lewis Hamilton won the Spanish Grand Prix. Max Verstappen was second. Hamilton's teammate Valtteri Bottas took third. One game in the Scottish Premiership finished 0-0 between Livingston and Rangers, but that's enough to put Rangers back on top of the Premiership on goal difference over Hibs. In Super League, Wigan have gone top with a 28-10 win over Leeds. In the day's other game, it finished St Helens 10, Castleford 0. And in Rugby Union, in the Gallagher Premiership, Wasps got a bonus point victory at Northampton. Their 34-21 victory has taken them up to 4th. Paul McGuinness, Stephen Warnock and Alistair Bruce Ball ready for the second half of Manchester United Sevilla. 1-1 at half-time. What do Manchester United need to do, Paul, at the start of this second half?
I think it's pretty simple. Some of the things they need to do is be more accurate with the passing, not rush the passing as they get into breaking positions, to make sure that they play the right weight of pass or the right choice of pass, because they've had a lot of situations sort of leading up to the box that haven't really come to enough. If they do that, then they might not get the shot off, but they keep the ball around the box a little bit more, put more pressure on, and maybe keep the ball at that end a little bit more, and eventually get through with a clever combination or shot, dribble.
OK, for the moment, thank you. Ali?
Yeah, just waiting for the two teams to come back out onto the field in Cologne. Sevilla 1, Manchester United 1 at half-time. Sevilla with their excellent record in this competition, have only lost one of their last 20 knockout ties. That actually came last season against Slavia Prague, a dramatic exit they made in the last 16. And Leicester are actually the only English team to beat Sevilla in 5 European knockout ties. That happened in the last 16 of the Champions League 2016-17. Wolves obviously lost to them this season. They beat Liverpool in that Europa League final in 2016. Beat Tottenham in the quarterfinals of this competition in 2007 and thumped Middlesbrough 4-0 in the final back in 2006. So, Paul, again, just from the coaching point of view, I mean, you were talking there about what Manchester United need to do. You wouldn't expect any changes just yet from Ole Gunnar Solskjaer?
No, I don't think so. I think, I think just put those things right and they could be dominating, really. I think they've had the better of it. They've had more opportunities and they've just really should have made a bit more of the possession they've had. So I don't think that's a reason to change anything at the moment. I think they'll maybe want to shore up that right-hand side a little bit and they'll have discussed that to try and protect Wan-Bissaka a little bit more.
Right, Sevilla are on their way back out, just ahead of Manchester United being led by Harry Maguire. Our football correspondent John Murray actually pointed out to me this afternoon, I think, Stephen, he's pretty fed up of losing semi-finals, because if you go back to the World Cup, obviously England lost a semi-final there. Year later, they lose the Nations League semi-final to the Netherlands, and then this season losing 2 with Manchester United. It's really difficult, isn't it? It's really difficult to call which way this game is going to go, actually.
Yeah, you don't want to be the common denominator, do you? That's the one thing you don't want to become. And the thing with Harry Maguire is he's got the right mentality. He wants to shift that away from... He wants to get that out of his mind. He wants to go and win trophies with him today, which was very positive about doing that. He wants to be remembered as a Manchester United captain that lifts trophies, and that is a huge thing. But they're in a good position at this moment, like Paul says. If they can just tweak a few things within the game and clean the play up in midfield, they can go on and win this game.
In terms of the trophies, Manchester United have won 3 major honours since Sir Alex Ferguson retired back in 2013. Louis van Gaal winning the FA Cup in 2016, and then Jose Mourinho winning the League Cup and Europa League in 2017. If they do get knocked out this evening, it will be a 3rd consecutive season without a major trophy, and that does not really happen at Manchester United. Back underway in the second half there. Neither manager making a change in terms of personnel. No surprise there. Sevilla playing in white shirts, white shorts and black socks against Manchester United, who are actually the polar opposite. Black shirts, black shorts and white socks, which makes it nice and easy from the commentary point of view. Manchester United with Greenwood attacking early in the second half. Fernandes chases the through ball down the inside right channel. Diego Carlos is able to clear with his right foot. He was the one who made the challenge on Rashford to concede the penalty early in the game. David De Gea has not had much to do. One save from Ocampos in that first half. Couldn't do much about the Suso goal. Fernandes, what a ball to Greenwood. One touch, and that's a good save by Bunu. Great chance for Manchester United at the start of this second half. Should really be 2-1.
It should be 2-1. It's a magnificent ball from Bruno Fernandes. The weight on the pass into Mason Greenwood. The touch from Greenwood is outstanding. Pulls it onto his right foot, but you have to give credit to Bunu. He's quick off his line, comes out, smothers the shot. Fortunate the goalkeeper.
Sevilla 1, Manchester United 1. Manchester United took the throw. Referee didn't like something about it, so we're going to go again. David De Gea in goal. That was the big call made by Ole Gunnar Solskjaer tonight. Wan-Bissaka, Lindelof, Maguire and Brandon Williams, who is on the yellow card for Manchester United. Fred and Pogba, and then Greenwood, Fernandes, Rashford in support of Anthony Martial. Lindelof, lovely bit of skill. Saw En-Nesyri coming, dragged the ball back. En-Nesyri went sliding right by on the greasy top surface and has left a big skid on the pitch there. Ball is with Fernandes on the halfway line. Another lovely pass. Pogba's first touch wasn't great there. That was a good opportunity for Manchester United. Pogba knows it as well because he slaps the turf in frustration. Yassine Bunu has been starting more regularly for Sevilla towards the end of the season since the restart, because the Czech goalkeeper Thomas Vaslik picked up a knee injury, but Bunu has done well and kept his place and made a couple of really important saves in this game already. Jesus Navas, the captain, at right back. Koundé and Diego Carlos on the yellow card, the two centre-backs. Reguilon at left back. Ever Banega, Fernando and Juan Jordan as a midfield three. Suso, the goal scorer, on the right. Ocampos, the Argentine, Sevilla's top scorer, on the left. En-Nesyri, the Moroccan, through the middle for Sevilla. That's how they're lining up. 2 and a bit minutes gone in the second half. Greenwood getting involved again. Banega makes a challenge. Greenwood goes down. No free kick. Banega's got to be careful here. Fernandes trying to tackle him. The skills, so good from Banega. Gets away from Fernandes. De Gea comes rushing out of his area and then is able to scamper back into the box and pick the ball up with both hands and play it to Harry Maguire. He's got the two-tone boots. Bright pink on the outside of each boot. Bright yellow on the inside, playing in this stadium in Cologne that will host the Europa League final on Friday night. Manchester United desperately want to be there. Dark red seats all around the arena as Greenwood goes scampering away down the right. Fernandes finds him. Wan-Bissaka high up the pitch in support, plays it back to Greenwood. Still wide on the right. Fernandes points to Wan-Bissaka, tells him where to go, and then uses him as a decoy and plays a 1-2 with Greenwood. Changes the angle of attack. Fernandes standing still, just whips a pass across field to Maguire. Maguire low ball out to his left, finds Williams. Pogba, quick first time ball to Rashford, who hits a stinger that's blocked on the edge of the box. Greenwood's first touch, knocks it past the defender, then plays it low to Fred. Fernandes on the corner of the area, cross comes in, dangerous one, chested down by Martial. Bunu with a brilliant save, back to Rashford, and that is well tackled by Fernando, comes sliding in. Manchester United, the chances are coming thick and fast at the start of this second half, and they're winning the ball back again on the edge of the Sevilla box. Rashford with a little switch pass to Martial, clever skills on his right foot. Oh, it's tight in there, more dribbling. Martial's pullback might fall to Fernandes, another block. 2 defenders in the way this time, and it's behind for a corner. Brilliant defending from Sevilla.
Unbelievable defending, quite brilliant from Sevilla, throwing the bodies on the line, getting the bodies in front of the shots. It's Fernando again with the challenge, but Bruno Fernandes at the heart of everything that Manchester United are doing well. Great save again from a great challenge again, and Bunu with a save from Martial, but United will feel that they should be a goal ahead.
Great close control from Martial to create one of the chances. Corner for United, coming in from the left. Fernandes trying to pick out a teammate here, deep to the far post. Pogba wins a brilliant header. Maguire flicks it on, can't find Rashford, and Sevilla happy to clear this anywhere at the moment. Excellent first 5 minutes to the second half for Manchester United, but they've not been able to take those chances. Ole Gunnar Solskjaer barks out some instructions. The Blazers come off, getting a little warmer. Now down to the open-necked white shirt. Campos En-Nesyri then hits one with his left foot from 25 yards out. The ball spins away to Greenwood. He hoists it high in the air. Koundé heads it forward for Sevilla. Played into midfield. En-Nesyri knocks it back to Jordan and out wide to Suso. Up against Williams, takes him on the inside. Sevilla just work it back to Jesus Navas. Captain's armband wrapped around the short sleeve of his white Sevilla shirt. Fernando in midfield to Koundé. Now Diego Carlos just prompts a little ball forward for Banega. Plays the 1-2 with Fernando. Looks for another one with Ocampos, but Ocampos goes back to Fernando on the halfway line. Intriguingly poised this tie at the moment. Sevilla 1, Manchester United 1. Have to have a winner tonight. Could be extra time. Could be penalties. If it is penalties, United will be delighted. They have Bruno Fernandes in their team. Williams under a little pressure at left back. Scuffs a clearance away. It works out well. Finds Maguire. Looking for the long ball downfield to Rashford. Sevilla deal with it. And here they come now. And it's pretty relentless at the moment at the start of this second half. Jordan wide to En-Nesyri on the left. Trying to beat Wan-Bissaka on the outside. Very good in the one-on-ones, always Wan-Bissaka. Stretches out. Makes the tackle, wins the ball. Greenwood takes up the running. Looks for the angled run of Martial. Touch and turn from him. Can't find Greenwood with the return pass, and Bunu is able to collect it for Sevilla. This is great to watch, Stephen, at the moment. And Banega's lost it on the edge of the box. Great chance for United. Here's Martial. Oh, Bunu's there again. Stretches out a long left leg, and Manchester United cannot find a way past him from open play. Are they going to come to rue these missed chances at the start of the second half. Relentless attacking at the moment. Fernandes, clever use of the body, floats the ball out to Wan-Bissaka. First time cross from him, couldn't get proper contact. And Bunu clutches it with both hands. Brilliant goalkeeping.
Well, it's Schmeichel-esque. It's what we used to see from Peter Schmeichel week in, week out in the Premier League. Comes out, spreads himself, Bunu, with his feet, with his legs, and he just gets a vital touch. And it's going into the bottom right-hand corner, but this is a great game.
Martial trying to get round Bunu. He can't. Bunu again in that Schmeichel-esque stance, just spreads arms and legs wide, and he's a big man. Gets a long left leg to the ball. That is five really good chances in the first 7 minutes of the second half for Manchester United.
Yeah, and they've just got to keep on plugging away, saying the chances are coming. We're creating. Sevilla on the ropes. Just keep on attacking them, keep on causing them problems. But the problem for United will be if they switch off, they're vulnerable on the break.
Energetic, enterprising stuff from Manchester United, who looked a little jaded against Copenhagen in this stadium on Monday night. Not so this evening. They need to get themselves back ahead, need to take one of these chances. Rashford stumbles edge of the area. Referee tells him to get up. I don't think he was going down looking for the free kick. His momentum just took him forward there. Williams on the edge of the box, tries to flick one through his legs for Rashford. Navas read it, clears it for Sevilla. Down the right-hand side, ball played back into the box. Koundé had to get there quickly. Clears up to the halfway line. En-Nesyri couldn't control it. And Manchester United come again. Rashford has the ball at his feet. Pokes one up to Martial, uses his strength to hold off Navas and then accidentally treads on Navas' foot, and the free kick goes against him. And Ole Gunnar Solskjaer applauds Paul McGuinness, who's been an integral part of the Manchester United coaching setup, particularly the younger players down the years. I mean, you were talking, Paul, at half-time about being more precise. I mean, the final ball's been there. They just can't find a way past Bunu at the moment.
Yeah, they've been definitely far better in the last third and more precise, like we said. Maybe the last touch on Martial's chance was, or one of his chances, he's had three, I think, was a bit heavy. But yeah, I think if they carry on like they are doing, they'll get chances and one will go in.
Fernando, diagonal ball for Sevilla. This is where Manchester United have got to be careful. Ocampos goes running at Wan-Bissaka, watches the ball, times the tackle well, and the loose ball breaks to Fernando. 10 minutes gone in the second half. Sevilla 1, Manchester United 1. Navas drives in a low cross. Brandon Williams blocks, and it comes off Navas and goes out for the throw. Early change in the second half for Sevilla, and Munir is going to come on for Ocampos. And actually, Stephen, you and I were talking before the game. You wondered whether Munir might actually start this game, didn't you, for Sevilla?
Yeah, I wasn't sure whether he'd start, but I thought he'd start in Fred instead of Suso if he was going to start anywhere. And you can see Ocampos here is furious coming off, and I'm very, very surprised because his power when he runs and attacks players is so hard to play against. So something that Lopetegui feels that Munir will add a different type of quality to Sevilla's game going forward.
Double change, actually, because I can see Luke de Jong is getting ready to come on as well for Sevilla. So this is bold from Julen Lopetegui. Manchester United very much on top in the first 5-10 minutes of this second half, but he's made two changes up top because En-Nesyri, the centre forward, is coming off, and Luke de Jong, I'm sure some of our listeners will recognise that name, had a loan spell at Newcastle for 6 months in the 2013-14 season, one of the many signings at Sevilla this season, joined the club from PSV. So he goes through the middle. So Lopetegui is not messing around. Two changes early in the second half. Jordan with the ball through, well over hit. Goes bouncing past De Gea and behind for the goal kick. So two changes in the front three. Manchester United start to play out from the back, and they have flowed well in this second half. As soon as I say that, Wan-Bissaka gives the ball away. And Banega is onto it for Sevilla. Martial tries to take it off Carlos. Got there just too late. Jordan, that's a nice curling low pass to find Navas on the right-hand side. Navas back to Suso. Fernando. And the ball played across midfield by Jordan again. This is more like Sevilla. First time they've been able to do it in this second half. Munir, former Barcelona man, gets involved for the first time since coming on. Banega is deep, 10 yards inside the Manchester United half, but on the ball, pinging it around at the moment, but Manchester United happily holding, and then Brandon Williams sees an opportunity to win the ball back on the halfway line. 1-2 with Rashford. Rashford has got Suso for company, holds him off, plays the pass infield to Fred. Fred across to Pogba. Sevilla 1, Manchester United 1. Inter against Shakhtar tomorrow in the other semi-final, and winners will play for the Europa League trophy, UEFA Cup, on Friday night here in Cologne. Good move from Manchester United, working it from right to left. Williams to Martial inside the Sevilla penalty area. 3 white shirts in front of him, takes his time, plays it back to Greenwood, who's actually over on the left-hand side for Manchester United at the moment. Harry Maguire into the feet of Greenwood, able to turn and run, brought down, advantage played here. Rashford on the edge of the box, still dribbling, not much space there. Greenwood has stayed down and he's holding his left leg, and Manchester United have knocked the ball out of play. Paul McGuinness, your thoughts at this stage in the game?
I mean, you've seen some really very high-level skills from the Manchester United forward line. Balls played into feet around the edge of the box. When they're tightly marked, they're controlling them under pressure. They're moving. They're playing 1-2s. They're having little dribbles, all under pressure. I think if they keep that going, it'll build up and build up. There'll be maybe free kicks, another penalty. They are showing some high-level skills around that box.
Sevilla 1, Manchester United 1. Manchester United get the ball back from the throw-in. They've gone all the way back to David De Gea, who's almost in bright pink, it looks like, this evening for Manchester United. Made the one save from a Campos, who's not a happy camper. Just seen a shot of him sitting on the bench, having been substituted. Kicked the water bottle as he made his way back to the seat, and is looking rather grumpy, having been removed from the action. Lindelof, strong challenge, took the ball, shoulder to shoulder with Banega. He's been penalised, Stephen Warner.
Yeah, another surprising free kick. Banega, he's bought that. He knows straight away he wasn't going to get full contact on the ball. He wasn't going to be able to control it. Hits the deck after a tiny bit of contact. Just gesturing to the referee again, which we hate to see. A yellow card. He looks like he's almost going to cry. It's quite embarrassing, if I'm being honest.
Free kick, Sevilla. I don't think it should have been one, but it is one. That's all it is. Ole Gunnar Solskjaer having a little chuckle. This is tense times at the moment for the Manchester United manager, who, of course, famously made that incredible impact coming off the bench late in that Champions League final in 1999 to win it for Manchester United. This is a semi-final. Just wondering who he thinks might be able to do that later in this game, if it comes to that, for Manchester United. But they've had chances early in this second half. They can't get past Bunu. That's brilliant from Pogba to Fernandes. Quick first-time ball wide to Greenwood. Greenwood takes a touch, brings it in towards the penalty area, down by the byline, crosses blocked at the near post and behind for the corner.
Positive play again from Greenwood, but what skill from Pogba. He can be so frustrating at times. We were talking at half-time, myself and Paul, just saying that so the ability that he's got, he should be doing more, but just there shows the flash of brilliance that he can change a game in a moment, and releases Greenwood down the side, who can't just get his cross quite right. It leads to more pressure from Manchester United.
Bruno Fernandes involved as always, will take the set piece. It's the corner from the right-hand side. Pogba, Maguire, Rashford start their runs from the penalty spot. In swinger to the near post is headed away. Banega controls, acrobatic volley of the ball as it bounced. Navas, nice pass to Munir down the right. Brandon Williams gives chase. Munir loses control of it. Williams watches the ball and then is caught by Munir as he brings the ball away. And that is a free kick for Manchester United. And Brandon Williams, Paul McGuinness, at left back for Manchester United, 19 years old, continues to impress.
Really there to get back, be patient, win the ball, and come away with it. And he's showing great temperament, the lad.
So free kick, Manchester United. Reading a great piece on The Athletic written by Daniel Taylor about Brandon Williams and his background and where he grew up, and his mum, I think, doing one of the cheapest and best fry-ups in Manchester. Runs the cafe with all the sort of paraphernalia. Dad, Paul, a massive Manchester United fan. Said no danger he was going to go across the city and join Manchester City. And Manchester United fans, I think, have been delighted with the way that he has developed. One of the many at Manchester United that Paul McGuinness has seen come through in his time, now working as national coach developer at the FA, but part of our 5 Live commentary team tonight. Also welcoming our listeners to BBC Radio Manchester. Sevilla 1, Manchester United 1. Into the last half hour of the 90 minutes. Munir, legs getting a tackle with Wan-Bissaka. And Felix Breisch gives the free kick to Manchester United. Munir's lying on the ball. Pogba very daintily and carefully just tried to backheel that out of his hands so he couldn't be accused of treading on his hands. Munir stopped him from doing that, and everyone was just standing and waiting basically to see what decision the referee was going to make. Free kick United. Another argument here. Jordan doesn't like the fact that Martial's trying to get the ball off him. There's a lot at stake and tempers are running high at the moment. Fernandes having a little word behind his hand to Jordan here. Martial and Jordan being spoken to by the referee, Felix Breisch. Martial has a chuckle. Jordan is wound up. Martial continues to talk. Free kick Manchester United just inside their own half. Pogba into the feet of Fernandes. A few keepy ups from Pogba. Fernandes almost caught from behind there. Got the pass away. Wan-Bissaka on the right. Greenwood has just drifted in field in this move. Back to Fred on the halfway line. Wide to Rashford on the left-hand side. 1-1. Rashford again. First time ball. Just floats it back to Lindelof. Not seen too much of Sevilla in this second half as an attacking threat. It's Manchester United who've been doing all the damage, but Sevilla's goalkeeper and some of the blocks from the defenders have been quite superb. Pogba's in the move, but he's been caught in possession on the halfway line. Jordan turns. Fred is trying to desperately win this back for Manchester United. Isn't able to do so. Rashford gets back behind the ball to stop the run of Navas down the right-hand side. Koundé, the 21-year-old French centre-back, plays a ball to Fernando. And David Banega says, leave it to me, I'm coming back and taking control in his old-fashioned all-black boots. Reguilon on the left, back to Carlos. Fernando again just splitting the two Sevilla centre-backs, 20 yards inside his own half in a central position. Banega surveys everything in front of him. Luke de Jong with a rare touch since coming onto the field. Layoff back into midfield, worked wide to Navas on the right-hand side. Navas has a little dart inside, dummies to go outside, goes back inside to Jordan. Ball is played wide here to Munir. Little back heel to Navas. Navas digs his right foot under the ball. High floated cross. Wan-Bissaka underneath it to head it away for Manchester United. Greenwood saw the challenge coming in from Reguilon and wins the free kick. I'm not sure that necessarily should have been a free kick, but Manchester United fans this time won't be complaining because he knew what he was doing there as he was chasing that ball, Stephen Warner.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a coming together of Reguilon and Mason Greenwood. But what I was going to say was just that United have definitely nullified that threat down the left-hand side that Reguilon was bringing in the first half. And the reason for that is Lindelof has just over-covered every single time. He's almost said to the winger, well, if you go past Wan-Bissaka, I'm here to help now, so you're not going to come down this side. And they've done it superbly well second half, and it's allowed Manchester United just to get up the pitch a little bit higher and sustain attacks better.
25 minutes to play of the 90. Could be extra time, could be penalties. As I've already said, Manchester United have had plenty of practice at those this season. 22 now in total they've been given in all competitions. Bruno Fernandes has scored 8 out of 8. Rashford, I'm sure if he's still on the field, would take one. 7 out of 9 for him this season. Pogba's missed his one against Wolves. Martial has 1 out of 2. Mason Greenwood would be a candidate. He's 1 out of 1 from the spot this season. Rashford's really annoyed. He's going to pick up a silly yellow card. He thought that Manchester United should have been given a throw on the left. They didn't get the decision, and it's just bubbled over for him. Throwing the ball down into the turf. Sorry, Stephen.
I think the players are really getting frustrated with the referee because they're simple decisions that he's getting wrong, and players do get frustrated by that because they're so wound up within the game and the emotion of the game that little things can set players off. And I know listeners will say, well, they need to calm down, they need to be able to control their emotions, but it's very difficult when you are in that moment.
Here's Munir, good dribbler with the ball at his feet. Gets away from Fred, trying to slide one through to de Jong. The two substitutes looking to combine. United get bodies in the way. De Gea clears with his right foot. In terms of the two goalkeepers tonight, we were talking a lot about David De Gea before the game, but Yassine Bounou, particularly at the start of this second half, has been Sevilla's saviour. He's kept them in it. They hung in early on against Wolves, actually, in the quarter-final. Under pressure in that first 15 minutes, he saved a penalty there and then went on to win the game. So that will be of concern for Manchester United. 3/4 of the way through the 90 minutes. Sevilla have the ball inside their own penalty area. And here's Banega, very, very deep for Sevilla. Right foot, clipped pass forward, full 40 yards onto the chest of the Dutchman De Jong. Lays it off to Navas, just inside the Manchester United half, down that inside right channel. Jordan gives it back to Navas. Koundé, the centre-back. Low pass across the Sevilla half. Now Banega gets involved again with his jet black hair, stubbly chin, heavily tattooed arms. Diagonal ball from him, almost perfect. De Jong thought about stretching, realised he couldn't get there, and just let it skip away from him and go behind for the goal kick. Stephen.
That's almost Manchester United's downfall, though. Banega drops into the centre-half position. He's in his own box. He fires a ball 40 yards onto his centre-forward's chest, and it's unopposed. It's too easy, and it's an easy way out for Sevilla to get at Manchester United. And I often think that is, again, we spoke about it in the first half, Manchester United need to be more front foot and higher up the pitch, and not allowing that to happen.
Fernandes, furthest man forward for Manchester United, chasing a David De Gea clearance, which was accidentally flicked back towards the edge of the Sevilla box. Fernando, crisp right-footed pass. Brandon Williams spots an opportunity to win it high for Manchester United. They've done that. Skills from Rashford on the left-hand side. Has he overdone it? Navas gets a foot in, then slides in on Williams. Good tackle. Two good tackles from Jesus Navas. And the second one has slightly hurt Williams. He fell, banged the back of his head, but Manchester United play on. Pogba hits one on the half volley, gets underneath it from 25 yards, and the ball goes screaming over the crossbar. Goal kick for Sevilla on the way. Let's get another word from Paul McGuinness. Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, Paul, in terms of the way Manchester United played at the start of this second half, will be very happy, other than the fact that they've not scored, I imagine.
Yeah, I mean, they started off with a fury of attacks, you know, and 2 or 3 in 30 seconds. The keeper blocked on the line, blocked again. I mean, you couldn't really keep that pace up the way they were going. So now there's a little bit of a lull where both teams are having 50-50 of the game, and United will probably want to, you know, really get to grips with it again and put some more pressure on.
Maguire, the captain, stands tall, comes forward and wins a header, and a second header as well, down to Fernandes. Fred across the Manchester United midfield, might turn into a 50-50. Wan-Bissaka's won it. Not only that, sliding forward, he's played a good pass out to Greenwood, who's got a chance here. Skins Banega, into the penalty area he goes. On the left foot, tries to whip one in at the near post. Blocked by Carlos. Banega is there to bring the ball away. Lindelof comes high up the pitch and knocks the ball out for a Sevilla throw on the left-hand side. Another half opportunity for Manchester United. Solskjaer not entirely happy with something, but I mean, the threat they possess, and we've seen it with that front four, Fernandes, Greenwood, Rashford, Martial, is always there, always dangerous. Sevilla bringing the ball away up the right-hand side. We're moving into the last 20 minutes of this first Europa League semi-final on BBC Radio 5 Live, BBC Radio Manchester. Banega dummies across with his right foot. Reguilon runs outside him on the left, almost dribbles the ball over the touchline for a throw into United, just about keeps it in play. Banega's there to help him out. Plays it back to Fernando. Fernando side foots one across to Koundé. Koundé just very comfortably rolls a pass to Navas. Jordan down the inside right channel. Munir. Suso. Now wide to Navas. Navas's ball looking for De Jong. Well read by Lindelof in to win the header. Bit of defending for Manchester United to do here. Possibly just taking a little breather, as Paul McGuinness was saying. The tempo of that first 10-15 minutes as they went all-out attack on Sevilla just have taken a little out of the tank. Here's Suso controlling the ball. His back's to the Manchester United goal. Sevilla keeping it away from the United defenders at the moment and happily keeping the ball. 40 yards out in a central position. Banega. Right-footed ball wide to Reguilon on the left. Thinks about taking Wan-Bissaka on the outside. Wan-Bissaka goes for the ball, misses it, catches the man right on the edge of the box. And again, look at Munir waving the imaginary yellow card. You should get booked for doing that, Stephen.
Yeah, it's just a trait that I just can't stand in football. You just see it so often, but Wan-Bissaka just over-eager to win the ball back from Reguilon. Reguilon's in trouble. He's got nowhere to go. He doesn't need to dive in. He doesn't need to commit the foul, but we see it so often where he likes to go to ground. This is a dangerous position just on the left-hand side of the penalty box for Sevilla to have that quality that we know Banega possesses to put the ball into the box.
Wan-Bissaka helps Reguilon to his feet. Danger for Manchester United. 18 minutes to play of the 90. It's 1-1, and they've had plenty of chances in this second half to go ahead. They've not been able to do that. They've got a free kick to defend. De Gea's got to be careful. The ball's right on the corner of the Manchester United penalty area. The right-hand side as De Gea looks out at it from his goal. You just wonder whether they might try and whip it over that two-man wall into the near post area. De Gea will be well aware of that. The whistle has blown. Sevilla taking their time. Jourdain with his right foot. Oh, Fernandes jumped, turned his back. Looked like it hit him on the elbow. Shot comes in from Suso with the left foot, low, and it's blocked. Williams and De Jong run into each other. Both go down and then pick themselves up. Play continues. Here's Suso, wide on the right-hand side for Sevilla. With his left foot, dummies the back heel, bringing the ball into a more central position, then turns and plays it wide to Navas. Navas with his right foot gets the cross in. Lindelof heads it away. Stretch and control here from Munir on the edge of the Manchester United penalty area. The ball is not a good one, though. Jourdain couldn't get there, and then Jourdain turns and says to Felix Breisch, is that a handball? And I'm sure we'll get to see the replays here, Stephen Warnock, and we'll be able to have a look at it. Now, Felix Breisch is saying, hold on, before we restart the game. We are checking. He very clearly said, we are checking there. And let's have a look at Bruno Fernandes jumping in the wall. Turns his back. Arm is tucked in tight to his body. It hits him on the elbow.
Yeah, it's no penalty. If he gives a penalty for this, it would be absolutely shocking. He hold his arms by his side. It has hit his elbow. But when you've not pushed your arm out to the side, he's held it tight to his body, like you say. But Jourdain is furious. He thinks it's a penalty. Like you say, we're having the VAR check now.
Yeah, we're waiting, and we're just getting slow-motion replays at the moment. So tense moments for Manchester United and Sevilla, and you listening, wherever you're listening. Change coming for Sevilla in the meantime. Franco Vasquez is coming on for Suso. So the three changes that Julen Lopetegui has made are all in the front three. He's not messed around with any other area of the team. And the goal scorer, Suso, is coming off. And Franco Vasquez, the Argentine, in his fourth season now at Sevilla, having joined from Palermo back in 2016, will come on. And I'm presuming, because they are making the change, that we are ready to get the game back underway. And as Stephen Warnock was just saying, there will be no penalty given against Manchester United. Had his arm been away from his body, Stephen, in the unnatural position, then possibly there's always a danger when you turn your back. But I'm sure, yeah, whistle blows and we are back underway in the game. Manchester United clear long. Koundé comes forward to win a header. Munir gives chase. Harry Maguire is over there for United, wants to let the ball bounce away from him and run behind for a goal kick. And Manchester United yet to make a change with 15 minutes to play. So I just wonder what Ole Gunnar Solskjaer might be thinking on that front in terms of Lingard, Mata, Daniel James, Matic, kind of options available to him. 1-1. Goal kick for Manchester United. De Gea just pokes it short. Maguire brings it out of the penalty area. Got to be a little bit careful here, being chased down by Munir. Plays it back to Lindelof. Lindelof wants options, doesn't think he's got them, so goes back to De Gea, sweeps it away with his right foot. Went past Rashford. That's worked out well for Manchester United. Martial onto it, and then he's caught by Fernando. Stayed down. Referee's played advantage here. Rashford's on the ball on the corner of the penalty area. Martial is out of the game. Williams comes forward, throws himself down on the ground trying to win a free kick. Not good from Brandon Williams, that. Sevilla have cleared, played it up the right-hand side of the field. And Manchester United looking a little open. Munir possibly taken too long, trying to dribble with the ball on the floor. Then he's told to get to his feet. And Manchester United could come on the counter. And here they go. Pogba plays it low to his left-hand side. Sevilla 1, Manchester United 1. Greenwood with the running onto the Rashford through ball down the left into the last 15 minutes of this first Europa League semi-final. Fernandes slows things down, takes a breather. 1-2 with Greenwood at walking pace. Ball back into midfield to find Fred. Fred, little 1-2 with Pogba. Back to Maguire, who's inside Sevilla territory here. Brings it forward. Rashford looking for the slide pass, and the shot from Greenwood first time, and actually for him not all that cleanly hit, and Bunu makes his most comfortable save of the night. Stephen Warnock.
Yeah, I don't think either manager will be watching this thinking I'm happy with the situation in the last couple of minutes. It was like a basketball game, neither team in control of the situation and looking very open in the last 5 minutes.
3 changes made by Sevilla has freshened them up top. Ole Gunnar Solskjaer yet to make the change. One of the 3 for Sevilla is Vasquez, who's playing a 1-2 here on the left. Wan-Bissaka gets a leg in. Greenwood kept the ball in play, and then it ran away from him, unfortunately, as Manchester United look to attack, and quickly the angle of attack is switched by Sevilla. Navas, who looks at 34 years old, as fresh as a daisy down that right-hand side for Sevilla. Long, bouncing, flowing hair of Vasquez behind him as he finds Navas on the right-hand side. Whips the ball in. De Jong with the left-footed finish. David De Gea can't stop it. Cross comes in from the right, and Manchester United now are behind with less than 15 minutes to play in this Europa League semi-final. They couldn't take that glut of chances that came their way at the start of this second half, and they are punished by Luke de Jong. Sevilla 2, Manchester United 1.
Well, again, it's Manchester United switching off. It's Brandon Williams this time. He doesn't see that Navas has ran in behind him. Then Navas gets him in a 1v1 situation. The ball is quite outstanding from Navas. De Jong, he doesn't move out to the central position. Wan-Bissaka switches off at the back post, and it's a simple tap-in for De Jong. Poor from Manchester United again.
Lovely half-volley finish from Luke de Jong. So one of the changes pays off. Victor Lindelof and Bruno Fernandes involved in a major disagreement, having conceded the goal. Slow-motion replay of those two at it, forehead to forehead, was always going to be the danger if they didn't take those chances early in the second half. Still time to do something about it. And in terms of the goal conceded, Paul McGuinness, from the coach's point of view, from Manchester United's point of view.
You've got Navas making a run forward. He burst forward, and I think Rashford thought, well, he's gone, he's out of my way now. He went forward, and then Williams didn't react quick enough to get back in, and then you see Navas, his old wing skills came out. Great cross, fantastic ball in.
So Sevilla 2, Manchester United 1, and just over 10 minutes to play. Sevilla hanging in there, thanks to their goalkeeper in particular at the start of this second half. United fans won't want to hear it. I said at the start of the game, whenever they reach the quarterfinals of this competition, they go on to win it, and Manchester United need to find something special to come back. First and foremost, to grab a goal, to potentially take it to extra time. 2 would be ideal, to win it in the 90. Rashford's overhit his through ball. It'll also depend, Stephen Warnock, what they've got left in the tank now.
It certainly does, and Ole Gunnar Solskjaer now has the decision to make. Does he take off a midfielder and throw on another attacker? Does he try and change just a like for like? He needs to do something, because there's only 10 minutes left of this game for him to salvage something.
Third semi-final this season, lost in the League Cup, lost in the FA Cup, now losing here in this Europa League semi-final, and Sevilla controlling the ball and making Manchester United run, and Bruno Fernandes is doing that for them. They've got to think that another chance will come. Luke de Jong, the goal scorer, coming back from an offside position. Free kick to Manchester United. Into the last 10 minutes we go on BBC Radio 5 Live and BBC Radio Manchester. Monday Night Club tomorrow night on 5 Live. Mark Chapman has Dion Dublin, Charlie Adam and Kieran Dyer as his guests for company tomorrow night. Leipzig against PSG in full on Tuesday night in the first Champions League semi-final. Bayern Munich against Lyon on Wednesday night. Here's Pogba for Manchester United. Here's Fernandes now, gets the ball from Pogba, runs out of space, strong tackle on him on the edge of the area. United looking dangerously open here, and Banega is just trying to prise them open with that ball down the right. Finds Munir via the heels of Brandon Williams. Ball is played back to the halfway line. Navas, the creator of that second goal, finds Diego Carlos. Again, Fernandes comes forward to press. Greenwood now chasing. Koundé into the feet of Fernando. Sevilla floating one down the right-hand side. Well caught as well. Luke de Jong is waiting in the middle if the ball can come in, but it can't from Munir, who ran out of space, lost control, and it's gone behind for the Manchester United goal kick. Stephen Warnock.
Yeah, it's a big waste from Munir. It's poor play from him, because he has to stand the ball up at the back post, and it's a simple cross into the box, and Manchester United again are outnumbered at the back. United again looking lazy now, or not lazy, I say lethargic. Yeah. They're looking a little bit tired. Some sloppy passes are creeping in. Players getting agitated with each other. You can't get that way. You've got to be positive.
Still Ole Gunnar Solskjaer has kept the starting 11 out there, and we've got only 8 minutes to go. Manchester United desperately need a goal. They've conceded a throw-in. The sloppiness Stephen was just talking about there was Harry Maguire trying to flick a ball out to Brandon Williams. They weren't quite on the same wavelength. It was a little ahead of him. Williams couldn't catch it. The two turned and had a little go at each other. Fred is encouraging here in central midfield. Sevilla taking their time over the restart defensively. A very good team, Sevilla, coming into this game and kept 5 consecutive clean sheets. Here's Banega on the right-hand side, who'll be very good at keeping the ball, dribbling down to the byline on the right, then tries to get the cross in, blocked by Brandon Williams, who's hurt in the challenge. So we'll get a bit of a delay to the game here. Williams being helped to his feet by Banega. Corner coming Sevilla's way. And all very frustrating for Manchester United. It was the follow-through from Banega on the cross that caught Brandon Williams in the chest. But Manchester United just got to keep the faith, just got to believe that another chance will come their way in this game. And then they've got to hope they can get past Yassine Bounou in the Sevilla goal. Banega with the deep floated corner to the far post. Vasquez with the volley with the left foot goes straight over the bar, and David De Gea gets a replacement ball chucked at him very quickly. Lopetegui looks a little anxious as United go long. Straight down the middle of the pitch to Greenwood. Header is won by Jesus Navas again. Covered the ground, got there first for Sevilla, won the header. Rashford on the right, Greenwood on the left at the moment for Manchester United, but it's Sevilla who have the ball. Sevilla 1, beg your pardon, Sevilla 2, Manchester United 1. And here's Bounou, the hero, one of the heroes for Sevilla. The goalkeeper plays the ball out into the left-back position. Diego Carlos has, cheeky, tries to scoop it over Rashford's head, straight out for a throw. Solskjaer off the bench, throws the ball to Wan-Bissaka, who throws it into Pogba, onto Fred, looking for Greenwood. Greenwood's layoff to Bruno Fernandes. Can he make the magic happen for Manchester United again? So often he's done it in his short time at the club. Scored the penalty tonight to give Manchester United the lead. They're now behind. Pogba, 30 yards from goal on the inside right channel. Low ball to Rashford, through the legs of the defender to Fernandes. Fernando runs with him, gives him a nudge. Fernandes goes down, wants a penalty. Felix Breisch and his assistant both wave those claims away. The video assistant referee will have a look. Manchester United have a throw, and Stephen Warnock, who's got a bit of a smaller television. I'm sorry about that, Stephen. I've got a giant television in front of me. You have a slightly smaller one. They are checking it, and Felix Breisch says no.
Now, my initial thought when I first saw it was Fernando's got the wrong side of Fernandes, and it could be dangerous. I think Fernandes actually goes looking for the penalty, thinking that it's just getting away from me slightly. I'm almost off balance. And he just feels a slight touch and thinks, well, I'll try and buy a penalty, which we've seen him do a couple of times in the Premier League before.
Rashford, ball down the right for Fernandes. Low cross in from him. Couldn't find Martial in the middle. That's because Koundé was in the right place for Sevilla. Vasquez, surrounded by 3 Manchester United players, does well to get it to Banega. Across to Jesus Navas. Down the right-hand side, Maguire comes charging forward, desperate to win it for Manchester United. Slides in, catches man and ball and concedes the free kick. In terms of, is Maguire going in the book? Yes, he is. In terms of not making the changes, Stephen, I mean, it just tells you again that Ole Gunnar Solskjaer clearly feels that's my best 11, and actually what I'm going to bring on the field is not necessarily going to improve us at this point.
Which is surprising, because we talked about it before, but the energy levels seem to have dipped a little bit. And I understand that he feels that the quality is there, but that inventiveness, that fresh energy that maybe a Lingard or a James can bring onto the pitch, or definitely in Ighalo. Ighalo only needs one opportunity. Yeah. He's so clinical. So very surprised not to see a change from Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. Well, as we say that. We go.
Juan Mata is on for Manchester United. Triple change coming. Daniel James is coming on. Timothy Fosu-Mensah is coming on. Paul McGuinness is with us as well, former under-18s coach at Manchester United. Paul, what have you made of it? Second half, the way it's gone, certainly last 15 minutes.
Yeah, they started off like a house on fire. Could have had 2 or 3 goals in the first 10-15 minutes, but then there was a lull and the energy levels went, and of course you get that knock with a goal, and now the pitch just seems bigger. You know, everything's leggy. You can't get as close to people. There's more mistakes. And you're looking for something now. I think it's right to put the players on because they need an injection. Maybe it can happen. Something can happen. They're putting some pace on, so you never know.
they've not actually shown us who's come off for Manchester United, but obviously we can work that out as the game develops. Jordan has come off for Sevilla, and the Serbian Gudel has come on, who's missed recent games, having been diagnosed with COVID-19. So he had to go into quarantine, but has since tested negative, so he's back in action for Sevilla. Martial still out there, plays the ball wide. Here's Fernandez. Gary Flintoff, our producer, is coming scampering across the studio here to tell me that Rashford off for Juan Mata and Brandon Williams off for Daniel James. So if this does end up in a penalty shootout, Rashford can't now take one. Juan Mata obviously would be a candidate. But time is running out for Manchester United. They're trailing 2-1. Harry Maguire talking about his semi-final woe over the last 3 seasons for club and country. Looks like being on the wrong end of another one. Fernandez playing the ball back to Maguire inside the Manchester United half. And here is Fred bringing the ball forward from the centre circle. Out wide to Lindelof. Wan-Bissaka, the other player, to make way for Timothy Fosu-Mensah. Sevilla have cleared. Manchester United have it. Those changes now in detail coming up on the screen here. 2 minutes to go of normal time. Martial's cross is too deep from the left-hand side. Daniel James will chase it. Paul Pogba will applaud the effort. Mike Phelan will chew his nails in concern for Manchester United. Felix Bryce wants Sevilla to get on with things. There are 2 balls on the field. And whatever you say, Stephen, about Manchester United's efforts this evening, I mean, Sevilla, again, in this competition, are a very, very impressive team.
Yeah, I mean, the game management is superb. When they've gone a goal up, they've slowed the game down, they've played it at their tempo, they've nullified United in the second half. They've never let, after the first 5 minutes, they've not let United sort of run in behind. They've not been leaving gaps for Rashford and Martial to get in 1v1 situations. They weathered the storm early on, but United have had more than enough opportunities to win this game, and they'll be very, very disappointed if this is the end result.
Here they come, sweeping forward, Manchester United down the left-hand side. Martial gets the ball out. Fosu-Mensah's cross comes in towards Daniel James. He wasn't quite sure where it was going to land, and it enabled Reguilon just to let it drift past him and bounce behind for the goal kick. Sevilla 2, Manchester United 1, and we're heading into added time. So it's desperate times for Manchester United. 6 minutes of added time as Manchester United try and avoid a third semi-final defeat this season. And the chances, as you say, Stephen, were good ones. I mean, the keeper's done brilliantly to save them, but they were one-on-ones, a couple of them for Martial.
Oh yeah, they were brilliant chances for Manchester United, especially Martial, but you have to give credit to the goalkeeper. I just look at that chance there from Dan James. I think that's a brilliant ball in, and he should be taking that gamble on the far stick. And really, I want to score a goal. I'm going to take a gamble. I'm inside the fullback. The fullback had switched off, and it was a great opportunity.
Manchester United got to take the risk now, obviously, in danger of getting caught out at the back, but Pogba saved them, giving it to Daniel James. This is where he is good, running at pace at the Sevilla defenders, turns infield and runs into Gudel. Gudel makes the tackle. Sevilla clear the ball to the halfway line, and a minute of added time has already ticked by. Manchester United took the lead in this game. Former Liverpool player in Suso equalised briefly. Luke de Jong, a former Newcastle player, has put Sevilla in front, and it looks like they, at the moment, are heading towards another Europa League final. It will be on Friday night in this stadium against either Inter or Shakhtar. But Manchester United aren't done yet. Famous, of course, for their dramatic late finishes. Here's Martial, left-hand side for United. Plays the ball back to Fred. Mata is out wide as well. So is Fosu-Mensah up on that left-hand side. Controls the ball and plays it to Greenwood. Corner of the Sevilla penalty area. Looking for space, looking for an option. Fernandez, great ball here into the feet of Martial. Thinks about lining up the shot, trying to play the 1-2 with Mata. And they couldn't quite work it in a tight space there, and the ball is back with the goalkeeper, Bounou. And there are 4 minutes of added time remaining.
Sevilla are magnificent at that. When the ball goes wide and then they start to look for 1-2s in and around the box, they block people, they get the bodies in front, they don't let runners run off them. Very clever defensively from the 2 centre-backs, hugely impressive.
Manchester United appealing for an offside, which they eventually get. Luke de Jong wins the header. Banega just knocks the ball away. Delay Manchester United taking the free kick. Here he comes, Ighalo then. So could he be the man? And what a story that would be as well. Who's absolutely loved playing his football for Manchester United. On he comes, the Nigerian striker. Couple of goals in this competition already to his name this season. Against Club Bruges and against Lask. But this would be the big one if he could get an equaliser against Sevilla. He's on for Mason Greenwood, who had one of the chances early in the second half and was denied by Yassine Bounou. But the time is just speeding away from Manchester United at the moment. 3 minutes of added time remaining. Trailing Sevilla 2-1. Fernandes has dropped deep. Can Dan James catch the through ball? Speeds down to the byline, crosses it in. He's kept it in play. It's headed away. United can't get to that loose ball first. And it goes over the head of Lindelof, who has to go sprinting back here to collect it inside the Manchester United half. Into the last 3 minutes of the game. Sevilla 2, Manchester United 1. Lindelof across the field, inside the Manchester United half, to Harry Maguire, who's puffing and panting, bringing the ball forward. Martial still looks fresh. And now running, teasing those Sevilla defenders, playing the ball into the edge of the box. Pogba is trying to win a 50-50. Ighalo is there as well. Manchester United with so many options. Ighalo runs out of space. Goodell whacks the ball away with his right foot. Manchester United come again with Maguire. Good low ball out to Mata on the left-hand side. Floats the cross in. It's a poor one. It's straight at Yassine Bounou, who grabs it gratefully and falls down upon it. And there were options, there were players to aim at in the middle.
Yeah, there certainly was, and you expect Juan Mata to have more quality than that from that left-hand side. Just tries to whip it in, gets too much on it, floats it into Bounou, who just comfortably takes it and drops to the ground, wasting vital time for Manchester United.
Defeat won't come at the cost of Champions League football next season for Manchester United. They've definitely got that after their third place finish in the Premier League this season. But they want the trophy and they need a goal. We're into the last 2 minutes now. Sevilla 2, Manchester United 1. They look to Fernandes, who's dropped deep. He's played it back to Lindelof. Lindelof needs someone to pass to here. He's got Fred on his left-hand side. Sevilla have everyone behind the ball. Maguire goes wide to his left. Fosu Mensah is there. Back to Mata. Fosu Mensah again, going on the outside down the left. Gets that cross in. Pogba jumps it over his head. Daniel James was tucked in behind him, so can't get the loose ball. Very tired clearance from Ever Banega. Chased back by Fred. Fred has lost it to Luke de Jong. De Jong is on his own here with just over a minute to play. Is he going to go for it and try and win the game? Chips the ball across goal. It was lazy. Maguire blocks it, and Manchester United have a minute to try and find a goal, to try and continue their season, to try and be the only remaining English team in European competition. Otherwise, that is that. Martial on the dribble into the Sevilla penalty area. He's left the ball behind. Fernando makes the tackle, and Martial has caught one of the Sevilla players late. It'll be a Sevilla free kick, and they may just have run out of time here, Stephen Warner.
Well, De Jong is a very, very lucky boy because he runs the ball, tries to play a simple pass across the box, which Maguire blocks. And you're thinking, if they go down the other end now, Lopetegui is going to be furious. We're just seeing a replay here of Martial. He's kicked out at one of the players, the Sevilla players. He's a lucky boy that the referee hasn't actually spotted that, because he could easily be getting a red card.
Lost the ball to Navas, had a swing at it and missed, caught him on the ankle. And the clock now tells me that there are 10 seconds remaining. There might be a little bit more of added time beyond that. Yassine Bounou, who just stood firm as Manchester United blitzed Sevilla in the first 10-15 minutes of this second half to keep the game at 1-1. Luke de Jong looks like he's won it. He was about to blow there, Felix Breisch. He's got the whistle ready to go. Banega brings it forward. That would be a free kick. But that is that. And Sevilla have done it again. They are simply invincible in the Europa League, and they are through to another final. They beat Manchester United by 2-1, and poor old Manchester United have to suck up the pain of a third semi-final defeat this season, losing to Manchester City in the League Cup, losing to Chelsea in the FA Cup, taking the lead against Sevilla in this Europa League semi-final, but conceding 2 goals to crosses, 1 in each half. And Ole Gunnar Solskjaer has taken Manchester United to the Champions League this season. but he won't end the season with his first trophy. It is the Sevilla players who celebrate on the pitch in Cologne. Manchester United's season is over. They have been beaten in this Europa League semi-final by 2-1.
So Manchester United out of the Europa League, then beaten 2-1 by Sevilla in what feels like a very familiar story in so many ways for United. Alistair Bruce Ball, Stephen Warnock, former England defender, and Paul McGuinness, former Manchester United under-18s coach, with us to dissect that defeat. From you, Ali, first of all, obviously having commentated a lot on United this season, heard from United fans on 606, it does feel like a familiar story as far as United were concerned tonight.
Yeah, I mean, we made the point, well, Paul and Stephen both made the point at half-time. What they needed to address was Aaron Wan-Bissaka needing a little bit more help at right-back, which they sorted out at the start of the second half. And actually, the second goal they conceded came from the other flank. And then just being a bit more precise in the final third. And it's just that nagging, horrible feeling that every Manchester United fan must have had when those chances came early in the second half. And actually, you can't, I mean, the way they finished this season, that front four, they have all taken their chances brilliantly. And Bunu made some excellent saves. But those chances have got to be taken against a team like Sevilla. They've not been able to do it. And I would say, Mark, in the final reckoning, I mean, I think it's been a good season for Manchester United. We judge them by extremely high standards. We've got to remember where they've come from. And they're playing in the Champions League next season. That is a good season. If they'd won a trophy, and certainly this Europa League, it would have been a great season. And it's not quite that. But it was a much better performance than, say, the FA Cup semi-final against Chelsea, where they really didn't turn up and didn't, give their best. They were better than that tonight, but it's just that first 15 minutes of the second half, they couldn't get the ball in the back of the net. And I think, Paul and Stephen will tell you much more, in terms of sort of the goals they conceded. They'll just be annoyed about the two goals they've conceded, avoidable.
Okay, let me start with you, Paul, on why it seems so familiar. Bad defending for the two goals that they conceded, only scoring through a penalty, creating numerous chances and not taking them, and a lack of trust in anything other than the starting 11, bearing in mind the substitutions weren't made until the 85th minute. That sums up quite a lot of United games.
Well, yeah, and one of those chances goes in, you're talking about a whole different story, and that's the way games can go. You saw that with Man City last night, and it's the same here. One of those chances goes in, they're full of energy, and the other team's energy goes down. As it happened, United, after a really powerful start to the second half, their energy went down, and then when the goal came, it comes at a time when all they have to do then is really defend the other team, and they defended really well, you have to say. They blocked everything, they narrowed it all down, there was hardly any gaps, and they defended really well then as well.
So you go in as a coach after that game, a Manchester United coach. Are you annoyed with them?
Yeah, I mean, there's some real fundamental things in terms of the defending for both goals. They don't stay with the men, and that's criminal in lots of ways. You have to look at the sort of pairings. I think Stephen was saying, it's not just the guy who's the fullback, it's who works with him. And you've got young guys. You've got a young guy, Greenwood, who's really a forward, and Rashford. They're both forwards, really. So they're not necessarily the ones doing that type of running back all the time, all the game, that you would expect of, say, a winger. And then the fullbacks both made mistakes in not following their men. So it's like a partnership there that you need to be really solid. And if need be, you need your centre back or your midfield player to come over and help as well. So in both those situations, they got done with just letting a man run for half a second, and that's all that it takes.
Do you look at the centre halves, Stephen, for the goals?
I look at Lindelof for the second goal because we've got it right in front of us at the moment, and the replay is on, and Navas is looking up and he's looking to put the ball into an area, and not once does Lindelof look over his shoulder. And again, we can go back to communication and Wan-Bissaka saying, he's behind you, open up, see him. And that comes from the goalkeeper as well. There seems to be a clear lack of communication across that back line. Bruno Fernandes went absolutely, he was furious at Lindelof, blaming him, saying that he should have picked the man up and he didn't have him. Lindelof is free. He's not got hold of Luke de Jong and saying, right, you're not scoring. You're the only man in the box who's coming in. If there's going to be a battle, I'm going to outwin it. I'm going to outstrengthen you. It just doesn't happen. So you have to look at the centre half. Well, Lindelof definitely for the second goal.
Although what was interesting when Bruno Fernandes went berserk at Lindelof gave it back to him. So
it's embarrassment, that, chappers.
Is it? But is it also?
That's because you know you're at fault.
Okay. Is there also a point from a defender's point of view to say to Bruno Fernandes, well, if one of you lot had taken one of the 19 chances that we had in the first 15 minutes of the second half, then maybe you wouldn't be shouting at me.
Yeah, of course. There's always that feeling on the pitch where you always want to bite back, but when you look back on it after the game, I'm sure Lindelof will look at it and go, do you know what? You're right. I should have picked him up. I should have done that. And likewise, Fernandes will be saying, yes, we should have took our chances in the higher up the pitch. But the problem for defenders is, and I've been there many a time, where you do make a mistake, it leads to a goal, is that you get punished for it, whereas the strikers don't.
Do you, when you look at the full-backs, first of all, before we come on to the centre-halves, Paul, do you, and I know Aaron Wan-Bissaka's a £50 million full-back, but do you take the age of the two of them into account here?
Oh, I think you do, and I think if you're being objective about it, you go, well, here's two young players who are gaining great experience, who've done fantastically well. We know Wan-Bissaka at 1v1 situations, he can be brilliant. And on the other side, Williams has shown great temperament and has done very well. I wouldn't just lay it at their feet. I think United did very, very well in lots of parts of the game. Probably the bit where they need that bit more experience. And look, they don't grow on trees, people like Roy Keane and so on, but a player in the middle of the pitch who can dictate the timing and the play and just say to everybody, hang on a minute, let's just keep the ball for a little bit here. Let's just keep the momentum, control the momentum. But it wasn't. United were either having 3 shots at a goal or then defending their own goal. It was a bit back and forth when really they need to control the game and keep it in the opposition half. When the ball comes back out, win it again, keep it. If it's not on, come back out. So I think they sometimes made immature choices up front as well, shooting Greenwood when maybe he should have crossed it or maybe they should have kept it. That type of thing. And that's, I would say, just another step in the development of the team. That's what you get. We were saying similar things about England in the World Cup. They should have kept the ball better in the semi-final against Croatia. That's the development of a team as well as they go along,
Do you think that game management, that control of a game, does that come with experience, or can you have that at a young age? Can you be 22, 23 and have that game management and control a game?
Yeah, I think you can. You look at the German lad playing. He plays at right back. He plays centre midfield and so on for Bayern Munich. Kimmich. I saw him playing in a six-a-side tournament. He ran the whole tournament virtually for his team, even because there you have to go on and off the pitch. He was still running it when he was off the pitch. So there's certainly players who are capable of doing that. But it does come, of course, with maturity, and it comes with getting to semi-finals and not quite getting there. They'll learn a big lesson from that, and I think they have made steps. Certainly they were better in and around the box. They look so much more dangerous than Sevilla, to be honest.
The point, Mark, you made as well about the use of the substitutes and not coming on until the 85th.
Yeah, let's get on to this.
Yeah. I mean, you're absolutely spot on because that's the reason also we've been talking about Manchester United looking tired, because you knew which team was going to start tonight. Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, obviously clearly has a strongest starting 11, but clearly also in a Europa League semi-final when you thought things needed to change, clearly didn't feel that you saw Sevilla do it, didn't you? They made 2 changes 10 minutes into the second half. I'm not saying those players that came on would necessarily get into Manchester United's first team, but Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, and we've seen it through the season, clearly didn't feel that making the changes then was actually really going to improve Manchester United despite the tiredness. So the squad has to be improved.
I think that's one of the reasons now where it gets quite frustrating when you hear people saying, well, why are you going to buy Jadon Sancho? Because he's going to push one of the forward 3 out. No, he's not. he's going to get rotated, and the other 3 are going to get rotated, and it's going to leave a freshness. But what it also does is, I'm playing at left back and I'm playing against Mason Greenwood, and he steps off the pitch in the 60th minute, 70th minute, and they bring on either Marcus Rashford, Martial, or Jadon Sancho, and I'm thinking, please no. Absolutely not. But when they don't bring them players on and it gets to the 85th minute, I'm thinking, brilliant, he's tired, he's fatigued. I'm looking at the bench thinking, well, I'm not that bothered if one of them players comes on. And that's the difference where Manchester United used to be, and that's where Manchester City are at, and that's one of the big problems.
Well, I think as well, it's exactly what you said, but you've got to remember that Ole Gunnar Solskjaer was one of those 4 players coming off the bench. So he's got to be sure he'll have it. That'll be in his formula for a squad, for a new Manchester United that he's building. And you can only do that step at a time. You know, there's only so many transfer windows, and you've got to try and get the right people at the right time.
Okay, but that bench tonight, whilst I take the point on that bench tonight wasn't just full of inexperienced kids. I mean, there were some inexperienced kids on there, but there were also internationals on that bench tonight. And Fiona makes the point on a tweet here, I don't want to see one of those United subs at the club next season. What Solskjaer's just done there is indefensible. 86 minutes before you make a substitution, you basically told everyone that the bench is worthless. 5 subs, lads on empty, you don't make a change. Embarrassing. I mean, you know, Ali, you will have that team sheet in front of you, but there are internationals on that bench. It's not just half the under-18s that have gone to Germany.
No, absolutely. No, so Juan Mata, Jesse Lingard, Daniel James, Igalo. So we mentioned those that came on in the 86th minute, and I think... Yeah, I mean, I think in a way, I mean, I think indefensibles is a little bit strong because Ole Gunnar Solskjaer is doing what he thinks is best for Manchester United to win the game, and you know, possibly thinking, right, if it gets to 2-2 and we go into extra time, then I've got more room for manoeuvre in extra time. But I think it is slightly damning for those players, you know, in terms of what Ole Gunnar Solskjaer thinks of them and what they could do that he didn't turn to them earlier. I can definitely see that.
Stephen?
I think often when managers don't make changes, it's always a signal to the board. But in a semi-final, I don't see it. I think you've got to bring someone on. The one player that would scare me coming on is Igalo. And people might sound surprised at that, but when it ricochets in and around the box, or there's a certain little bit type of movement, he's one of the best finishers I've seen in a long time. He's so natural at it. And that's what Manchester United have been missing in a way, is that guy who's the focal point who can score goals. And don't get me wrong, Martial's record's been outstanding this season, but you need something different up there to change the game. And I just don't understand why he didn't bring him on with 20 minutes to go, 25 minutes to go. I do find it very strange, but if I'm sat on that bench and I've not come on, I'm furious.
Daniel James is one, isn't he, that started the season like a trade, and then obviously the way that Manchester United have gone since Bruno Fernandes has arrived hasn't had as much game time. When he came on, there was that one cross, wasn't there, Stephen, that you said actually if he'd reacted, you know, better, he could have got on the end of. He had one run and the ball ran away from him. Just struck me as someone who'd not had as much game time, has lost a bit of confidence, actually sort of tailed away a bit in the second half of the season, but partly down to the form of all the others that are keeping him out of the team.
But when you talk about confidence there, and his confidence is drained a little bit, that comes from the manager as well, not putting you on the pitch, and you're thinking, you just, it eats away at you, and it becomes difficult. And again, that's a very tough skill for a manager coming through, is how do you keep all the squad happy, and especially, the big thing I always learned when I was playing was, the most important players are the ones who aren't playing. And that is because in and around the training ground, their confidence has to be high. It has to be infectious. It has to be that they want to come in every single day and work. And it'll drive the first team. It'll drive the first 11. If you can keep them happy, that when they do come off the bench, the confidence is high and they can have an impact.
Nick's balances up, really, the substitution tweet going the other way. Honestly, I can't rage about the no late subs thing. It's far from ideal, but you look at the trade-off between the fresh legs and the huge drop-off in quality, and it's a long way down the list of things to be annoyed about tonight. I tell you what, the other thing, the other debate that will rage on after tonight, Paul, is how much Sancho is needed and how much an out-and-out finisher is needed, and whether you could get both in a transfer window. I
think you know, a big club like United, they're always wanting to improve, and each year you do that, then it keeps all the other players on the toes. Year after year, they'd be, Van Nistelrooy turns up, or Van Persie turns up. They've got more each time. That means more and more competition for places, and that's what all the top clubs will do. But if we're also looking at it, haven't this front three outperformed the Liverpool front three? Yeah. So we've got to be careful that why has he kept them on? Well, because they performed, they've actually done it, and they have in this match actually had lots of shots at goal, lots of saves, and so on. It's not so easy to come off the bench 10 minutes to go and get straight into the game, particularly if you're not, say, Teddy Sheringham and Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. They're not that level, these players, are they? So you can understand that decision. He's kept with the strike force that has been one of the best in the league. So you can see that even though they were tired, we have to also say they defended for their lives. They defended like a top team would do. They put blocks in, they blocked shots, they blocked crosses, they headed it away, they got it clear. And at the end of a long sort of, I know it's this period, I think it's hot out there, all of that comes into it, those last few minutes. In the end, you make, even though you put the subs on, it becomes worse than lots of times because it's just a scramble. There's no shape, there's no normal pattern. So making the changes isn't always the answer. Sure, if they had the real players they thought would make the difference, but that's the job in the transfer market. Every season, every top team will want to improve and challenge the players that are there.
I think if I was a Manchester United fan, I'd look at the game and think, did they create chances? Yes. Were they a danger to Sevilla? Yes. Are they better than they were 6 months ago? Yes, they are. I think we're obviously we're jumping on it because Manchester United have been beaten tonight, and they could have won the game. There was chances there. It's not like they haven't created chances and they haven't been a danger. So there's definitely positive signs for Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. I think we're obviously nitpicking about the squad now and the squad depth, and it needs to improve. We all knew that. I think when we all got carried away or a lot of people got carried away after lockdown, saying this team can go and compete for the Premier League. They can't because they're not deep enough within a squad yet. They haven't.
As this squad needs half a dozen new faces that are up to it, because a number of those we have are
Premier League. They can't because they're not deep enough within a squad yet. They haven't got that depth to do that, and that's been shown tonight. So United, we knew it was a building process. Don't get carried away with what's happened since lockdown. Yes, they had a great run, but they still need a lot of work.
And Mark makes the point, it's not just about bringing Sancho or whoever they end up getting. It's obvious Ole doesn't trust the squad depth. No changes till late on, which means we need to invest. 3 semi-final defeats, Mike says, simply not good enough. 3 seasons without a trophy is not good enough. The first time, by the way, United have gone 3 seasons without a trophy since 1987 to 89. Mike says this squad needs half a dozen new faces that are up to it, because a number of those we have are not. And that, in many ways, I know they've got a lot of money, Manchester United, but they're playing hardball with Borussia Dortmund, Ali, over Jadon Sancho. And the debate will be how much you can throw a lot of your transfer spend on one player, or how much you need to be a bit cannier.
Yeah, and you know what? I mean, let's look at Sevilla, because we mentioned this right at the start of the commentary, and they have Monchi in that position as sporting director, and 9 of that starting 11 tonight joined the club in the summer. You know, and you look at some of those players. The 2 centre-backs have come from French football. Lucas Ocampos, the Argentine, also came from French football. There's a couple on loan as well. I mean, it didn't necessarily work for him when he went to Roma, but when he's been at Sevilla, he has continued to do that job with fantastic success for a great number of years. And there is a good example of spreading the money and picking your targets. And Sevilla are going to be playing Champions League football next season as well. So they've had a decent season in La Liga. So there is a chance to look at another club and the way they've done it and the kind of players that you can get who can play to that level. Because as we've been saying, they were very impressive again tonight.
You talk. Or we all talk rebuild and squad depth and so on and so forth, Paul. And you will know some of the kids that are coming through, and there are high hopes for another 2 or 3 kids behind Greenwood and McTominay and Brandon Williams. If you're going to increase the squad depth and rebuild it, you're probably, I'm guessing, not just thinking about this transfer window, but maybe even January and maybe even another one next summer.
That's it. You have to build step by step. You can't. The way the market is, getting players, they're not easy to get. The very top ones, obviously, everybody's after them. So you have to do it step by step. It seems the last few that they've got, Maguire's been a success. Wan-Bissaka is, an up and coming player. Fernandez has been terrific for them. So if they keep going on that front, then the next one just piece it in. I think that's what all the top managers have done, from Brian Clough to, through to all the top Liverpool teams used to do it. It's just the top teams are able to do it when they're on top, so that's, now you've got to build from underneath. And, it's step by step. But I think, in the cold light of day, it's another step for them. People wouldn't have given them any hope of finishing third in the league and getting this far in a European competition. They wouldn't have said that 6-8 months ago. So you have to be realistic. People who are crying about it in lots of ways are going back to an era that's gone. It's disappeared. It's not here anymore.
Let's not forget about how much money you saved on Mason Greenwood. You're saving your club sort of 50-60 million pound on bringing a young player in who can play in that forward line and score goals. Suddenly you've saved a little bit of money on someone like that, and that goes on another player then. So you have to give credit to Ole Gunnar Solskjaer in a way, because when it's really going hard for him and it wasn't going well, he put Mason Greenwood into the team. That was a big gamble off his back, because people would have been looking at that saying, why are you putting a young kid in the team here at the moment? We need experience. We need players who are trusted and know what they're doing. So the steps that he understands what's needed for the team.
But that's also, that's also the thing, when fans at the moment are looking at, United need another fullback, they need another centre half, another central midfielder. Sometimes those comments are being made without necessarily knowing what's coming through at the age of maybe 17, 18, 19, where the plan is. And therefore, in Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, Paul, what they do have, I suppose, is a manager who maybe won't go and splash out on another centre-half if he knows he's got one who might be ready in 18 months' time, because that appears to be his philosophy.
I think it'll be his priorities. If he thinks he needs a centre-half, he'll go and get one. And then you've got 3 centre-halves. You can't worry about that too much. Years ago at United, they had Piqué, had to let him go because they had... they had Stam and they had Ferdinand and they had all those players. He was a terrific player. Piqué has won the World Cup, but they had to let him go because, they had too many good ones. So I don't think there's any waiting to see if, this kid will be all right in 2 years. No, if you need that position now, you have to go and get it.
No, but I suppose my point was a little bit, all right, we're going to let Lukaku go so that Greenwood will eventually get his chance, or, that we will have a greater balance in a front three. As well as I do, that they've got a young centre half who they really rate, don't they? And in fact, me and Phil and Darren spoke about him the other night in Ted and Mengi. But it's a bit of a gamble. I think
centre half is the hardest position to play, apart from goalkeeper, obviously, if you're inexperienced. Because up to 18, you might be playing really good against people who are, the majority of whom will not be a professional footballer. But then you come in after 18, you're playing against, if you're playing at a club like Man United, you're playing against top players. So that's the first time, you might be really good, but that's the first time that you come up against all the little tricks, the little movements and so on of the real top strikers. So you have to learn from experience, and that's why you find a lot of those guys go on loan first. So even Ferdinand goes on loan first, goes somewhere else, and they slowly build up. They don't go straight into someone's first team at 18, 17, 18, a goalkeeper, a centre-half. That's normally the case. A young forward like Greenwood today, could. Probably shot too many times. He made the wrong choices tonight on quite a few occasions, cutting in, shooting. You see at the far post, Martial saying he should lay it off, and you know those little things. But he looks like a real prospect, and the reason he keeps him on is because he sees him in training, knowing what he can do.
Well, yeah, and I tell you what, we'll look at the bigger picture as far as United are concerned in just a moment. A final question, Stephen, just on recruitment and transfers. You're sporting director at Manchester United, which admittedly takes a bit of a leap of faith on both sides, really. But you're sporting director well, United don't seem to want a sporting director, and I'm guessing you wouldn't ever apply to be sporting director at United. But
I would.
Would you?
Absolutely, it's a job.
Well, right, okay. Yeah, and then sell Bruno Fernandes to Liverpool. Is that
terrible?
Anyhow, and you've got 120 million to spend this summer. Do you spend it on Jadon Sancho, or do you try and bring in 4?
Good question. I think it depends what you can shift out the club and what wages you can free up as well. I'm a wheeler and dealer, me, chappers, so I'm going to try and shift a few about, and I'm going to see what I can do. But for me, I look at, and whether you look at Manchester City last night or you look at Liverpool and what the way that they've changed it, I always remember just a quote from Mourinho, and he just said, defences win titles. And that's the big thing for me, is that if you shore up your defence with the quality that Manchester United possess up front now, then I still think they could really push for the league next year. But there's definite frailties at the back. So for me, I'd be looking at bringing in probably one of the 2 guys who've played tonight for Sevilla, because they are hugely impressive. I'd be looking to go after one of them too. Probably probably Carlos, actually. I thought the power of him and the way he plays, I'd be probably looking to bring him in. So as a sporting director, chappers, I'd be knocking on the door after the game.
They've got Champions League football, obviously, Mark, which helps again, doesn't it, to go to players and say, not only are you joining Manchester United, but we're playing the Champions League. And I think Paul is right as well. If they keep going because we know they've made quite a few mistakes in the transfer market over the last few years, but if they keep going like they have done in the last couple of windows and bringing those sorts of players in who've done those sort of jobs for Manchester United and balance it with what's coming through, then they are definitely going in the right direction.
Harry Maguire spoke to television afterwards. He said, the boys are devastated. We created a numerous amount of chances. The best team lost and they punished us. We started with the high press, but we let them have too much possession. They didn't create too many chances. We've got to improve. We've conceded from 2 crosses. We deserve to go through, but we've fallen short for the 3rd time this season. Losing isn't acceptable. Losing semi-finals isn't acceptable. The improvement we've made this year is massive. On another day, we win the game comfortably. We want to win a trophy as soon as possible. And if we take another giant step next season, we'll improve again. Maybe that little bit of experience has cost us. We shouldn't have conceded that second goal, which is probably Manchester United tonight and their season in a nutshell, Paul, isn't it? I mean, Statman Davies has tweeted, last season, 6th in the Premier League, quarterfinals Champions League, 3rd round of the League Cup, quarterfinals of the FA Cup. This season, 3rd in the Premier League, semi-finals Europa League, semi-finals League Cup, semi-finals FA Cup. So frustrating, but progress.
Well, I think everything Harry Maguire said was spot on. He seemed to get it all exactly right. They were the better team tonight, but, that little lack of experience here and there cost them. And, their season, as we've been saying, for a normal club, then you're saying, well, wow, he's progressing well. But of course, it's not a normal club, is it? Everybody's expecting it to be, the best in the world and so on. But they're going to have to find out that they're going to have to build it step by step. And I think Harry Maguire's comments seem to be spot on to me.
Stephen, Ali?
Yeah, I think that's what you want to hear from the captain. Held the hands up to the mistakes. I think he's right. Had Manchester United taken 1 or 2 of those chances, start the second half, they could easily have gone on to win the game. And, you know, he knows the club he represents and the shirt he's wearing and what's expected at Manchester United. And I think he's, you know, it's harsh, isn't it? Because like Paul says, for any other club, you know, third in the Premier League and 3 semi-finals is great. But for Manchester United, because of what Sir Alex Ferguson in particular, you know, did his 20-odd years in charge, it's not good enough. And actually, they should have won that game tonight. And Sevilla are, you know, they are doughty opponents in the Europa League. We keep saying that, and they were good tonight. But actually, United could have and probably should have beaten them.
Stephen,
when you look at the Champions League final from last year, and you look at Liverpool and Tottenham, and you look at Liverpool losing against Real Madrid and how they reacted, and they came back and they won the Champions League the next year. Look at Tottenham and how they went, and they all felt sorry for themselves. Now, if Man United feel sorry for themselves, they won't have a good season next year. They have to be hungry. They have to come back with a desire. I think they've definitely got it in them because of the likes of Bruno Fernandes, because of the mentality of the winning mentality that Ole Gunnar Solskjaer is trying to instill into them. So you have to come back not feeling sorry for yourself, but sort of refocused, ready to go and learn from the mistakes. But not only the players, the staff as well. I think that's a huge thing as well.
You can't see them feeling sorry for themselves, though, can you?
Tottenham did. Tottenham felt very sorry for themselves, and they sulked. And Hugo Lloris openly said it in an interview that they never recovered from it. Well, that's not what great teams do and not what good teams do. They react to them situations and they get that hunger back and that drive. They don't want that sickening feeling of losing a final or losing a semi-final again, and that's what drives them.
Out of interest, Paul, and this actually applies to Manchester City as well after they went out last night. It's Sunday the 16th of August. The new season starts on September the 12th. Bearing in mind how long this season has been and how quickly the new one comes, what do you tell your players tonight? Do you say go away for 10 days, 2 weeks, 3 weeks? How long do you give them?
You just need a little break, don't they? A little holiday, and then
yeah, but
back into it. I'd be, you know, you'd be pretty quick saying, I want to get back at it, because they're all young, aren't they? There's no old players there. They'll all be wanting to come back and sort of prove that they can do better. I'd have thought so. They'll be fuming. You know, you have a week or so. You sleep for a week. I think after the end of the season, when you're a coach or a player, you just sleep, and then you get back up again, and then the ball comes out. You know, someone's got a five-a-side at the hotel, and you want to play. So I don't see any problem with that. They just obviously physically got to recoup. But geez, what couldn't be more exciting than coming back and having a go now? You know, Liverpool are not 20 points ahead now. They start level,
and they've got international football, Mark, at the start of September before this. You know, so the coaches are going to lose players for a bit as well.
Well,
so
that is utterly ridiculous.
The Nations League. I
mean, that is utterly ridiculous.
Yeah, because that time you're talking is short, but it's immediately cut down by that, isn't it? So the turnaround is tiny.
I mean, Ali's put in for 4 weeks leave, Stephen, now. So, but as a player, and it's a hard life being a commentator. As a player, how long would you want off?
When I went to the World Cup in South Africa, I think I got 10 days off after it, came back and sort of recuperated and went again. And I'm not going to lie, I suffered that season. I had a bit of a dip after it in form because I probably wasn't I didn't have long enough. But I think now if you're open and honest about it, and you can have a little bit of a longer break and you can recuperate a little bit more. But I understand what Paul says. You want to get back on the bike straight away, and you want to. It's like when you lose a game and you lose on the Saturday, and you've got an international break. You've got 2 weeks to sort of stew on it, and you're thinking, I want to play on Wednesday or Tuesday. I want a game straight away to put that to bed and to get rid of it. And I'm sure the United players now will be thinking, I want 2 weeks off, and then I'm going to come back and I'm going to be hungry and ready. But this is where now the sports science is huge, and this sports scientist will be saying to certain players, this is how long you need, this is what you're getting, and psychologically that's in your head then, and you're thinking, okay, as long as I get that, I know I'm coming back and I'm going to be fresh and ready to go.
Good to have you with us this evening. Stephen Warnock, Paul McGuinness, Alistair Bruce Ball. Thank you very much for your coverage of Sevilla against Manchester United. So Sevilla have won by 2-1. They'll play the winners of Inter Milan or Shakhtar Donetsk in the Europa League final. We'll keep you up to date with that game tomorrow during the Monday Night Club, when I'll be joined by Dion Dublin, Charlie Adam and Kieran Dyer. And then after that, we'll have Tuffers and Vaughan as we reflect on England's second test with Pakistan, which after only an hour was possible today, is going to be heading for a draw. That's all tomorrow night. Next here on 5 Live at exactly 10:30. Here's Stephen Nolan.
Thank you very much indeed. The confusion, the chaos over the exam system continues, and we continue to give you a voice on this network. Here's our number, 08085 909 693, and we hear from more students straight after the news.
On digital, BBC Sounds, smart speaker and online.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
5 Live News with me, Don Busby. Good evening. Boris Johnson is facing growing calls to take personal charge of the situation surrounding A-level results, which has been branded chaos by the Labour Party. The exams regulator, Ofqual, has withdrawn its advice on how pupils can appeal their allocated grades just hours after making it public. The government has been under fire since Thursday when A-level results were awarded and nearly 40% of the teacher assessments were downgraded. Public Health England, the body which has been criticised for its handling of the coronavirus test and trace programme and the way it's calculated deaths in the pandemic, is facing reorganisation tonight. It's understood that it'll be merged with the NHS test and trace, creating a new body. And 4 young men have died after a car they were travelling in crashed into a house in Wiltshire, setting fire to the building. No one inside was injured. All were evacuated as fire crews tackled the blaze in Chippenham. In the sporting headlines tonight, Manchester United have missed out on a place in the Europa League final after losing 2-1 to Sevilla in Cologne. United took the lead through a Bruno Fernandes penalty, but Sevilla hit back with strikes from Fernandes, Saez and Luc de Jong. It's the third time United have been beaten in a semi-final this season. Rangers missed the chance to go 8 points clear of Celtic at the top of the Scottish Premiership as they were held to a goalless draw at Livingston. In snooker, Ronnie O'Sullivan claimed his 6th World Championship title with a dominant 18-8 victory over Kyron Wilson. It sees him draw level with Ray Reardon and Steve Davis on World Crowns at number 6 and surpasses Stephen Hendry on the all-time list of ranking events with 37 record titles. A draw seems the most likely of the results of the second test after rain again thwarted England and Pakistan. In the hour that was possible on day 4, Pakistan were bowled out for 236, England then losing Rory Burns to close on 7 for 1. Lewis Hamilton's taken another step towards another world title with success at the Spanish Grand Prix. He led from lights to flag in his Mercedes, finishing 24 seconds ahead of Max Verstappen's Red Bull and Hamilton's teammate Valtteri Bottas coming in third. In Rugby Union's Premiership, Wasps were 34-21 winners at Northampton, and Wigan Warriors moved to the top 4 of Super League with a back to the top of Super League with a 28-10 victory over Leeds Rhinos. Earlier, St Helens beat Castleford 10-0.
Available now on BBC Sounds.
On the ground.
The peace of a troubled world and the hopes of an oppressed people now depend on you.
Investigating one of the most infamous friendly fire incidents of the Iraq War.
I heard the drone.
They're the only people that really know what happened.
If anyone's ever heard an A-10 fire before, you will know what that noise is.
He told me there's nobody north of here, no friendlies.
The A-10 is an amazing aircraft, but left to their own devices, they're dangerous.
It's 17 years, but this has stayed with them.
It's changed their lives forever.
We're in jail, dude.
On the ground.
Listen now on BBC Sounds.